Chapter 790. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. Holding the ice blade, he ran towards the old woman in a green robe excitedly. "Stand there and don't move. Just throw it over." The old woman in a green robe's face changed as she hurriedly shouted. Qin Feiyang slammed on the brakes and stopped in the air. He was extremely annoyed in his heart. Even this didn't dispel her wariness. Why was this old fox so difficult to deal with? The old woman in a green robe said impatiently, "Can you hurry up? Don't waste my time." Okay, I'll erase the blood contract right away." Qin Feiyang nodded repeatedly. But suddenly he lowered his head again and hesitated. "What's the matter now?" Seeing this, the old woman in a green robe was about to go crazy. "Can't you be more straightforward?" Qin Feiyang looked up at her and said, "Junior thought about it. The auxiliary battle art is very precious, but it can't be compared with the sacred weapon. Why don't you give me a few more?" "Kid, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't be unsatisfied." Hearing this, the old woman in a green robe clenched her hands and a trace of astonishing hostility emerged in her eyes. And she didn't hide it. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang not only didn't panic at all, but there was also a trace of pride in the depths of his eyes. "Alas, Senior, it's not that Junior is unsatisfied, but it's really too much of a loss. How about this? Replace the superior battle art with a perfect battle art. Junior is not greedy, just one will do," Qin Feiyang said solemnly. The old woman in a green robe's eyes became more and more gloomy. Qin Feiyang asked cautiously, "Could it be that Senior doesn't have a perfect battle art?" He wasn't talking nonsense when he said this. Since he couldn't get close to the old woman in a green robe, then he would change to another way. Infuriate this old fox. Once this old fox was angry, she might take the initiative to snatch it. It was also clear that his words had played a certain role in this matter. No. The old woman in a green robe gritted her teeth. Her patience had been challenged by Qin Feiyang, which made her almost on the verge of rage. "No. Aren't you a battle saint? Why don't you even have a perfect battle art?" "Senior, don't try to trick me," Qin Feiyang said unhappily. "I really didn't." The green-robed old woman spoke word by word. She clenched her fists so tightly that they had turned white. "He doesn't even have a perfect battle art. Isn't he a little too weak?" Qin Feiyang muttered. Although his voice was very soft, it was clearly heard by the old woman in green. "Of course." He deliberately said it for the green-robed old woman to hear. Boom. Immediately, a terrifying aura rushed out from the old woman's body. In the meantime, the previously weakened Saint aura suddenly strengthened, imprisoning Qin Feiyang in the void. "Senior, what are you doing? Let's talk things over, don't fight." Qin Feiyang's expression also changed on the spot, and he hurriedly roared in horror. "Congratulations. You've completely worn out my patience. Now, even if the Heavenly King comes down, he won't be able to save you." The green-robed old woman laughed sinisterly. The Saint aura continued to strengthen. Qin Feiyang's face was distorted and full of pain, and the pores all over his body were spurting blood. In an instant he became a bloody man. At the same time, Qin Feiyang was also quite annoyed. The plan did succeed. The green-robed old woman was enraged. But this old fox just wouldn't get close to him. He racked his brains to think what else could he do. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Boom. The next moment, he suddenly raised his head, forcibly broke through the shackles of the Saint aura, and shouted at the green-robed old woman, "If you don't give me a perfect battle art, I won't give you the ice blade even if I die." After saying that, he turned around and fled in panic. Looking at Qin Feiyang's back, the green-robed old woman was extremely shocked. He could actually break through her Saint aura? This little bastard sure enough was not simple. But immediately after, a monstrous anger rose from her body. He could obviously break the shackles of the Saint aura, but he didn't do so. He even talked a lot of nonsense with her. He was obviously playing with her. "You're courting death." She took a step forward, carrying an astonishing killing intent, and chased after Qin Feiyang like lightning. Qin Feiyang also deliberately did not use the phantom steps, so he quickly closed the distance by more than half. He looked back and immediately turned pale with fright. He quickly stopped in the air and waved his hand. "Senior, I know I was wrong. Don't come over, I will immediately erase the blood contract." Too late. The green-robed old woman smiled coldly. In her opinion, Qin Feiyang's extraordinary means was to be able to break free from the shackles of the Saint aura. And this for her was not a threat at all. Therefore, she didn't want to talk nonsense with Qin Feiyang anymore. Qin Feiyang's face was as pale as paper and he shouted, Don't, I was really wrong, please spare me. The green-robed old woman remained silent, her expression extremely cold, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. In the blink of an eye, she rushed in front of Qin Feiyang, her old hand like an eagle's claw, grabbing towards Qin Feiyang's head. Do you really think I only have this much ability? But at the same time, Qin Feiyang grinned, the panic and fear on his face instantly disappeared, and was replaced by a strong sense of ridicule. The green-robed old woman was stunned. Immediately after, a strong sense of crisis, like a tide, rose in her heart. She retracted her arm without hesitation and retreated quickly. Too late. But at the same time she retracted her arm, Qin Feiyang smiled coldly. Boom. Clang. Wolf King, Fatso, and the winged snow eagle appeared almost at the same time. Wolf King and Fatso had already activated their transformation state, each holding a rib. The winged snow eagle also held the sky thunder sword, its terrifying edge toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. Old bastard, you dare to provoke us, you're courting death. In the blink of an eye. As soon as one man and two beasts appeared, they swung the rib and the sky thunder sword, smashing towards the green-robed old woman. Bang. There was no suspense. In the face of this sudden scene, the green-robed old woman had no time to counterattack. Two ribs had smashed into her chest. With a crisp crack, her heart shattered on the spot, her entire chest caved in, and her flesh and blood were a mess. At the same time, the sky thunder sword fell, like cutting tofu, cutting off the green-robed old woman's left arm. Subsequently, the green-robed old woman crashed into the ice valley below like a meteorite. The entire ice valley was razed to the ground in an instant. Hee hee, another battle saint has been killed. Why am I so awesome? The two-winged snow eagle chuckled. Idiot. Fatso and Wolf King looked at it with disdain, then looked at the shattered ice valley below. Is she dead? Fatso frowned. Do you still need to say it? If she's not dead, then there's no justice in the world. The winged snow eagle said. Boom. But before he finished, accompanied by a loud noise, the green-robed old woman rushed out from under the ice, her body dripping with blood. What? Are you the reincarnation of a cockroach? The winged snow eagle was dumbfounded. Qin Feiyang, Fatso, and Wolf King were also in disbelief. You little bastards, just you wait. I'll be back soon and kill you all. The green-robed old woman glanced at Qin Feiyang and the others with resentment, then turned around and ran away without looking back. You still dare to threaten us? Wolf King's eyes flashed with a cold light. At the same time, the winged snow eagle's eyes focused, staring at the green-robed old woman's right hand, and said in surprise, Look, she seems to be holding something in her hand? Qin Feiyang, Fatso, and Wolf King heard and looked over. There was a palm-sized flame in the green-robed old woman's right hand. The flame was completely green like jade, and it emitted strands of green brilliance. That is, the flame of life. Go after her. Qin Feiyang, Fatso, and Wolf King shouted almost at the same time. And at the same time they jumped onto the back of the winged snow eagle. What are you doing? The winged snow eagle was a little confused. Wolf King said, Nonsense, you're the fastest. Don't dawdle, the flame of life has a strong recovery power. If we don't get it quickly, I'm afraid we won't have another chance. Fatso shouted anxiously. Damn, this is too much, you actually want to use me as a mount. The winged snow eagle muttered in dissatisfaction, and instantly activated its fighting soul, flapping its 6 wings, and suddenly turned into a stream of light, chasing after the green-robed old woman. Faster. Fatso urged. Don't rush. Her heart is broken, it won't be easy to recover in such a short time. With this guy's speed, it'll be easy to catch up with her. Qin Feiyang said. That's right, the eunuch is more anxious than the emperor, it's talking about people like you. The winged snow eagle despised. Fatso snorted, Don't talk nonsense, be careful, that fat lord will destroy you. What the hell? Who gave you the guts to say such words? Come, let's have a fight, let's see who will destroy who. The winged snow eagle was unhappy and directly started to clamor. Qin Feiyang could not help but feel a headache coming. What kind of time is it, still in the mood to bicker? As Qin Feiyang expected, in less than 100 breaths, the winged snow eagle caught up with the green-robed old woman. Swoosh. The 2 men and 2 beasts spread out, trapping the green-robed old woman in the middle. The winged snow eagle ridiculed, Where are you going? The green-robed old woman's eyes darkened and said, Who exactly are you? Why have I never heard of you in the 3rd area? Although these 2 men and 2 beasts had not stepped into the realm of War Saint, their methods were extremely shocking. Moreover, she could tell at a glance that the heavenly thunder sword was a sacred artifact. And those 2 ribs, although they did not have the holy aura, gave her the feeling that they were no worse than sacred artifacts. If you added the ice blade in Qin Feiyang's hands, that was to say, these little bastards had a total of 4 sacred artifacts. 4 sacred artifacts, what kind of concept was this? She didn't dare to think about it. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, who we are is not important, what's important is the fire of life. Hand over the fire of life, and I'll spare your dog life. Hearing this, the green-robed old woman was so angry that she was about to vomit blood. Previously, she had used this kind of high and mighty attitude and tone to look down on the young man in front of her. But now the tables had turned and she, the war saint, was being looked down upon. She understood the principle of 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. But wasn't this too fast? She was unwilling. Looking at the fire of life in her hand, she raised her head to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "How can I believe that what you said is true? Don't treat me like a villain like you. I always keep my word. Also, don't try to stall for time," Qin Feiyang said. The green-robed old woman glanced at the 2 men and 2 beasts, and couldn't help but feel despair in her heart. To think that she, a dignified war saint, was actually forced to such an extent by 4 war masters. It was simply too laughable. And the reason why Qin Feiyang did not directly snatch it was because he was worried that the green-robed old woman would do something desperate and swallow the fire of life. Chapter 791. In the sky, heavy snow fluttered and cold currents swept in all directions, chilling to the bone. Qin Feiyang and the others stood in the air, holding battle weapons in their hands, their bodies filled with a murderous aura. The old woman in green robes who was surrounded in the middle looked particularly helpless, giving off a desolate feeling. "What are you waiting for? Quickly throw it over." Fatso raised his eyebrows and stretched out his hand. The old woman in green robes glanced at Fatso, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I hope you can keep your word." With that, she waved her arm, and the fire of life flew out of her hand towards Qin Feiyang. However, at this moment, a white figure rushed up into the sky like lightning. Who? Qin Feiyang and the others' faces changed as they rushed towards the fire of life at the same time. But the white figure was too fast, grabbing the fire of life in front of them. Hee hee. I finally got it. Immediately after, a burst of excited laughter reverberated in the void. Qin Feiyang and the others stopped in the air and looked at the person. It was a middle-aged man wearing a white robe. His facial features were as sharp as a knife, and he looked extremely cold. Cui Qingqing. At the same time, the old woman in green robes also stared at the middle-aged man, her old eyes flashing with a shocking cold light. Cui Qingqing waved his hand and kept the fire of life in his Qingquan bag, then turned to look at the old woman in green robes and said, "Old witch, you didn't expect that I would suddenly appear. Why are you here?" The old woman in green robes said gloomily, "I've always been here, it's just that you didn't notice. But then again, 2 great battle saints were actually plotted against by a few little guys. You guys are really embarrassing." Cui Qingqing's eyes were full of ridicule. "Damn it." The old woman in green robes cursed. Cui Qingqing's gaze turned and looked at Fatso and Wolf King, and finally looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled. "Young man, you are very good, I admire you very much." "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, but he became vigilant in his heart. The aura emitted by this person was not any weaker than the green-robed old woman. This was enough to prove that he was also a battle saint. Of course. That's because there aren't many people who would dare to plot against them in the 3rd district. What do you think? Give me the ice blade, the sword, and the 2 ribs. Not only will I help you kill this old witch, but I will also invite you to my Black Lion tribe as guests. Cui Qingqing said with a smile, looking very sincere. Don't believe his nonsense. He looks like a gentleman on the surface, but he's actually a sinister and cunning villain. The green-robed old woman hurriedly said. You're about to die, why are you still talking so much nonsense? Cui Qingqing raised his eyebrows. He seemed to be very dissatisfied with the old woman's actions. Black Lion tribe. Qin Feiyang glanced at Cui Qingqing, then looked at the green-robed old woman and asked, Are you close? The green-robed old woman said, My Red Smoke tribe and his Black Lion tribe have been fighting for hundreds of years. Of course we're very close. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at Cui Qingqing with a smile. In that case I really can't believe your words. Cui Qingqing's eyes flashed. Are you sure? What do you think? However, if you can give me the fire of life, I can consider following you to your tribe as a guest. Qin Feiyang smiled. Haha. You're actually talking about conditions with me? Interesting. Cui Qingqing smiled, but his eyes were cold. Qin Feiyang stared at this person vigilantly and said to himself, "Do you dare to fight?" "Yes." Wolf King said without hesitation. "How dare you steal food from our mouths? Even if he's a battle saint, we'll make him pay the price." "That's right. We have 2 sacred artifacts, Mu Tianyang's God's Bone and even Chang Shui. What's there to be afraid of?" Fatso and the 2-winged snow eagle also secretly replied. Their words were filled with a shocking killing intent. When Qin Feiyang heard this, his blood boiled. He said to himself, "Then let's kill him and take back the fire of life." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, they did not hesitate any longer. Their auras exploded and they charged towards Cui Qingqing at the same time. Cui Qingqing was stunned. The green-robed old woman was also stunned. Originally, they thought that Qin Feiyang and the others would choose to run away. But they did not expect that not only did they not run away, they even took the initiative to attack. A few mere battle masters dared to challenge a battle saint, and a battle saint at his peak. Were they stupid? Your guts are truly beyond imagination. However, I have to admit that you are very stupid. Do you know what it means to be an ant trying to shake a tree? I'll let you see it now. After Cui Qingqing regained his senses, the corner of his mouth immediately pursed into a mocking smile. Boom. The next moment, a terrifying holy aura rushed out of his body like a tide and rushed towards Qin Feiyang and the others. Then do you know that an ant can also topple an elephant? Qin Feiyang laughed coldly. The 2 men and 2 beasts did not stop at all. They did not dodge and directly faced the holy aura. Clang. The heavenly thunder sword and ice blade buzzed. Although they did not recover, they still exuded a shocking holy aura. And the 2 ribs were even stronger than sacred artifacts. Naturally, they could also block the holy aura. At this moment, they were like a sharp arrow, unstoppable, quickly closing the distance between them and Cui Qingqing. Seeing this, Cui Qingqing's eyes also became serious. Although he did not care about the strength of Qin Feiyang and the others, he did not dare to underestimate the lethality of the 4 sacred artifacts. Fortunately, Qin Feiyang and the others were not strong enough to recover the sacred artifacts. Otherwise, even he could only escape. Boom. His body shook and a wave of yellow battle chi rushed out of his body. In the blink of an eye, a huge fist appeared out of nowhere. It was like a mountain with a terrifying aura that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. The ice peaks of different heights nearby collapsed like dead trees. The sound of the explosion was deafening. "Since you are so stubborn, then go to hell." Sky-shattering fist. Cui Qingqing roared angrily. His black hair fluttered. That huge fist shook violently in the void. With a destructive aura, it blasted towards Qin Feiyang and the others. "I will block it. You guys work together and be sure to seriously injure him in one blow." Qin Feiyang secretly shouted. "No, you are too weak now. I will block this fist." The double-winged snow eagle hurriedly said. Cui Qingqing was also a 1-star battle saint, but compared to the heavily injured green-robed old woman, he was much stronger. And this sky-shattering fist, judging from its aura, should be a superior battle art. A 1-star battle saint with the enhancement of a superior battle art. In other words, the power of Cui Qingqing's fist was comparable to that of a 4-star battle saint. Therefore, the dual-winged snow eagle was worried that with Qin Feiyang's strength, he might not be able to block this punch. If he couldn't block it, then he would definitely be smashed to pieces. But it was different. It had a higher cultivation than Qin Feiyang, a 9-star battle sect. And now, it had mastered the perfect battle art, the goshawk's tyrannical body. Coupled with the heavenly thunder sword, if it went all out, its chances of success would definitely be higher than Qin Feiyang. However, Qin Feiyang did not listen to it and directly used the phantom steps to welcome the fist. He naturally knew about the dual-winged snow eagle's worries and was very touched, because this meant that the dual-winged snow eagle had completely integrated into this small team. Therefore, he could not let the dual-winged snow eagle take the risk. Because, although the dual-winged snow eagle was a 9-star battle sect and was only a small realm away from Cui Qingqing, the difference between a battle sect and a battle saint was too great. It was no exaggeration. If there was no extraordinary method or external help, a 1-star battle saint could instantly kill a large number of 9-star battle sect. Therefore, he dared to conclude that the dual-winged snow eagle would definitely not be able to block this punch. As for him, although his cultivation was not as good as the dual-winged snow eagle in terms of methods, the dual-winged snow eagle could be said to be far behind. For example, the return word tactic could ignore the barrier between realms and directly challenge those of a higher realm. And then there was Chang Shui and the ancient castle, which were both mysterious and unfathomable divine objects. And now he had fused with the fire of life, and with the protection of the battle word tactic, it was equivalent to a true immortal body. Therefore he was very confident that he could block Cui Qingqing's punch. However, the dual-winged snow eagle was very angry about this. This bastard, why didn't he listen to his advice? At the same time, Cui Qingqing was also rather surprised. But immediately after, his face was filled with disdain. He no longer paid attention to Qin Feiyang. Shua. He took a mysterious step, and his speed suddenly doubled as he charged towards Fatso and Wolf King. In his eyes, Qin Feiyang was already a dead man, and there would be no accidents. Hee. It seems that he really thinks of us as soft persimmons that he can do whatever he wants. Wolf King and Fatso looked at each other and laughed sinisterly. What's going on? How can you still laugh? The dual-winged snow eagle looked at the man and wolf's behavior and felt a little uncomfortable. Young man, you're still too young. Little Qinzi never does anything that he's not sure of, so there's no need to worry at all. Yes, just do as boss says. Wolf King and Fatso patted the dual-winged snow eagle's head, and fearlessly faced Cui Qingqing. Is that so? The dual-winged snow eagle looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously, and then followed behind Fatso and Wolf King and swept towards Cui Qingqing. Seeing this, the sarcasm on Cui Qingqing's face became thicker, and then he looked at the sky thunder sword and the two ribs, his eyes full of greed. This kind of sacred object is simply a waste in the hands of idiots like you. He smiled contemptuously as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he landed in front of Fatso and Wolf King. He stretched out his hands and slapped at Wolf King and Fatso's chests. We'd love to. What? Since you're so awesome, why don't you take out a sacred object and show us? Fatso and Wolf King sneered. At the same time they swung the ribs as if holding two dog-beating sticks, and smashed at Cui Qingqing's arms. Cui Qingqing frowned and did not dare to touch it with his bare hands. In a flash, like a ghost, he circled behind the two beasts and locked his eyes on the dual-winged snow eagle. The dual-winged snow eagle was a 9-star battle sect and the biggest threat. As long as he got rid of it first, it was tantamount to victory. Damn it, do you want to die? The dual-winged snow eagle was naturally unhappy. Fatso and Wolf King were in front of it. Instead of dealing with them first, they wanted to kill it first? Did they think it was easy to bully? Goshawk tyrant body. It roared and a blood-red aura rushed out of its body. In less than half a blink of an eye, its feathers and eyes turned blood-red as if they were dyed with blood. Moreover, Chapter 792. This aura, could it be a perfect combat art? Cui Qingqing stared at the double-winged snow eagle, dumbfounded. At least you have a good eye. The double-winged snow eagle sneered. Impossible? How could the legendary perfect combat art exist in the third zone? Cui Qingqing was in disbelief. At the same time, in the sky, Qin Feiyang was very close to the giant fist. Boom. He decisively activated the combat art, raised his arm at lightning speed and slammed his palm in the air. Crash. A glaring golden light suddenly roared and turned into a giant wave, rushing toward the fist. At that moment, the two collided and an earth-shattering explosion was heard. Qin Feiyang immediately groaned and flew far away like a meteorite. Blood kept spurting out from his mouth. His right hand, which had used the return art, was instantly crushed and turned into a bloody mist. Even his body was quickly covered in bloody scars. Blood gushed out like a spider web and it was a ghastly sight. Boom. Crack. In the end he crashed into a glacier in the distance. Air billowed and it was overwhelming. Within a radius of 10 miles the ground cracked and the mountains collapsed. Countless beasts were also affected. Corpses were everywhere and the glacier was stained with blood. In the blink of an eye the place had turned into a purgatory. It was too horrible to look at. At the same time, the giant fist was also shattered into pieces. After charging forward for a short distance, it shattered into pieces in the void with a loud bang. As the combat art was destroyed, Cui Qingqing spurted out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. The disbelief in his eyes was even more intense. He was already surprised that the double-winged snow eagle had mastered the perfect combat art. However, he did not expect Qin Feiyang to be able to block his combat art. No, it was not blocking. It was destroying. Blocking and destroying were two completely different things. Where did this group of bastards come from? How could they have such shocking skills? Boss? At the same time, Fatso looked at the shattered glacier with a worried face. Although he believed in Qin Feiyang, He couldn't help but feel anxious when he saw the injuries caused by the sky-shattering fist on Qin Feiyang. Don't worry about him for now. Let's take this opportunity to get rid of that bastard. The Wolf King stared fixedly at Cui Qingqing, his eyes flashing with unparalleled ferocity. First, the double-winged snow eagle revealed its perfect battle art. Then it was Qin Feiyang's turn to show his strength. Right now, Cui Qingqing was deeply shaken, so this was a good opportunity. When Fatso heard this, he turned to look at Cui Qingqing with murderous intent in his eyes. Kill. With a furious roar, he charged towards Cui Qingqing with Wolf King. The double-winged snow eagle also unleashed its lightning-fast attacks and pounced madly. However, Cui Qingqing was still a battle saint. Whether it was his battle experience or his battle instincts, he surpassed ordinary people. Just as Wolf King and Fatso arrived in front of him and smashed his ribs, he suddenly came back to his senses and hurriedly retreated. Wolf King and Fatso's attack missed and they were both very angry. One must know. This opportunity was exchanged for by Qin Feiyang's life. How could it fail? Absolutely not. Eagle, quick. One man and one wolf roared, without any pause, with monstrous anger, they pounced forward again. At the same time, the double-winged snow eagle's eyes turned cold, its wings flapped crazily and like a ray of light, it shot out. When it was chasing after the green-robed old woman, it had already activated its battle soul. So now its speed was several times faster than Wolf King and Fatso. But even so, it still couldn't catch up with Cui Qingqing. Although the double-winged snow eagle and Cui Qingqing were only one small realm apart, the speed of a battle saint and a battle master was simply heaven and earth apart. For example, a 9-star battle master could fly 10 meters away in every breath, and a 1-star battle saint could fly 50 to 60 meters away. The gap between them was not something that could be made up for by external objects. Moreover, Cui Qingqing also mastered auxiliary battle arts. This is not the way to go on. The double-winged snow eagle was very anxious. Wolf King and Fatso were even more anxious. Looking at the man and the two beasts, Cui Qingqing's face was full of ridicule. But at the same time he was also quite angry in his heart. If not for that battle sword and those two ribs, killing this man and two beasts would be as easy as flipping his hand. It would not be like now where his hands and feet were tied. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and his spirit was lifted. That little bastard must be dead. When I find that ice blade, all of you will go to the Yellow Springs to accompany him. Just you wait, you will be in despair soon. Ha! Cui Qingqing laughed loudly, turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the broken glacier. Fatso, Wolf King, and the double-winged snow eagle looked at each other, their expressions gloomy as they hurriedly chased after him. On the other side, the green-robed old woman looked at the backs of the group of people, her eyes flickering. Suddenly, she smiled sinisterly, landed on the glacier below and quietly followed. Obviously, she still wanted to take advantage of the situation. Very quickly, Cui Qingqing arrived above the broken glacier and looked down. Directly below there was a huge sinkhole. At the bottom of the sinkhole, Qin Feiyang was lying quietly in a pool of blood, without any signs of life. The ice blade was also by his side. He really is dead. Cui Qingqing was overjoyed, he turned his head and looked at Fatso and Wolf King behind him, and rushed towards Qin Feiyang like lightning. Boss. Little Qin Zi. After a few breaths, Fatso and Wolf King also came to the sky above the sinkhole. Looking at Qin Feiyang lying in blood, they suddenly roared and rushed towards the sinkhole desperately. At this time, Cui Qingqing had already landed in front of Qin Feiyang. He looked up at Fatso and the others, a victorious smile on his face and said, "Don't worry, I'll send you to accompany him right away." After saying that, he lowered his head, bent down and reached out to grab the ice blade. Shwa. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang suddenly opened his eyes and two cold lights burst out. At the same time, his bloody left hand grabbed the ice blade and pierced into Cui Qingqing's lower abdomen like lightning. That bone-piercing cold air and terrifying sharpness instantly shattered Cui Qingqing's qi. A blood-curdling scream immediately resounded through the sky. Once the qi was shattered, no matter how high the cultivation was, it was equivalent to a cripple. Fatso and Wolf King were stunned. After all this time, Qin Feiyang was just faking his death? The old woman in a green robe who was following them, heard Cui Qingqing scream and immediately stopped. Her old face was full of surprise. What was going on? Why was Cui Qingqing screaming? Could it be that he was plotted against by those little bastards again? Because the distance was a bit far and Qin Feiyang and Cui Qingqing were at the bottom of the sinkhole, the old woman in a green robe did not know what had happened. But Cui Qingqing's painful scream made her feel frightened and uneasy. Shua. After a little struggle, she decisively turned around and fled this place. But at this time, the double-winged snow eagle found her and was quite surprised. She did not escape? Fatso also followed the double-winged snow eagle's gaze and looked at the old woman in a green robe. He sneered, "It seems that she wants to be the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada. Since she wants to die, we must certainly fulfill her wish. Fatso Eagle, you go and kill her. I will go and help little Qinzi." Wolf King's eyes flashed with killing intent. No problem. Fatso and the double-winged snow eagle laughed, turned in the air, and chased after the old woman in a green robe. Wolf King continued to rush towards the sinkhole. At the bottom of the sinkhole, Cui Qingqing had stopped screaming and looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. "Why are you not dead?" "Why?" Qin Feiyang chuckled and forcefully pulled out the ice blade. Cui Qingqing's heart suddenly spurted blood like a column, and he collapsed weakly. Qin Feiyang slowly got up. The injuries all over his body made him grimace in pain. However, he was strong-willed and could still bear it. After getting up, he took a deep breath, looked down at Cui Qingqing and said, "Because I have merged with the fire of life." "What?" Cui Qingqing's face changed and he said in shock, "You also have the fire of life?" Qin Feiyang said, "Is it strange?" "Isn't it strange?" Cui Qingqing asked. "How could ordinary people obtain a treasure like the fire of life?" But then he said, "No, even if you have merged with the fire of life and have an immortal body, there is still a limit. Once this limit is exceeded, you will still die. And the sky-shattering fist is my strongest trump card, and I am a battle saint. Just the fire of life is not enough to let you live. There must be other factors," Cui Qingqing said. "You are quite smart. Yes, in addition to the fire of life, I also have a divine art. The fusion of this divine art and the fire of life can give me a real immortal body," Qin Feiyang said. "Divine art?" Cui Qingqing looked surprised and said, "Who are you?" Qin Feiyang said, "Qin Feiyang." "What? You are Qin Feiyang who slaughtered all the creatures in the first and second areas?" Cui Qingqing's eyes widened. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "Who told you? Your evil deeds are now known by everyone in the third area. Do you still need others to tell me?" Cui Qingqing sneered. Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows. Who was it that was spreading rumors? Mysterious Madam? But the mysterious Madam said that she would not disturb him for at least 5 years. So she should not have come to the third area to spread these rumors. Could it be Mu Qin? With the grudge between him and Mu Qin, it was really possible that she deliberately tricked him. Just as Qin Feiyang was deep in thought, Cui Qingqing's eyes flashed slightly. He raised his hand and reached for his Qingkuan bag, and the fire of life immediately rushed out of his Qingkuan bag. Then, he grabbed the fire of life and stuffed it into his mouth. "You're courting death." Seeing that Cui Qingqing was about to succeed, Wolf King rushed over from the sky, grabbed his ribs and smashed his head with his rod. Crack. Accompanied by a shrill scream, Cui Qingqing's head exploded like a watermelon, and he died on the spot. Trash. Wolf King looked at Cui Qingqing with disdain, grabbed the fire of life and looked at Qin Feiyang. "You're too careless, what if he really swallowed it? You still have the nerve to talk about me? I created such a good opportunity for you, but what about you? You didn't even hurt a single hair on his head." If I hadn't heard his words and faked my death here to ambush him, not to mention the fire of life, I wouldn't even be able to get a single strand of hair. Chapter 793. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, Wolf King laughed embarrassedly. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it, took out a healing pill and swallowed it. This time his injuries were very serious. Not only was his body cracked, even his internal organs were severely injured. However, after fusing with the fire of life, every cell in his body was filled with a huge amount of life energy. With the help of the healing pill, his life was not in danger. But for a period of time he would definitely not be able to fight again. Not long after, a painful scream came from afar. It was the green-robed old woman's scream. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at Wolf King, searched Cui Qingqing's Qingkuan bag. Qingkuan bag? Wolf King was slightly stunned, and then its eyes lit up. It hurriedly squatted on the ground and stretched out its claws to search Cui Qingqing's clothes. It took out a Qingkuan bag, checked it for a while and said in joy, "There are so many 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs." "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang looked at it suspiciously and took the Qingkuan bag to check. There were indeed some 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs inside. Initial estimates showed that there were more than 200 stalks. Not bad. Qin Feiyang laughed. In addition to the medicinal herbs, there were also quite a few gold coins. This could be considered an unexpected gain. Suddenly, Wolf King frowned. Little Qin Zi, there is a problem that I can't figure out. What's the problem? Qin Feiyang looked at it and asked. That old witch could have used the teleportation gate to escape, but why didn't she open it? Wolf King was suspicious. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Wolf King's words really reminded him. As a war saint, he must have some teleportation gates on him at all times. And in the process of them chasing after the green-robed old woman, she had the chance to open the teleportation gate and escape. But why didn't she take out the teleportation gate until she died? After a while, Wolf King turned to look in the direction of Fatso and the two-winged snow eagle and asked suspiciously, Strange, why haven't Fatso and Old Eagle returned yet? Qin Feiyang also frowned. The place where the screams came from was about 2 to 3 miles away from here. Logically speaking, Fatso and Shuaying should have arrived by now and joined them. Could something have happened? Let's go and take a look. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. He dragged his tired body and flew over. A short while later, the man and the wolf saw a bloody corpse lying on the broken glacier. It was the green-robed old woman. However, there was no sign of Fatso or Shuaying in the surroundings. Wolf King said angrily, Where did those two bastards go? Whoosh. But his voice fell. Along with the sound of something breaking through the air, Fatty and the two-winged snow eagle flew over from above the glacier. Seeing Qin Feiyang and Wolf King standing beside the green-robed old woman's corpse, one man and one eagle were a little surprised. Swish. Following closely, they swooped down and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. Fatso immediately asked with concern, Boss, how are your injuries? I won't die. Qin Feiyang smiled and frowned. Where did you go? Hearing Qin Feiyang's answer, Fatso let out a long breath and said, We went to look for her Qingkuan bag. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked. After killing her, I guessed that there might be 10,000 years old medicinal herbs in her Qingkuan bag, so I searched her body, but I couldn't find her Qingkuan bag. Old Eagle and I guessed that she might have accidentally left it on the way to escape, so we ran back to look for it. As a result, we found a few fragments of the Qingkuan bag at the place where she fought with the black-robed old man. We guessed that it must have been accidentally destroyed when she was fighting with the black-robed old man. Fatso said. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. No wonder this woman didn't open the portal. It turned out that the Qingkuan bag was destroyed. Because once the Qingkuan bag was destroyed, the things inside would also shatter and turn into nothingness. I also found this jade box in her Qi. There was still some life energy left in it. It should be used to store the fire of life. Fatso took out a palm-sized jade box from his arms. The jade box was pure white and quite exquisite. Qin Feiyang looked at the jade box and laughed. Although it's a pity that we didn't get her Qingkuan bag, but no matter what, this time we can be considered a great victory. Go to the castle immediately and count the spoils of war this time. I estimate that we should be able to gather a few sets of small creation pills medicinal ingredients. Without waiting for Qin Feiyang to finish speaking, Fatso and Wolf King couldn't help but become excited. Especially the double-winged snow eagle. Suddenly, Wolf King stared at the fire of life in Qin Feiyang's hands, rolled his eyes and laid on the ground with a plop, exclaiming, I can't take it anymore. What's going on? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at it in shock. When I was fighting with Cui Qingqing just now, I suffered a very heavy injury. I have to fuse with the fire of life to be saved. Wolf King said in despair. Qin Feiyang, Fatso, and the double-winged snow eagle looked at each other in dismay. At that time they were all present. Why didn't they see this guy injured? If you want the fire of life, just say it. Why make up such a lame excuse? I can't take it anymore. Qin Feiyang, quickly save this emperor. In the future, this emperor will definitely do his best for you until the day he dies. The double-winged snow eagle also lay on the ground, stretched out its wings, and looked helplessly at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. Seeing the double-winged snow eagle imitating him, Wolf King was unhappy. He turned over and got up, angrily saying, What's the point of this? Shouldn't everything be first come, first served? What a joke. I contributed the most to snatching the fire of life this time. Of course it should belong to me. The double-winged snow eagle also flapped its wings and soared into the sky, staring at Wolf King without showing any weakness. Are you here to be funny? Ask little Qin Zi and Fatso, what did you do? Why do you say that you contributed the most? Wolf King said. The double-winged snow eagle said, Then tell me, where did you get injured? Why can't I see it? Wolf King said confidently, Nonsense, this is an internal injury. Of course you can't see it. I also have internal injuries. Do you believe me? The double-winged snow eagle said. Wolf King's veins suddenly bulged and he roared, Believe your ass. Get as far away as you can. Come on, show me how to get away first. The double-winged snow eagle clamored. Looking at the wolf and the eagle arguing, Qin Feiyang was really speechless. They even brought up internal injuries. What a clown. Cough. Qin Feiyang coughed, reached out and stopped the two beasts and said, Don't even think about it. After fusing with the fire of life, only one person could benefit. Just like him and Fatty, they were the only ones benefiting right now. But if they didn't fuse, everyone could absorb the energy of the fire of life to heal their injuries. So, unless it was a matter of life and death, he wouldn't let anyone fuse with it. Shwa. After saying that, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Fatso and Wolf King to the castle. Fire of life, 6th grade alchemy fire, saint level weapon ice blade, and countless tens of thousands of years old medicinal herbs. Risk and opportunity coexist. This sentence is indeed true. Qin Feiyang silently counted the spoils of war in his heart. Then, with a smile on his face, he soared into the sky and flew forward. Not long after, he found a lake, washed the blood stains on his body, changed into a clean set of clothes and continued on his way. 6 hours later, his injuries had mostly healed and his speed was getting faster and faster. On the horizon ahead, he could faintly see 2 tribes. Songhai tribe, Black Lion tribe, Red Smoke tribe. I have to investigate the background of these 3 tribes, Qin Feiyang whispered. Clang. Suddenly, the sound of weapons colliding entered Qin Feiyang's ears. Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, and immediately became vigilant, lowering his head to scan the area below. He had encountered 3 battle saints in a row and almost lost his life, so now, any slight movement would make him extra careful. Below there was a vast forest. The sound of weapons colliding came from the forest, not far from where he was. He could still sense 2 auras, but they were very weak. According to his judgment, it should be the aura of a battle emperor. Qin Feiyang secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If it was only a battle emperor, then there was no need to worry. After pondering for a while, he restrained his aura, landed in the forest and walked toward the place of the battle. A moment later, he crossed a snowy ridge, stood on an ice peak more than 100 feet high and looked down. Not far away, a man and a woman were fighting, rolling up snowflakes all over the sky. The surrounding trees had been destroyed by the fluctuations of the battle, and it was a mess. The man and woman were about the same age as him, in their 20s. The woman was about 1.75 meters tall, with icy skin and jade-like bones. She wore a white gauze dress and her eyes were as clear as a mirror. She was quite beautiful. The young man was also tall, wearing a purple robe. He had bright eyes and white teeth, and his appearance was extraordinary. Both of them held a 3-foot-long sword in their hands, and the sharpness was astonishing. At this moment their clothes were somewhat tattered, and there were bloodstains everywhere. Their cultivation were similar, both were 3-star battle emperors. Qin Feiyang had not seen a battle between battle emperors for a long time. Therefore for a moment he watched with great interest. However, after watching for a while he felt a little strange. Although their cultivation were the same, the young man in purple was obviously stronger than the woman in white. And now, the woman in white was indeed being forced back by the young man in purple. It could be said that if the young man in purple wanted to end the battle, he could do it immediately. However, the young man in purple did not kill the woman in white. After a while, the young man in purple was angry and roared, "Bitch, it's your fortune that I have taken a fancy to you. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless." Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Stop dreaming. Even if I die, I won't let you do as you wish," the woman in white scolded. Her bright eyes were filled with hatred, but there was also a trace of helplessness. "So that's how it is," Qin Feiyang whispered, and then the corner of his mouth curled up into a bitter smile. How melodramatic. Chapter 794. Die. "Let me tell you, if you don't obey me today, it'll be hard for you to die." The purple-clothed young man smiled disdainfully and stepped in front of the white-clothed woman, slashing the sword in his hand with all his strength. The white-clothed woman seemed to be a little flustered and blocked with her sword. Clang. However, the purple-clothed young man's strength was too great, making her arm numb. The sword in her hand immediately fell out of her hand and into the snow in the distance. See, this is the difference between you and me. The purple-clothed young man's disdain was even stronger. He raised his hand and slapped the white-clothed woman's chest. Oh! Suddenly, the white-clothed woman's delicate body trembled and spat out a mouthful of blood. With a bang she flew out and hit a tree stump. Eeh! It feels good. The purple-clothed young man looked down at his palm and then looked up at the white-clothed woman's chest. There was a trace of lewd smile in his eyes. Bastard! You wait, my father won't let you go. The white-clothed woman was angry and shouted. Don't worry. When the rice is cooked, your father will not kill me, but will beg me to marry you. The purple-clothed young man licked his lips and threw away the sword in his hand. Like a hungry wolf, he pounced on the white-clothed woman and couldn't wait to reach his hands into her dress. Bastard, stay away from me. The white-clothed woman was terrified to the extreme and desperately tried to push the purple-clothed young man away. But facing the purple-clothed young man who was beastly, how could she break free? Helplessness and despair instantly drowned her body and mind. I'm curious, in this world of ice and snow, can your little thing get hard? But at this time, a playful voice suddenly sounded from the side. Oh! The purple-clothed young man was shocked and turned his head to look. He saw that not far away, there was actually a white-clothed young man who appeared out of nowhere. This white-clothed young man was none other than Qin Feiyang. He was very disgusted with this kind of bullying behavior. So, he stood up and stopped the purple-clothed young man's beastly behavior. At this moment, Qin Feiyang hid his aura like an ordinary person. And his injuries had not healed and his face was faintly pale. At first glance, he was like a sick young man. The purple-clothed youth glanced at Qin Feiyang, disdain crawling up his face as he said, "Let me tell you, don't meddle in other people's business." His body was still firmly pressing down on the woman in white, not giving her a chance to escape. The woman in white struggled a few times but she couldn't break free. She also looked at Qin Feiyang. Her teary eyes were filled with pleading. Qin Feiyang looked at her and smiled at the purple-clothed youth. Shouldn't this kind of thing be consensual? Why do you talk so much nonsense? Do you want to die? Scram if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, if you anger this young master, you won't have a good time. The purple-clad young man said angrily. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Don't go, please, I beg you, save me. The white-clothed woman immediately began to plead as well, her tears falling like rain. Don't be afraid. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, looked at the purple-clothed youth and said, I'm sorry, there's nothing wrong with me, I just can't stand seeing a woman cry in front of me, especially such a beautiful little girl. You're courting death. The purple-clothed youth became ferocious. He stood up and grabbed the battle sword, staring at Qin Feiyang fiercely and said, Do you know who this young master is? Tell me, let's see if you can scare me. Qin Feiyang still had a faint smile on his face. Listen carefully to this young master. This young master is the son of the Black Cloud tribe's leader, He. Do you know how strong my father is? Let me tell you, he is an invincible 9-star war sect. The purple-clothed youth said proudly. Qin Feiyang was stunned. If the 9-star war sect was invincible, then wouldn't the war saint be heaven-defying? The frog at the bottom of the well was truly pitiful. You would never know how big the outside world was. You really scared me. Qin Feiyang chuckled, and walked towards the purple-clothed youth step by step. Looks like you really want to die. The purple-clothed youth laughed coldly, raised his battle sword and slashed towards Qin Feiyang. Be careful. The white-clothed woman who was curled up in a ball by the side was extremely frightened. When she saw this scene, her expression changed drastically as she hurriedly cried out. Clang. But before he could finish his sentence, Qin Feiyang raised his arm, and with a light pinch of his index and middle fingers, he directly caught the blade of the sword. What? The purple-clothed youth and the white-clothed woman were immediately dumbstruck. He actually blocked the battle sword with his bare hands? Was this a dream? I don't believe it. The purple-clothed youth roared, wanting to pull out the battle sword. But no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to pull back the battle sword. Just because your father is strong doesn't mean that you can do whatever you want. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, and with a slight force from his index finger, accompanied by a clanging sound, the battle sword flew out of the purple-clothed youth's hand and stabbed into the snow not far away. At the same time, the purple-clothed youth was also forced to retreat, and his arm that was holding the sword was bleeding profusely. Isn't this strength too strong? The purple-clothed youth's face turned pale as he stared at Qin Feiyang in shock. Women are meant to be loved, not used to vent their lust, understand? Qin Feiyang said lightly. Yes, 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 I know I was wrong. The purple-clothed youth's gaze trembled as he nodded his head repeatedly. Scram. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said. The purple-clothed youth hurriedly turned around and fled as if he had been pardoned. He didn't even care about his battle sword. You bastard, how dare you disturb this young master's good fortune? Just you wait, you will be finished soon. After running for a distance, the purple-clothed youth saw that Qin Feiyang did not chase after him, so he left a threat without turning his head. Qin Feiyang was stunned. How dare he threaten him? He was truly a person who was not afraid of death. However, he was too lazy to care about it. He was just a war emperor, what could he do to hurt him? Even if the leader of the Black Cloud tribe came, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. So, the purple-clothed youth disappeared from Qin Feiyang's line of sight. Seeing the purple-clothed youth leave, the white-clothed woman finally got rid of the fear in her heart. She stood up and tidied up her dress and said gratefully, "Thank you." It's nothing, it's nothing. Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile and turned around to leave. Seeing that, the white-clothed woman hurriedly said, "Wait, I haven't asked for Big Brother's name yet?" Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said without turning his head. But after saying that, he regretted it. Cui Qingqing had said that the rumor that he had killed all the people in the first and second areas was already known to everyone in the third area. And this woman definitely knew about it as well. He turned to look at the woman, his eyes flickering. Qin Feiyang, at the same time. The white-clothed woman also looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said, "What do you want to say?" The white-clothed woman stammered, looking rather nervous. Qin Feiyang asked again, "Do you think I look like a murderous demon king?" "Not at all." The white-clothed woman shook her head and said, "But now, everyone is talking about how you massacred everyone in the first and second areas. Gossip is a fearful thing." Qin Feiyang sighed deeply, turned around and left in large strides. Looking at Qin Feiyang's back, the white-clothed woman struggled for a moment and said, "Qin Dage, wait." Then he chased after him. "Is there anything else?" Qin Feiyang stopped and turned to look at her suspiciously. "No matter what kind of person you are, Qin Dage, I have to thank you properly. So, I boldly invite Qin Dage to my tribe as a guest, and I hope Qin Dage won't refuse." The white-clothed woman said with a face full of sincerity. This, Qin Feiyang hesitated. "Don't worry, my father and the clansmen of my tribe are all grateful people, and they won't reveal your identity." The white-clothed woman seemed to have seen Qin Feiyang's concern and said again, "Well, I happen to have a lot of questions and I want to ask you." Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. The white-clothed woman was overjoyed and quickly ran to pick up the battle sword that had fallen before, and then ran to Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "My tribe is not far ahead, Qin Dage, please." Qin Feiyang smiled, turned around and strode forward. But just as he turned around, the white-clothed woman's eyes suddenly surged with a cold light, and the arm holding the battle sword suddenly raised, piercing Qin Feiyang's back like lightning, and penetrating his lower abdomen. His chi was also instantly shattered. Immediately, Qin Feiyang's face flushed red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The white-clothed woman seemed to be very scared, and quickly pulled out the battle sword and retreated far away. Qin Feiyang looked down at the wound on his lower abdomen, and for a moment, he found it hard to believe that this woman would actually plot against him. One had to know. It was he who had saved the white-clothed woman's life before. Moreover, this woman appeared to be so kind and pure. Swish. He suddenly turned around, stared at the white-clothed woman and said, "This is your so-called gratitude?" As if frightened by Qin Feiyang's gaze, the white-clothed woman kept retreating and said, "You killed so many people, your sins are monstrous and you deserve to die. I am eliminating evil for the people. What's more, the city lord of Tianyang City has already put a bounty on you." "Bounty?" Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment before he mocked, "I think it's fake to get rid of evil for the people. It's more like it's for the bounty. I'm very curious, how much bounty did that Heavenly Sun City Lord put on me?" 500 billion gold coins, a type of 6th grade pill fire. The white-clothed woman said. "I'm so valuable." Qin Feiyang laughed. He didn't die even after encountering 3 great 1-star battle saints, and now he actually fell into the hands of a 3-star battle emperor. What a joke. Suddenly, his eyes burst out with a shocking killing intent. Clang. With a thought, Chang Shui appeared, streaking across the sky like lightning, and entered the white-clothed woman's heart. With a blood-curdling scream, the white-clothed woman died on the spot, and blood splattered 3 feet. Although his chi was shattered, and he was equivalent to a cripple, Controlling Chang Shui did not require battle chi and only required a thought. No matter how kind a person looks on the surface, they can't be trusted easily. Looking at the white-clothed woman's corpse, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but let out a long sigh. This was the price of trusting a person easily. However, after fusing with the fire of life, the shattering of the Qi Si was not a fatal injury. Moreover, he still had the Spirit Si pill, and as long as he recuperated for a period of time, his Qi Si would be able to recover. Following that. Chapter 795. Little Qin Zi, is that woman beautiful? As soon as they entered the castle, Wolf King approached Qin Feiyang and asked sneakily. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked in confusion, "What do you mean? You have always been vigilant, but this time you fell into the hands of a woman. So we were thinking that she must be a great beauty." Wolf King chuckled. Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at Fatso and the others. Everyone's eyes were full of ridicule. Wolf King urged, "Tell us, we are really curious." Qin Feiyang's face darkened and he said angrily, "That's enough. Who hasn't made a mistake? It's understandable for others to make a mistake, but it's unusual for you to make a mistake." The fatty chuckled and a wretched grin appeared on his face. Qin Feiyang was helpless to the extreme. He was not a god. He was just a mortal with the naked eye. Besides, even if he was a god, there would be times when he made a mistake. Was it necessary to tease him like this? He was too lazy to talk nonsense. He directly sat cross-legged on the ground, took a Spirit Si pill, and began to repair his Qi Si. Seeing this, Fatso and the others couldn't help but snicker. Fatso said secretly, "Do you think we should just let it go?" "Nonsense, of course we can't just let it go." Lu Hong snorted coldly. The fatty was slightly taken aback. He looked at Lu Hong playfully with a meaningful smile on his face. Not long after Qin Feiyang entered the castle, a group of people flew over aggressively. The person in the lead was a burly man. He was about 1.9 meters tall and wore a pair of black shorts. His upper body was exposed, and his bronze skin was full of explosive power. His eyes were sharp, his muscles bulged, and his whole body exuded a wild aura. Beside the burly man was a young man. His face was pale and his gaze was weak. However, there was a sinister look between his brows. It was the purple-clothed youth who had escaped earlier, Hiyu. There were more than 10 people behind the two of them. Their strength was not bad either, and the weakest was a 1-star battle ancestor. Not long after, a group of people arrived at the scene of the incident. Hiyu pointed downwards and said, "Uncle, it was here earlier." The burly man swept his gaze across the glacier below. Looking at the radius of several miles, there was not even a shadow of a ghost, let alone a human. He turned to Hiyu and frowned. "Are you sure?" "Yes." Hiyu nodded. A black-clothed man behind him said, "Could it be that he has already gone to the White Cloud tribe?" "Impossible. The White Cloud tribe is adjacent to our Black Cloud tribe. If he really went to the White Cloud tribe, he would definitely meet us on the way." The burly man shook his head. After pondering for a while, he waved his hand and said, "Go down and search carefully. See if you can find any clues." "Yes." The 10 or so people behind the burly man respectfully responded and spread out in all directions, starting a carpet search. Hiyu swept his gaze across the forest below, and his gaze became gloomier. He said, "Uncle, no matter what, we can't let him escape." "Don't worry. With Uncle here, as long as we can find him, he will definitely die today. But you don't blame Uncle for scolding you. What you did this time was really inappropriate." The burly man said. "This?" Hiyu frowned and said, "Didn't you and Father ask me to take down that woman? Why are you blaming me now?" "Yes. We asked you to take down Yikaya. As long as you can marry her, our Black Cloud tribe will be able to nibble away their White Cloud tribe step by step. At that time, when our two tribes merge into one, our Black Cloud tribe's position in the third region will change completely. But your father and I want you to please Hikaya and make her willing to be your woman. You, on the other hand, actually tricked her out and forced yourself on her. Isn't this ruining our good fortune?" The burly man said angrily. Hiyu heard this and lowered his head. He said, "Uncle, I was wrong. It's good that you know you were wrong. The main problem now is that we can't let the White Cloud tribe know about this. Our two tribes are equal in strength. If we really fight because of this, it will definitely be a situation where both sides lose." The burly man said with a trace of worry between his eyebrows. Hiyu was shocked and secretly said, "Uncle, you mean to silence them by killing them?" "That's right. No matter if it's Yi Kaier or the person who ruined your plan, they must die." The burly man nodded, his eyes full of killing intent. While the two were talking, on the snowy ground below, a burly man who was searching around suddenly felt as if he had stepped on something. He squatted down in surprise and dug away the snow, and a female corpse immediately came into his sight. Yikai, He suddenly changed color and shouted, "Come over quickly. What's the situation?" Hiyu and the burly man looked at each other and quickly swooped down and landed beside the burly man. When they saw the female corpse, their faces were filled with shock. "What's going on? Didn't you say that person saved Yikai? But how did she die here?" The people who heard the news all looked at Hiyu in surprise. "I don't know either." Hiyu also had a confused look on her face. Suddenly, the burly man's eyes lit up and said, "This is a good thing." "Good thing?" Everyone looked at him suspiciously. The burly man looked at Hiyu and said, "Yikai's death must be related to that person, and as long as Yikai is dead, other than us, no one will know what you did to Yikai. Doesn't that person know?" Hiyu frowned. "So what if he knows? Will the White Cloud tribe believe his words?" "Let me tell you, go to the White Cloud tribe later and tell Yikai's father." The burly man whispered a few words in Hiyu's ear. After listening, Hiyu's eyes lit up, he gave a thumbs up and said with a sinister smile, "Great, uncle is indeed worthy of being the star of wisdom of my Black Cloud tribe." Looking at the two people who were laughing sinisterly, the more than 10 people of the Black Cloud tribe next to them were all puzzled. The burly man chuckled, looked at the others and said, "Don't ask anything, go back first and wait for a good show." Immediately, the group of people went back the way they came. "Are you going to leave just like that?" But at this moment, a joking voice sounded. Wolf King and Fatso appeared behind the group of people out of thin air. The castle was right next to Yikair's body, so the words of Hiyu were clearly heard by Qin Feiyang and the others. Although they did not hear the burly man's last words to Hiyu, they could imagine that it was definitely not a good thing. So, Qin Feiyang let Fatso and Wolf King come out and deal with these people. "Who are you? How did you appear?" Towards the sudden appearance of a man and a wolf, Hiyu and the others were also extremely surprised. Fatso looked at Hiyu and laughed. "If you can tell Fat Lord those last words, Fat Lord will tell you who we are and how we appeared." "You're courting death." Hiyu's eyes darkened and said, "Uncle, this might be that person's accomplice, we can't let them go." You're so smart?" "Yes, the man who scared you to the point of pissing your pants just now is my little brother." Wolf King let out a strange cry, his eyes full of ridicule. "Little brother? Heard of it?" The faces of the group of people from the Black Cloud tribe suddenly became incomparably strange. "Haha, are you here to be funny? You're just a beast, how could he be your little brother?" Following closely, the group of people burst into laughter. "You don't believe me? Then I'll let you see how powerful I am." Wolf King's eyes suddenly turned cold and shouted, "Fat little brother, kill them." Fatso was stunned, turned his head to look at Wolf King and said, "Are you talking to me?" "Nonsense. Is there anyone else here other than you?" Wolf King raised his eyebrows and said. Fatso was stunned, his face twitching non-stop. Seeing Wolf King's aggressive manner, he thought that Wolf King would personally make a move, but he did not expect that the result would be him making a move. Actually, this didn't matter. After all, they were on the same side, so it was the same no matter who made a move. However, the title of Fat Little Brother made him a little unhappy. "What are you doing? Is it wrong for you to call me little brother?" Seeing Fatso not moving for a long time, Wolf King raised his eyebrows, his eyes revealing an unfriendly look. "Who said that?" "It's Fat Lord's honor to be able to be your little brother, Brother Wolf." Fatso shrunk his neck and immediately roared. "That's it." Wolf King chuckled, waved his claws and said, "Go, let them see our strength." "All right." Fatso nodded and ran towards Hiyu and the others. Hiyu and the others looked at each other in dismay. Where did these two come from? Wasn't this too funny? Bluff. The burly man's gaze turned cold as he directly struck out with his palm. A resplendent battle chi surged as it pounced towards Fatso. Fatso did not have any aura at the moment, and with his round body, he looked like a useless person. So, not only the burly man, even Hiyu did not put Fatso in his eyes. 7 Stars War Sect, very awesome. At the same time, Fatso stared at the burly man, his face full of smiles. Shwa. Suddenly, his speed increased greatly. Like a bolt of lightning, he calmly dodged the battle chi and instantly landed in front of the burly man. What? This speed? The burly man's expression changed as he roared, Not good, they are pretending to be pigs to eat tigers. I'll hold him back, you guys run. Just by looking at this speed, the burly man knew that Fatso and Wolf King were hiding their strength. When the dozen or so Black Cloud tribe clansmen heard the burly man's words, they were shocked and hurriedly fled with Hiyu. I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on. Fatso looked at the people who were escaping. He suddenly raised his fan-like hand and grabbed towards the burly man's neck. Don't be arrogant, I'm a 7 Stars War sect after all. The burly man shouted angrily, and threw a punch at Fatso without dodging. Fatso grinned, the dragon transformation art was instantly activated, and his aura soared. What? This aura, it actually surpasses the 9 Stars War sect. The burly man's face was filled with shock. He did not dare to continue fighting, retracted his fist and fled in panic. What are you running for? The corner of Fatso's mouth lifted. He used the return to one step and chased after the burly man like lightning, smashing his fist onto the burly man's back. Fatso, who had transformed into a dragon warrior, whether it was his defensive power or his offensive power, it would increase exponentially. Fatso himself was a 6-star war sect, and the dragon transformation art was a perfect battle art. Therefore, his current fighting strength had already surpassed the 9 Stars War sect. How could the burly man withstand a punch that surpassed the 9 Stars War sect? Boom. On the spot. The burly man was sent flying by the punch, his internal organs ruptured, and with a blood-curdling scream, he flew out horizontally and smashed into a snowy ridge in front of him. With a loud rumble, the snowy mountain range collapsed and buried him. You can't even withstand a single blow. Fatso shook his head and sneered. He raised his head and looked at Hiyu and the others. A black-clothed man opened a teleportation gate, and a group of people were preparing to escape through the teleportation gate. Before we escape, do we have to get Fat Lord's permission? Fatso sneered. He raised his hand and waved it. Black Dragon Battle Chi appeared, and like a black python, it roared and rushed forward. Boom. Chapter 796. Trash. Fatso smiled disdainfully, took back his arm, turned around and walked to Wolf King. He laughed and said, Well, Fat Lord is awesome, right? Humph, it's just a group of small fish. What's there to be proud of? Wolf King rolled his eyes at him and whispered, Little Chinzi, that's enough. Take us to the castle. Before his voice died away, Fatso and Wolf King disappeared into thin air, as if they had evaporated from the world, leaving no trace. However, not long after they disappeared, a bloody figure crawled out from the collapsed snowy mountain. It was the burly man. Glancing at the empty snowy land, he immediately opened a portal and climbed in. The next moment, he landed in front of the gate of a tribe. 2 tall burly men stood on both sides of the gate. As soon as they saw the burly man, their faces changed. They hurried forward and asked in surprise, What's wrong with you? The burly man did not answer but asked anxiously, Did you and the others come back? I didn't see them. The 2 men shook their heads. The burly man's heart sank. He said, Take me to the chief. Okay. The 2 men hurriedly helped the burly man up. One of them immediately carried the burly man on his back and rushed into the tribe. Soon, the 2 men came to a wooden building in the center of the tribe. The door of the wooden building was closed. The burly man carried the burly man on his back and rushed in. Why are you in such a panic? A displeased voice could be heard in the wooden building. In the center of the hall there was a white animal skin. A middle-aged man in white was sitting cross-legged on the animal skin with his eyes closed. He was thin, about 1.8 meters tall, and his cold facial features had a great majesty. This man was the chief of the Black Cloud tribe. The burly man said anxiously, Second brother, did you come back? The chief of the Black Cloud tribe was stunned and opened his eyes. When he saw the burly man full of scars, his face suddenly changed. He hurriedly got up and walked to the sturdy man's side. Looking at the sturdy man, he asked in surprise, Big brother, what happened to you? The burly man roared, Answer me first, is you back yet? No. The leader of the Black Cloud group shook his head. It's over. The burly man's face instantly turned ashen. Seeing this, the leader of the Black Cloud Alliance couldn't help but have a bad premonition in his heart. He urged, What's going on? Big brother, quickly tell us. Put me down. The burly man patted the burly man's shoulder. The burly man squatted down. When the burly man's feet touched the ground, the burly man turned around and supported the burly man. It's like this? The burly man looked at the leader of the Black Cloud tribe and explained everything that had happened in detail. What? Hearing those words, the leader of the Black Cloud tribe staggered and nearly fell to the ground. Second brother, It's Big Brother's fault for not being able to protect you. If you want to beat me or scold me, feel free to do so. The burly man blamed himself. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe closed his eyes, his face filled with pain. A moment later, he opened his eyes and shook his head. Big Brother, this isn't your fault. It's my fault. If I could have gone there myself, none of this would have happened. But, the burly man wanted to say something, but the leader of the Black Cloud tribe extended his hand and said, Big Brother, it's already happened. There's no need to argue about who's right and who's wrong. The most important thing right now is to avenge everyone. When he said the last sentence, a strong killing intent burst out from his eyes. Second brother, don't be rash. That fatso's strength is very terrifying. At that time, when he turned into a dragon form, his aura surpassed that of the 9-Star War sect. If even he is so strong, then one can imagine that the wolf's strength is definitely stronger than his. That's why we have to take the long view. The burly man hurriedly said. Stronger than the 9-Star War sect? The leader of the Black Cloud tribe was stunned. Do you know them? I've never seen it before, nor have I heard of it before. The burly man shook his head. Strange. I have some understanding of the major tribes in the third area. Why have I never heard of anyone who can transform into a dragon form? The leader of the Black Cloud tribe frowned. The burly man said in a deep voice, no matter who they are, we have to make them pay the price. Second brother, I have a good idea. Speak. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe looked at him. The burly man waved to the leader of the Black Cloud tribe. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe walked forward and whispered a few words into his ear. Good idea. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe was overjoyed. He supported the burly man and looked at the burly man beside him. You guys go to the White Cloud tribe immediately and tell Yi Chi that his daughter has been killed. Yes, sir. The burly man respectfully replied, opened a teleportation door and quickly left. Big brother, you should rest first. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe also supported the burly man and walked to the beast's skin. He let the burly man sit on the beast's skin, then took out a healing pill and fed it to the burly man. About 100 breaths passed. Shwa. Two figures suddenly descended out of thin air. One of them was the burly man who had been ordered to go to the White Cloud tribe. The other person was a middle-aged man in black. His body was thin, his facial features were as sharp as knives, and his long black hair draped over his shoulders. He exuded an astonishing domineering aura. But at this moment, his face was as gloomy as water, giving people a sense of crisis as if a volcano was about to erupt. This person was the leader of the White Cloud tribe, Yi Kai's father, Yi Chi. How did my daughter die? As soon as Yi Chi arrived, he stared at the leader of the Black Cloud tribe and the burly man. Brother Yi, don't worry. Let me tell you slowly. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe quickly comforted him. Yi Chi roared. It's not your daughter who died. Of course you're not worried. Yi Chi, don't go too far. This time not only your daughter but my son Hiyu also died. Even more than a dozen battle masters in my tribe were killed. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe said angrily. What? Who did it? Yi Chi was surprised. I don't know either. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe shook his head. Yi Chi took a deep breath and calmed down. Tell me the details. You know that I've always wanted to form an alliance with the White Cloud tribe. So not long ago I asked you, to invite your daughter out to play and cultivate their relationship. Although your daughter was a little resistant to my son, it was a peaceful journey. But on their way back, a young man in white suddenly appeared. As soon as this person saw your daughter, he was lustful and wanted to take her by force. Before the leader of the Black Cloud tribe finished speaking, Yi Chi said angrily, damn it. Then what about your son? Why didn't he save my daughter? Of course he saved her. Although you, was arrogant and domineering, he was infatuated with your daughter. But that person was too strong. You, was not his opponent at all. In the end, not only did he not save your daughter, but he was also seriously injured by that person. You, knew that he couldn't fight head-on, so he pretended not to care and ran back to us for help. I also immediately asked my big brother to bring a dozen war sect members to rescue your daughter. But when they arrived at the scene of the incident, they found that your daughter had already been killed. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe said with a sorrowful face. Yi Chi clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. He looked at the burly man who was seriously injured and said in a low voice, was your son also killed by that person? No, it's his accomplice. His accomplice is very strong. My big brother was heavily injured by them. And according to my big brother, their strength even surpasses that of the 9-Star War sect. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe said. What? Surpassing the 9-star war sect, could it be a war saint? Yi Chi was surprised. It's not a war saint. According to my guess, it should be some kind of battle technique that has greatly increased their strength. The burly man said. Yi Chi frowned. Then how strong are their cultivations? At that time there was only one fatso who made a move. His cultivation seemed to be at the 6-star war sect. The burly man said. A 6-star war sect, to be able to display strength that surpasses that of a 9-star war sect, doesn't that mean? He has mastered a perfect battle technique. Yi Chi said in shock. That's what I thought too. That's why I called you here. I want to join hands with your White Cloud tribe to kill this thief and avenge our children. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe said with a bone-piercing killing intent. This. Yi Chi on the other hand hesitated. Although his daughter's death caused him great pain as the leader of a tribe, he had no choice but to weigh the pros and cons. To even have a perfect battle technique, the identity of this group of people was definitely not simple. In order to avenge his daughter, it was obviously not wise to provoke such an existence. This was because it was extremely likely that this would bring a calamity to his White Cloud tribe. Brother Yi, I know your concerns, but we can't let them die in vain. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe shouted. Yes. As long as we do it cleanly, even if there's someone behind them, they won't be able to find out that we did it. Moreover, they were the ones who were in the wrong in the first place. If we really want to cause trouble, we can go to Tianyang City and ask the city lord of Tianyang City to uphold justice for us. The burly man followed. That makes sense. Yi Chi nodded and said, all right, let's join hands to kill this thief. Immediately bring me to the scene of the incident. Heard of it? A hint of a crafty smile flashed across the eyes of the leader of the Black Cloud tribe. Then he looked at the burly man and said, Big brother, can you do it? Yes. The burly man nodded, got up with difficulty, opened a portal and walked in with the two leaders. In the next moment, the three of them descended above the scene of the incident. When he saw Yi Kai, lying in the snow, her body frozen stiff, Yi Chi immediately cried out in grief. Whoosh! The three of them landed beside Yi Kai. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe looked at Yi Kai, and sighed. There are many scratches on her body. It's obvious that before she died she was forcefully. His meaning was self-evident. Before she died, Yi Kai was humiliated by Qin Feiyang. However, the leader of the Black Cloud tribe and the burly man actually knew that these scratches were caused by Hiyu. But Yi Chi did not know. Chapter 797. Inside the castle. What's going on? Fatso and Wolf King looked at each other when they heard Yi Chi's roar. Didn't he kill them all? How could someone find this place? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, there should be survivors. That's impossible. I killed them all. Fatso said firmly. Qin Feiyang glanced at him and said, don't worry about it. Let's talk about it after I recover my Qi Ocean. Then he closed his eyes and continued to heal his wounds. Outside. After waiting for a long time, Yi Chi squatted down in pain and looked at Yi Kai's pale face. Don't worry. I will avenge you. They must have escaped. Brother Yi, it seems that we have to send everyone from our two tribes to find them. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe said. Yi Chi gritted his teeth and said, then let's find them. Then he picked up Yi Kai, and strode away. But after a few steps, Yi Chi suddenly turned around and asked the leader of the Black Cloud tribe, do you know what that person looks like? Yes. When Yura went back to ask for help, she showed me his face. I will never forget it. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe nodded and waved his hand. Battle Qi surged and formed Qin Feiyang's shadow. Yi Chi took a deep look at Qin Feiyang's shadow, then turned around and left. Not only did we resolve the crisis, but we also made the White Cloud tribe join us. Big brother, you're really smart. After Yi Chi left, the leader of the Black Cloud tribe looked at Yi Chi's back and smiled proudly. In terms of strength, I'm not as good as Yi Chi, but in terms of intelligence he can't catch up. Now he's blinded by hatred. When we find those little bastards, he'll be the first to rush up. We'll wait for them to both be injured and then reap the benefits. At that time, not only can we kill that bastard and avenge you, but we can also take down the White Cloud tribe. The burly man sneered. Killing two birds with one stone. The eyes of the chief of the Black Cloud tribe brightened. A trace of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. Very soon, the war masters and war emperors of the two great tribes moved out one after another. Tens of thousands of people began a carpet search of this area. At the same time, there was an ancient city tens of thousands of miles away from the Black Cloud tribe and the White Cloud tribe. The city was called White Tiger City, which was home to millions of people. The White Tiger City's position in the 3rd district was similar to the White Fox City in the 1st district. At this moment, in the private room of a certain restaurant in the city, a purple-clothed youth sat beside a tea table and looked at a black-robed old woman in front of him. This purple-clothed youth was none other than Mu Qing. The black-robed old woman was the previous housekeeper of the Mu family. Mu Qing asked, "How's the investigation going?" "I've investigated all the opponents of the Mu family in the past. They're either dead or alive. There's no one missing," the black-robed old woman said. Mu Qing frowned and said, "So, you found nothing?" The black-robed old woman pondered for a while and said, "It's not that we haven't found anything. Young master, do you know the chief tower master of the Pill Tower?" Mu Qing was stunned and said, "Of course I do. Isn't he in the Central Divine Kingdom now?" "No. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about the previous chief tower master," the black-robed old woman said. Mu Qing raised his eyebrows and said, "I heard from my father that the previous chief tower master died 10,000 years ago. Why did you suddenly mention her?" "Because she's a little suspicious. First, she's also a woman. Secondly, although she has already died, no one has seen her body. Back then, the ancestors of the Mu family personally went to look for her body, but they didn't find anything," the black-robed old woman said. "That shouldn't be possible. The previous chief tower master's strength has already reached the peak. If she's really not dead, why would she hide like this?" Mu Qing frowned. "That's what I think too. But the question is, who else could it be other than her?" The black-robed old woman frowned and couldn't figure it out. Mu Qing asked curiously, "Then how did the previous chief tower master die?" "You'll have to ask the patriarch and the elders. I'm not very clear about this either. I only know that the death of the previous chief tower master seems to have something to do with the ancestors of the Mu family," the black-robed old woman said. "Something to do with the ancestors?" Mu Qing was surprised. After pondering for a while, he shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be the previous chief tower master." "What do you mean?" The black-robed old woman looked at him suspiciously. "The previous chief tower master knows the importance of the heavenly thunder flame and the ice flame better than anyone else. If that mysterious lady is really the previous chief tower master, she definitely wouldn't have given these two kinds of alchemy fire to Qin Feiyang." Mu Qing smiled. "That makes sense." The black-robed old woman nodded and asked again, "Then who is this person? Who has such a deep hatred for the Mu family?" "That's right. Although the Mu family's strength is enough to control the entire Forgotten Continent, we have been hiding from the world all these years and have never shown our faces in public. Even in the Central Divine Kingdom, there are very few people who know about the Mu family. But that woman could tell at a glance that you are the previous chief steward of the Mu family. This is too strange, isn't it?" Mu Qing whispered, his eyes filled with deep confusion. A moment later, he shook his head and stood up, saying, "Let's talk about this later. Let's go to Tianyang City and get the heavenly sun flame." After saying that, he took out an illusory pill and changed his appearance into Qin Feiyang's. "Young master, why are you doing this?" The black-robed old woman was surprised. "Of course I'm framing this guy." Mu Qing grinned and opened a portal. He strode in with the black-robed old woman. Time flew by. 3 days passed. Qin Feiyang's Qi was finally completely repaired. His essence, energy, and spirit were also restored to their peak state. Phew. He opened his eyes and let out a long breath. He stood up and glanced at Fatso and the others who were cultivating. He did not disturb them and directly left the ancient castle, appearing in the snow. Not far away in a forest, 2 big men, one tall and one short, sat side by side on a rock at the edge of the forest. Their brows were tightly knitted together. "I really don't know what the leader is thinking. That person has already escaped, how could he still appear here?" The short man complained. "Yeah, it's meaningless for us to squat here." The tall man also said with dissatisfaction. "Boring." The short man shook his head and suddenly said, "Why don't I go find a few jugs of wine and we can drink while we wait?" "Heard about it?" The tall man's eyes lit up and nodded. "Sure, we can wait here for 3 consecutive days without a drop of wine. My mouth is so dry. Also, get a few pounds of beef jerky to go with the wine." "Okay, you watch, I'll be right back." The short man chuckled. Just as he got up, he saw Qin Feiyang standing in the snow. His eyes widened and he said in surprise, "Is it him?" "Who is it?" The tall man suspiciously got up and looked in the direction of the short man's gaze. His face suddenly surged with ecstasy. "Yes, it's him. The portrait that the leader gave us is exactly the same as him. I didn't expect him to really appear here. This time we have made a great contribution," quickly informed the leader. The two were overjoyed and quickly took out the image crystal. Qin Feiyang had already noticed these two people at the first moment, but he did not pay attention to them. He lowered his head and his eyes flickered. Although Ye Kai-er was indeed killed by him, the so-called abuse did not exist at all. This Black Cloud tribe wanted to shift all the blame onto him and then reap the benefits. Their intentions could be said to be extremely vicious. Originally, he did not intend to attack the Black Cloud tribe again, but these people were too insensible. If he did not teach them a lesson, they would not know how to restrain themselves. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he soared into the sky and looked at the two tribes in front of him. Boom. It was also at this moment. A terrifying aura descended. Yi Qi landed in front of Qin Feiyang, his face full of hatred. The two burly men did not hide anymore and ran out to stand behind Yi Qi. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Qi and asked, "Who are you?" After killing Ye Kai-er, he had been in the castle. So, he was still very unfamiliar with the leaders of the Black Cloud tribe and the White Cloud tribe. "My name is Yi Qi, I am Ye Kai-er's father. Give me back my daughter's life." Yi Qi roared and the aura of the 9-star battle sect erupted. Without saying a word, he charged towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and retreated like lightning. "I killed your daughter, but she plotted against me first. Bastard. You humiliated my daughter and even made a false accusation. You're worse than a pig or a dog." Yi Qi was furious. He took a mysterious step and chased after Qin Feiyang crazily. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Can you let me finish speaking first? You'll be used by others like this." "There's nothing to say. Today either you die or I die." Yi Qi had gone completely crazy. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang's heart was also filled with a monstrous rage. Originally he had saved Ye Kai-er out of kindness, but he didn't expect that it would cause so much trouble. To be honest, he didn't want to explain anymore. It was just a 9-star battle sect, he could just kill him. However, if he killed Yi Qi now, wouldn't the Black Cloud tribe scheme succeed? As for the Black Cloud tribe, he was determined to kill them. His eyes flashed slightly. Instead of retreating, he released his aura and started to fight with Yi Qi in the sky. His appearance would definitely alert the leader of the Black Cloud tribe. So, he planned to beat them at their own game and put on a show to make the leader of the Black Cloud tribe reveal his true form. Although it was just an act, he was serious. The Guiyuan sword art, the void returning art, and the phantom steps were all revealed. All of a sudden, the mountains and earth in this place cracked and the glaciers collapsed. It was like the scene before the end of the world. What? He appeared? At the same time, Black Cloud tribe. The burly man and the leader of the Black Cloud tribe looked at a clansman in front of them, their faces full of shock and doubt. That's right. Right now he's fighting with Yi Qi. It's hard to tell who's the winner. The clansman nodded. Alright. Let's go over now and catch them all in one fell swoop. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe was overjoyed and roared in high spirits. Don't worry. After we go over, don't show your face first. Find a place to hide and wait for both of them to be injured before coming out to deal with them. The burly man hurriedly said. Yes. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe nodded repeatedly, looked at the clansman and asked, Where are they fighting? The clansman said, The place where Ye Kai-er was killed. The burly man laughed and said, That place is full of jungles. There are many places to hide. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe was a little impatient. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and said, By the way, big brother, should we gather the other clansmen and the high priest to help? There's no need. Now that my injuries have healed, when both of them are injured, there'll be lambs waiting to be slaughtered. With the strength of the two of us, it's completely enough to take them down. The burly man chuckled as if everything was under his control. Chapter 798. High up in the sky. The battle between Qin Feiyang and Yi Qi had already reached its climax. Both of them were covered in wounds and blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the sky red. I didn't expect your strength to be so amazing, but you will definitely die today. Yi Qi became crazier and crazier. Hatred had already blinded his rationality. He only had one thought in his mind. That was to tear the beast in front of him who bullied his daughter into pieces. Is that so? Qin Feiyang sneered. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to lure the people of the Black Cloud tribe out, he would have gotten rid of this person long ago. Bang bang bang. The two of them constantly collided in the air, using all kinds of battle arts to the extreme. The terrifying aura was like a raging wave in the ocean, rushing in all directions and destroying everything. Boom. About a few hundred breaths later, the two of them collided again. This time, the collision was unprecedentedly fierce. The two of them flew out at the same time, blood spurting out of their mouths. His face was also pale and he looked very weak. Qin Feiyang said gloomily, "This is not my fault. Why won't you listen to my explanation? Go to hell and explain to the king of hell." Yi Qi was furious. His body shook and a shocking aura rushed into the sky like a volcanic eruption. At the same time, a huge beast shadow appeared behind him. It was a giant tiger that was dozens of feet long and pure white. It was like a towering mountain, floating in the sky and emitting an intimidating aura. Its millstone-sized eyes flashed with a terrifying murderous light. Battle Soul. Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted and he did not hesitate to activate the red sword soul. Clang. The sword soul rushed into the sky and the sword chi was like a rainbow shaking the world. Brr. Clang. The next moment, the red sword soul and the giant tiger met in the sky. A destructive aura was born with this place as the center, rolling out in all directions. Qin Feiyang and Yi Qi also half knelt in the air at the same time, blood spurting out of their mouths. His body was dripping with blood. His aura was also extremely unstable. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. "I didn't expect that with the strength of my 9-star battle sect I can't kill you." Yi Qi stared fixedly at Qin Feiyang, his expression filled with unwillingness. "In this world there are many things that you can't imagine." Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully. As he spoke, he glanced at the forest below from the corner of his eyes, and a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Whoosh! The next moment, two figures rushed out from a forest not far away. They were the leader of the Black Cloud tribe and the burly man. Yi Qi's eyes lit up when he saw the two of them. He hurriedly said, "You've come at the right time. I've already heavily injured this bastard. Quickly kill him." Qin Feiyang glanced at the two of them and said meaningfully, "I'm afraid they didn't come here just to kill me." The leader of the Black Cloud tribe and the burly man were stunned. What did he mean? Could it be that this person already knew about their scheme? However, the outcome had already been decided. Even if he knew, it didn't matter. Swish. The two of them landed beside Yi Qi. The chief of the Black Cloud tribe smiled and said, "Brother Yi, thank you for your hard work. As long as I can kill him, no matter how hard it is, it will be worth it." Yi Qi said, full of hatred. The burly man smiled and said, "Don't worry, he will definitely die. But before we kill him, you must die first." Yi Qi was stunned and frowned. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang said sarcastically, "You still don't understand. They want to kill you and take over your White Cloud tribe." What? Yi Qi turned pale with fright. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe and the burly man frowned and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. They asked, "How did you know?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Is this important?" The burly man frowned and smiled. "It's indeed not important. You're all going to die soon anyway." However, Yi Qi was still confused in the face of this sudden situation. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and slowly got up. He looked at Yi Qi and said, "I'll tell you the truth. The one who was blinded by lust wasn't me. It was his son." Yi Qi was stunned and shouted at the three of them, "Tell me what's going on?" At the same time, the two burly men who had first discovered Qin Feiyang also realized that something was wrong and quietly retreated, wanting to return to the White Cloud tribe to find reinforcements. However, the leader of the Black Cloud tribe and the burly man had been paying attention to them. The burly man immediately turned to look at the two of them and said, "If you don't want to die, then obediently stand there and don't move." The two of them stiffened and didn't dare to move. Their faces were filled with fear. Because they were only 1-star war sects, while the burly man was a 7-star war sect. Killing them was as easy as flipping one's hand. But looking at all of this, Qin Feiyang's eyes faintly contained a trace of ridicule. He could see through the burly man's thoughts with a single glance. From the burly man's point of view, the overall situation was already set. No one could stop the plan to annex the White Cloud tribe. As for the two burly men, although they were from the White Cloud tribe after the annexation, they would be part of the Black Cloud tribe. Of course, if the two of them were ordinary, they wouldn't care about them and would just kill them. But those two were both 1-star war sects. And to nurture a war sect, one would have to spend a lot of money and effort. It would be a pity to kill them. That was why the burly man kept the two of them. Following that, Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Qi. "The truth is, at that time he wanted to rape your daughter. I happened to meet her and saved her." But what I didn't expect was that your daughter would actually repay kindness with enmity and plot against me behind my back. Of course I had to kill her. After that, when the people of the Black Cloud tribe found out that your daughter was dead, they twisted the truth and said that I wanted to plot against your daughter. The reason why they're doing this is so that both sides will suffer. This way, not only can they kill me and avenge you, they can also kill you together. As long as you die, the White Cloud tribe will be theirs. Qin Feiyang said. What? Yi Qi's face was lifeless. He looked at the leader of the Black Cloud tribe and said, "So, your son approaching my daughter in the past was also premeditated. Ah. Since you've already exposed it, there's nothing to hide." That's right. A long time ago, I wanted to annex your White Cloud tribe. But I knew that you would definitely not give in so easily, so I let you approach your daughter. But what I didn't expect was that you would be so impulsive. He tricked your daughter out and forcefully took her. What I didn't expect even more was that this little bastard would come out halfway and ruin my son's good deed. But there's a saying that goes, mountains and rivers are endless, but there's always a light at the end of the tunnel. He actually killed your daughter. Naturally, I had to use this to fulfill my ambition. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe chuckled. Although he used death made him a little sad, it was worth sacrificing a son to annex the White Cloud tribe and fulfill his long-cherished wish. Damn it. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Yi Qi roared at Qin Feiyang. I wanted to tell you at first, but you didn't let me. Who's to blame? Qin Feiyang shrugged. I hate it. Yi Qi roared, his face full of regret. The chief of the Black Cloud tribe looked at Yi Qi with disdain. He turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and said, Brat, I'm very curious. You clearly saved Yi Ke, but why would she repay your kindness with enmity and plot against you? Yeah, why? My daughter would never bite the hand that feeds her. Yi Qi roared. Why else? It must be that after you were left, he was lusting after Yi Kai's beauty and wanted to do something bad. In the end, Yi Kai would rather die than obey him. This made him angry, so he ruthlessly killed Yi Kai. The burly man sneered. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. How could this person's imagination be so rich? He sized up the burly man, the corners of his mouth raised slightly and said, Do you think you're very smart? The burly man looked at him with contempt and said, This was all my idea. What do you think? Clap. Qin Feiyang raised his hands and clapped. He shook his head and sighed, What a sad frog in the well. What did you say? The burly man's face darkened. This person thought he was very smart, but he didn't know that in the eyes of others, he was just a clown who was fooling around. Qin Feiyang ignored him and looked at Yi Qi, saying, Your daughter plotted against me because she knew my true identity. True identity? The leader of the Black Cloud tribe and the burly man were shocked. Could it be that this person really had a powerful background? The burly man asked, Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am because you're going to die soon. Qin Feiyang smiled. The two of them looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh as if they were looking at an idiot. You want to kill us in your current state? The burly man sneered. Not to mention you, even if you call your two companions here, they won't be able to return alive today because I'm here. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe said proudly. You're so confident? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes, I'm confident. Your two companions are indeed very strong to be able to seriously injure my big brother, but my big brother is only a 7-star war sect. And I am a 9-star war sect. In front of me they can't even withstand a single blow. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe said contemptuously, full of confidence. Hearing your words, my two companions must be very angry right now. Qin Feiyang chuckled. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe said, Then call them over. It just so happens that I can catch all of you in one fell swoop. Alright, I'll do as you wish. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and with a thought, Wolf King and Fatso appeared out of thin air. As expected, the man and the wolf's eyes were filled with anger. Boom. At the same time they transformed and their auras suddenly doubled. Wolf King stared at the leader of the Black Cloud tribe arrogantly and said, Old dog, are you very arrogant? Seeing Fatso and Wolf King transform, the leader of the Black Cloud tribe was also quite surprised. But soon, this surprise was replaced by a strong sense of contempt. He looked at Wolf King and sneered, Killing you is like slaughtering a dog. No, you're a big wolf dog. Big wolf dog? Chapter 799. Boom. Sure enough, Wolf King was furious. It waved its claws and took out the rib. Staring at the burly man it said, We were careless last time and let you escape by luck. But this time even if God comes down, he won't be able to save you. As soon as it finished speaking, it used the air escape step and landed in front of the burly man in an instant. The burly man's expression changed. He hurriedly retreated in horror and shouted, "Second brother, save me." With just him? Wolf King was disdainful. "You're courting death." The leader of the Black Cloud tribe was right next to the burly man. Seeing this, he immediately attacked Wolf King. Trash. Wolf King waved the rib and smashed it directly on the wrist of the leader of the Black Cloud tribe. Ah! With a scream, the leader of the Black Cloud tribe was sent flying on the spot. His wrist also exploded in an instant. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. So strong. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe was shocked. Ichi was shocked. The burly man's face was even paler. "With your little strength, you dare to be arrogant in front of us. You're really tired of living." Wolf King's eyes were full of contempt. Its claws reached out and grabbed the burly man's head. With a light squeeze, the man's skull cracked with a crack. The sound of the skull cracking was not very loud, but it was like a clap of thunder that exploded in the burly man's mind. Immediately, his body was paralyzed. He knelt in the air and begged in horror, "Don't kill me. I know I'm wrong. I'll kowtow to you. A little trash like you doesn't even have the right to kowtow to me." Wolf King's claws exerted force and the burly man's head exploded like a watermelon. The scene was extremely bloody and terrifying. Yi Chi and the leader of the Black Cloud tribe were stunned. They never thought that these people were so powerful. The leader of the Black Cloud tribe was scared. His previous arrogance was gone, only fear was left. Whoosh! He quickly turned around and fled without looking back. "You want to escape after angering Brother Wolf? Is that possible?" Fatso laughed. Whoosh! But at this moment, two figures broke through the air and arrived. They were two middle-aged women. One was wearing a long white dress. One was wearing a long black dress. Although there were wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, she was still charming. These two were the high priests of the Black Cloud tribe and the White Cloud tribe. "Stop. We can't fight anymore." As the two of them flew, they called out to Yi Chi and the chief of the Black Cloud tribe. "What are you doing here? Go back quickly." Yi Chi and the chief of the Black Cloud tribe shouted anxiously. But those two turned a deaf ear to him. Soon they landed beside Yi Chi and the chief of the Black Cloud tribe. Furthermore, both of them looked at Qin Feiyang in unison, their faces full of horror. What happened? Yi Chi and the chief of the Black Cloud tribe were bewildered. The woman beside Yi Chi suddenly knelt in the air. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Little brother, we were wrong. Please let us go." The woman beside the chief of the Black Cloud tribe also knelt down and looked at Qin Feiyang pleadingly. Seeing this scene, Qin Feiyang, Fatso, and Wolf King were all confused. What was going on? Yi Chi and the chief of the Black Cloud tribe were completely dumbfounded. "I'm really sorry. Please do us a favor. You're a great person, so please don't stoop to our level, okay?" The two women begged again. Yi Chi glanced at Qin Feiyang, then looked at the woman and shouted, "What happened? Tell me." The woman said, "I just received news that someone stole the heavenly sun flame in Tianyang City." The high priest of the Black Cloud tribe nodded and said, "And that person brazenly broke into the Pill Pagoda." "What? There's actually such a thing?" Yi Chi and the chief of the Black Cloud tribe were dumbfounded and filled with disbelief. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also frowned. What kind of place was Tianyang City? What was the heavenly sun flame? Was it also an alchemy fire? Suddenly, Yi Chi quivered and came back to his senses. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said in surprise, "Then what does this have to do with him?" "That's because that person is him. And he's the murderer who massacred the 1st and 2nd districts, Qin Feiyang." The two women said word by word. Qin Feiyang. Yi Chi and the chief of the Black Cloud tribe trembled and looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. This person was actually that murderous demon king? They also understood why Yi Kai, had repaid kindness with enmity. Immediately, the two of them fell into deep fear. However, Qin Feiyang, Fatso, and Wolf King were confused. They had just entered the 3rd district and didn't even know where Tianyang City was. How could they break into the Pill Pagoda and steal the heavenly sun flame? Qin Feiyang looked at the two women and asked, "Is the heavenly sun flame an alchemy fire? You've already stolen it. Do you still need to ask us?" The two women said, "Answer my question." Qin Feiyang's gaze turned cold. The two of them couldn't help but shiver. They hurriedly nodded and said, "It's an alchemy fire and it's a 6th grade one." Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "When did this happen?" The high priest of the White Cloud tribe said, "According to the messenger from Tianyang City, it was about an hour ago." Qin Feiyang frowned. An hour ago he was still repairing his chi-si in the castle. Could it be that someone was impersonating him? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang asked again, "Are you sure that I was the one who stole the heavenly sun flame?" The two of them nodded. "Looks like someone really did impersonate me," Qin Feiyang muttered. "But who was it?" Fatso secretly said, "Could it be Mu Qin?" Mu Qin? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and continued to ask, "Who else was there when we stole the heavenly sun flame?" It said that there was also a black-robed old woman who was extremely strong. Even the Pill Tower's tower master was no match for her. The two women said. Killing intent flashed in Fatso's eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Then it must be Mu Qin. That bastard actually dared to frame you. He's courting death." A cold light also appeared in Wolf King's eyes. That black-robed old woman didn't hide her identity. This means that Mu Qin isn't afraid of us finding out. I think that the rumor of me slaughtering the first and second districts must have been spread by him. Qin Feiyang rubbed his aching forehead. That black-robed old woman was too strong. Even if he knew that it was Mu Qin who was behind it, he couldn't do anything to Mu Qin. But why did Mu Qin snatch the heavenly sun flame? Could it be that this heavenly sun flame was the same as the heavenly thunder flame and the ice frost flame, hiding some kind of secret? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said, "How far is Heavenly Sun City from here?" The high priest of the Black Cloud tribe said, "About 100,000 miles. "Give me the coordinates," Qin Feiyang said. How could they dare to hesitate? They hurriedly gave the coordinates to Qin Feiyang. After receiving the coordinates, Qin Feiyang scanned the four of them, his eyes flickering. The four of them also had faces full of fear. "That's not right." Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled, and strands of cold light burst out of his eyes. Seeing this, the four of them were also extremely afraid. Qin Feiyang looked at the two women and said, "I want to ask, did you tell the people of Heavenly Sun City that I am here?" No. The two women shook their heads repeatedly, but there was a trace of panic in their expressions. They were obviously lying. Qin Feiyang already had an answer in his heart and asked, "I'll ask you again, did you really not?" "Really? We swear." The two of them vowed solemnly. "Let me ask you another question. Are the Pagoda Master and the City Lord of Heavenly Sun City dead?" Qin Feiyang said. "No." The two of them shook their heads. "Since they are not dead, they will definitely increase the bounty on me. In the face of such a huge sum of wealth, how can you not be tempted? I'm guessing that the moment you received the news, you must have already told the people of Heavenly Sun City that I was here. Now that you are begging here, on one hand you are trying to save yourselves. On the other hand, you are probably stalling for time, waiting for the people of Heavenly Sun City to come." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The two of them trembled both physically and mentally. How could this person be so smart to be able to guess this? Actually, when I asked the second time, I was giving you a chance. If you are willing to tell the truth, I can let you go. Unfortunately, you are too insensible. Qin Feiyang shook his head regretfully, and his aura instantly soared to the maximum. Swoosh. Immediately after, he took a step forward and landed in front of the high priest of the White Cloud tribe. With monstrous killing intent, he slammed his palm forward. "How dare you!" In a moment of desperation, Yi Qi hurriedly threw a punch at Qin Feiyang. Humph! Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. His arm turned in the air, and golden light burst out from his palm as he slammed his palm against Yi Qi's fist. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, Yi Qi spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying on the spot. His arm was instantly shattered. "What? Aren't you injured?" Seeing this, the leader of the Black Cloud tribe was in disbelief. "Injured? The previous fight with Yi Qi was just a show. It was to lure you brothers into the trap and take the initiative to show your true colors." Qin Feiyang mocked. A show? The leader of the Black Cloud tribe was dumbstruck. It turned out that from the beginning, this kid had already set up a trap and was waiting for them to fall into it. However, not only did they not notice it at all, but they were also complacent and proud, treating others as fools. In fact, they were the real fools. What a terrifying scheme. A sense of fear emerged from the bottom of the hearts of the two high priests. Boom. Suddenly, the two women kneeling in the air exploded at the same time, charging toward Qin Feiyang. They were also 9-star battle sect members. Because they could see that today Qin Feiyang would not let them go no matter what. Rather than waiting for death, they might as well fight. Moreover, if they could kill this person, they could get a large reward. Therefore, the leader of the Black Cloud tribe and the seriously injured Yi Qi also followed. The high priest of the White Cloud tribe was now kneeling in front of Qin Feiyang. Suddenly attacking could be said to be impossible to guard against. If it were others, they would definitely suffer a great loss. However, Qin Feiyang did not panic at all. Just as the woman got up, Chang Shui instantly appeared. He grabbed Chang Shui and waved in the air. A flash of light flashed past. Puff. Chapter 800. Let's do it. Wolf King and Fatso looked at each other. Then they turned into a ray of light and rushed toward the chief and high priest of the Black Cloud tribe. Boom. There was a loud explosion. One man and one wolf could be said to be unstoppable, directly killing two people. Now only Yi Qi was left alive. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi Qi and said, "Actually, I sympathize with you. If you didn't pester me endlessly, I wouldn't have killed you." "What's the point of saying all this now?" Yi Qi smiled sadly and rushed toward Qin Feiyang like a moth to a flame. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and stabbed the Chang Shui into Yi Qi's heart. However, Yi Qi didn't seem to feel any pain. He looked at Qin Feiyang and begged, "Please let my tribesmen go, okay?" "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded and slowly pulled out the Chang Shui. "Daughter, father is coming to accompany you." Yi Qi muttered to himself and fell toward the glacier below. There was no fear on his face. Instead, there was a kind smile on his face. Sigh. It's all because of greed. Qin Feiyang felt the same. If Yi Kai hadn't plotted against him because of the wealth, Yi Qi wouldn't have died. Whoosh. He turned to look at Wolf King and Fatso and said, "Go to the two tribes immediately and clear out their treasuries." Fatso frowned and said, "Are we really going to let their tribesmen go?" Qin Feiyang said, "We're not that mysterious, madam. Don't kill the innocent." "Okay, you have the final say." Fatso nodded. Whoosh. The man and the wolf started to rush towards the two big tribes at top speed. Qin Feiyang glanced at the four corpses and slowly followed. As for the tall man and the short man, they were paralyzed on the ground. Their faces were ashen and lifeless. Qin Feiyang couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. Not long after, Fatso and Wolf King landed in two different tribes. The chiefs and high priests of the two tribes had fallen, and no one could stop them. Very soon, they cleared out the treasuries of the two tribes and left under the hateful gazes of countless people from the two tribes. Moreover, they also took away the alchemy fire. The alchemy fires of the two tribes were both fifth-grade alchemy fires. Although it was useless, it could be sold for money in the future. In addition to the alchemy fires of the Qingyuan, Quicksand and Black Mountain tribes in the second area, Qin Feiyang and the others now had 5 kinds of fifth-grade alchemy fires. If this were to be auctioned, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. Done. After meeting up with Qin Feiyang, Fatso and Wolf King both smiled proudly. Boom. But at this moment, a terrifying sacred aura descended upon the area. The two men and one wolf raised their heads and saw a group of people descending from the sky. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing a black robe. He had a square face and black hair that was like a waterfall. His expression was particularly gloomy. Beside this person stood a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was about 1.9 meters tall and wore golden armor. He was filled with a valiant aura. Behind the two of them, there was a group of black-armored guards. There were more than 30 of them, and each of them exuded an extremely powerful aura. Fatso's gaze trembled as he thought to himself, 2 war saints, the rest are all 9-star war sects. They're not easy to deal with. Do I need you to say that? Wolf King rolled his eyes at him. At the same time, the black-clothed middle-aged man and the others also saw Qin Feiyang and the others, and their eyes immediately turned cold. The golden-armored man shouted, "Qin Feiyang, hand over the heavenly sun flame immediately." Wolf King said disdainfully, "You say you'll hand it over? Who do you think you are?" "I am the commander of the guards of Heavenly Sun City. The person beside me is the City Lord of Heavenly Sun City," the golden-armored man said. City Lord of Heavenly Sun City? When the people of the two tribes below heard the identity of this group of people, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Whoosh! One figure after another rushed into the sky and knelt in front of the City Lord of Heavenly Sun City. "My lord, Qin Feiyang just cruelly killed our tribe's leader and high priest. He even looted our treasure vault and pilfire. His methods are extremely vicious. My lord, please uphold justice for us." The group of people howled in grief and tears streamed down their faces. What? The golden-armored man flew into a rage and shouted at Qin Feiyang, "Isn't it enough to kill all the people in the first and second regions? You still want to kill the innocent here?" Qin Feiyang didn't want to explain anymore, because it was useless. He was destined to carry these scapegoats forever. At the same time, the City Lord of Heavenly Sun City also sized up Qin Feiyang and said, "You look very young. Why did you do such a heartless thing? What is heartless? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. The city lord of Heavenly Sun City's face turned cold. Stubborn. Take him down. Boom. The golden armored man and the group of black armored guards released their auras and charged toward Qin Feiyang's group of 3 with murderous intent. Go and tell the Tower Lord of the 4th region that I will also go and steal his pill fire. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and disappeared with Wolf King and Fatso. Where is he? The golden armored man and the others looked at each other. The city lord of Heavenly Sun City's pupils constricted slightly. However, it wasn't because of Qin Feiyang's sudden disappearance, but because of the words that Qin Feiyang said before he disappeared. He actually wanted to go to the 4th region to steal the pill fire? Moreover, he said it in advance. This was simply looking down on the pill tower. City lord, they are a group of fugitives. We can't let them go just like that. Please, my lord, you must kill them and return justice to our 2 great tribes. Return peace to the 3rd region. The 2 tribes roared with grief and indignation. The city lord of Heavenly Sun City glanced at the 2 tribes below with murderous intent in his eyes. Then he looked at the people kneeling in front of him and said, "Don't worry, they will pay the price sooner or later." "Thank you, Lord." Everyone bowed. "Let's go." The city lord of Heavenly Sun City looked at the golden armored man. "We're leaving just like that?" The golden armored man was a little stunned. "What's the point of staying here when they're all gone?" The city lord of Heavenly Sun City said expressionlessly. Most importantly, he had to tell the Tower Lord of the 4th region what Qin Feiyang said as soon as possible so that he could be prepared. The golden armored man frowned and opened a portal. Then, a group of people filed in and soon disappeared. Because of the Heavenly Sun flame being stolen, Qin Feiyang's reputation in the 3rd region rose to another level. However, it was infamy and infamy. Now, as long as they talked about Qin Feiyang, they basically wanted to kill him. Inside the ancient castle. "Little Qinzi, why did you say that we're going to the 4th region?" Wolf King and Fatso looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "Of course it's for Mu Qing. The Heavenly Thunder Flame, the Heavenly Frost Flame, and the Heavenly Sun Flame all hide some kind of secret. Therefore, I suspect that the pill fires in the last few regions may be the same as these 3 types of pill fires. And Mu Qing, after stealing the Heavenly Sun Flame, should also go to the 4th region. I said this to make the Tower Lord of the 4th region vigilant." Qin Feiyang said. "That's brilliant." Fatso gave a thumbs up and said with a sinister smile, "As long as the Tower Lord of the 4th region receives the news in advance, he will definitely set a trap. At that time, if Mu Qing continues to pretend to be us, he will definitely suffer a great loss. Yes. We've always been tricked by him. It's time for us to get back at him. Besides, judging from the current situation, Mu Qing has the coordinates of all the pill towers in the major regions, but we don't know anything about them. We can't compete with him in speed at all. So, we can only use this method to slow him down." Qin Feiyang said. "It's a good idea, but the old witch beside him is a combat emperor. Can the Tower Lord of the 4th region stop them?" Wolf King said. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Don't forget that the pill tower is also a mysterious behemoth. Let's wait and see." "Then what should we do now?" Fatso asked. "I have to rush to the 4th region immediately. You guys continue to organize the medicinal herbs." After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he left the castle. The people of the Black Cloud tribe and the White Cloud tribe who had yet to calm down were terrified when they saw Qin Feiyang appear again. However, Qin Feiyang ignored them and opened the teleportation gate, descending above a plain. The plain was vast and boundless, covered in white snow. On the left, 2 miles away from Qin Feiyang, there was a huge city. The city covered an area of tens of miles, and the buildings were of varying heights, emitting an ancient aura. Around the city there was a tall city wall. It was completely black like a giant python, emitting a cold luster. At the city gate, countless people were entering and exiting. There were hunters, merchants, peddlers and young people who went out to play. Above the city gate, 3 bold words were carved. Tianyang City. Qin Feiyang stood in the air looking at Tianyang City. His eyes flickered as if he was deep in thought. "Look, isn't that Qin Feiyang?" Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded from below. On the snowy plains there were many people coming and going. Hearing this cry of surprise, they all looked up. "That's right, he is Qin Feiyang. He actually dares to come back?" quickly informed the city lord. The noise was like a tide, sweeping across the sky and waking Qin Feiyang up. Glancing at the crowd below, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky like lightning. Originally, he wanted to go to Tianyang City to ask around. who knew the coordinates of the fourth region. But after thinking about it, according to the situation of the first and second regions, other than the pagoda master of the third region, no one should know. And the pagoda master of the third region must also be a battle saint level existence. So after hesitating for a while, he gave up on this idea. At the same time, in the central region of Tianyang City, there was an ancient stone tower. The stone tower towered into the clouds, exuding an obscure aura. This was the pill tower of the third region. At this moment, inside the pill tower, in an alchemy room, the city lord of Tianyang City and a middle-aged man were sitting opposite each other. This middle-aged man was about 1.75 meters tall. He looked very ordinary and his body was very thin. However, he had a head of eye-catching red hair like a piece of flame. He was also wearing a long red robe. However, the aura he exuded was stronger than the city lord. That's right. Chapter 801. But at this moment, the pagoda master frowned and his face was a little gloomy. The alchemy room was also dead silent. A moment later, the pagoda master asked, "Did he really say that he was going to the fourth area?" "Yes." The city lord nodded. "Outrageous, he is simply arrogant. Does he really think that the pill pagoda can't do anything to him?" The pagoda master's eyes were extremely cold. This child has snatched the alchemy fire of the first, second and third areas, and slaughtered all the creatures in the first and second areas. I personally think that he is not joking. So, we have to be prepared early. The city lord said in a deep voice. "I know. I will contact the pagoda master of the fourth area later. As long as he dares to go, I guarantee that he will not return. However, you have to continue to search for his traces. It is best if you can intercept him in the third area." The pagoda master said with undisguised killing intent. "I understand." The city lord nodded. "City lord, pagoda master, come out quickly. We have Qin Feiyang's whereabouts." Suddenly, a loud shout sounded. The two of them looked at each other and immediately got up to leave the pill pagoda. At the same time, in front of the pill pagoda, there was a huge square paved with white jade. In the middle of the square, a tall man in golden armor was constantly walking back and forth with an anxious expression. It was the guard commander of Tianyang City. "Where is he?" The city lord and pagoda master walked out of the pill pagoda and immediately asked when they saw the guard commander. "Outside the city," the guard commander said. As he spoke, he opened a portal and the three of them rushed in one after another. But when the three of them descended above the city gate, they did not see Qin Feiyang's shadow at all. The guard commander lowered his head to look at the guards guarding the city gate and frowned. "Didn't you send me a message saying that Qin Feiyang appeared? Where is he?" "He left again," one of the guards said. "Left?" The three of them looked at each other with a trace of anger in their eyes. The pagoda master asked, "Where did he go?" "That way." The guards pointed to the west. The three of them looked over and frowned. What did this little bastard want to do? Suddenly, the pagoda master's eyes trembled as he said in a deep voice, "I should have guessed where he's going." "Where?" The city lord and the guard commander looked at him in surprise. "The fourth area. Because that direction is the direction to the fourth zone." The pagoda master replied. "What? He really went there?" The two city lords looked at each other. Was this kid really not afraid of death? The pagoda master looked at the void, his eyes flickering. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth lifted and he said with a cold smile, "But this is a good thing." "Good news?" The city lord and the guard commander were puzzled. How could this be a good thing? The pagoda master said, "Think about it, why would Qin Feiyang want to pass through here to reach the fourth area?" The city lord said, "Is there a need to think about it? Tianyang City is the only way to the fourth district." No. The fact that he passed by Tianyang City only means that he doesn't have the coordinates of the fourth zone. The pagoda master smiled. Yeah. The city lord and the guard commander suddenly realized. If Qin Feiyang had the coordinates of the fourth zone, he would definitely open a portal and directly teleport there. Swish. The pagoda master retracted his gaze and looked at the city lord and the guard commander. "Go and track him immediately. Once there is news, inform me immediately." "What about you?" the city lord asked. "Of course I'm going to contact the pagoda master of the fourth zone. Qin Feiyang's strength is not a threat to us. But the old woman beside him is not only mysterious, her cultivation is also unfathomable. Only the big shots of my pill pagoda can kill her. I hope they can come and help." After the pagoda master finished speaking, he opened a portal and walked in without looking back. What a troublesome little bastard. The city lord rubbed his head and looked at the guard commander. I'll go and track him first. You go and gather people and meet up with me as soon as possible. Okay. The guard commander nodded. Whoosh. Immediately, the two turned into a stream of light. One rushed into the city while the other rushed out. As a battle sage, the city lord's speed was naturally much faster than Qin Feiyang. The distance was getting closer bit by bit. At the same time, above a glacier, a white stream of light flashed past like lightning. It was Qin Feiyang. Looking at the glacier below, there was a trace of worry between his brows. Because along the way the aura of the beasts he sensed below were basically all battle masters. It was hard to imagine how many terrifying beasts were lurking on the dividing line between the third zone and the fourth zone. Suddenly, he stopped in the air and turned his head to look behind him. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Swish. Following closely, he swooped down and entered the jungle below. Hiding in a bush, he restrained his aura and looked up. Not long later, then he saw a figure flashing across the void above him. It was the city lord of Tianyang City. Why is he chasing after me? Qin Feiyang frowned. Could it be that this person had already figured out that he did not have the coordinates of the fourth zone? If that was the case, then it would be lively along the way. Swish. Suddenly, he disappeared out of thin air and appeared in the castle. In addition to the black dragon snake, Fatso, Wolf King, Lu Hong, the pangolin beast, and the winged snow eagle were all sorting out the medicinal herbs. How is it? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Too much. It's impossible to sort it out in 1 or 2 days. Fatso wiped the sweat on his forehead and shook his head. It's been hard on you. Qin Feiyang smiled. First he got the relics left by Pei Zhangfeng. Then he got the Qinghuan bags of the Songhai tribe and the Black Lion tribe. Finally he looted the treasuries of the Black Cloud tribe and the White Cloud tribe. Adding all these together, it was hard to imagine how many medicinal herbs there were. So sorting out these spoils of war would not be an ordinary tiring task. Qin Feiyang was also very glad to have this group of friends by his side. Because if there were no others, he would have to do these things himself. What's hard on you? What's more, with so many treasures, even if it's hard, it's worth it. Fatso chuckled. After that, Fatso looked at the winged snow eagle next to him and said, I've already gathered a set of medicinal herbs for the small creation pill. Why don't you refine it first and help it open the 6th level of potential? I have to refine it first. Hearing Fatso's words, the winged snow eagle became excited and roared with red eyes. You're so impatient. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and looked at Fatso. He nodded and said, Okay, give me the medicinal herbs. I'll try. Fatso quickly sorted out the 33 medicinal herbs for the small creation pill and handed them to Qin Feiyang. After receiving the medicinal herbs, Qin Feiyang turned around and walked to the Jiao Dragon Cauldron. The double-winged snow eagle also flapped its wings and followed behind him, its eyes shining brightly. Qin Feiyang turned his head and glanced at it, frowning. This is my first time refining the small creation pill. You'd better stay away from me. Okay. The winged snow eagle nodded and retreated to the side, looking nervously and expectantly at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang did not immediately open the cauldron. He opened the pill scripture and looked up the refining method of the small creation pill in detail. Actually, the refinement methods of various medicinal pills were all more or less the same. The only thing to pay attention to was the details. After a while, Qin Feiyang closed the pill scripture, closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, they were calm. Then, with a thought, the netherworld demonic flame fell and floated below the Jiao Dragon Cauldron. Wisps of flames rose. The temperature in the ancient castle gradually rose. The first medicinal herb for the small creation pill, the 10,000-year-old 9 Suns flower, required 1/10 of the 10,000-year-old fire. It could be said that it was extremely difficult to control. Even the experienced Qin Feiyang didn't have much confidence in this. Because in the past refining pills, the fire required was basically 5, 10, 20% and so on. The most important thing was that every 10,000-year-old medicinal herb was very precious. Especially the first 3 medicinal herbs for the small creation pill. 9 Suns flower, snow crystal, blood ginseng. If one of these 3 medicinal herbs was accidentally wasted, his heart would bleed. So, at this moment Qin Feiyang was especially cautious. Before putting in the medicinal herbs, the control of the fire must be 100% accurate. Before the 9 Suns flower was put in, he was already sweating. His expression was also extremely solemn. Seeing this, Fatso and the others also stopped what they were doing and looked nervously at Qin Feiyang. They did not dare to make the slightest sound, afraid that they would startle Qin Feiyang. After a while, A wisp of mind power swept from Qin Feiyang's head, rolled up the Nine Suns flower and slowly put it in the Jiao Dragon cauldron. The process was very smooth and there were no accidents. But just as the spiritual liquid was about to be refined, the entire Nine Suns flower turned into ashes in an instant. It failed? Fatso and the others looked at each other. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be surprised if such an accident happened. But it was a little unbelievable that it happened to Qin Feiyang. Because they clearly remembered that ever since Qin Feiyang stepped into the path of alchemy, except for the beginning stage of learning, there was basically no situation where the medicinal herbs were wasted. But this time it was just the beginning and the medicinal herbs were wasted. Was this small creation pill really so difficult to refine? Qin Feiyang was also a little angry. After the Nine Suns flower was put in the elixir cauldron, there was no problem with the fire. But when the spiritual liquid appeared, there was a slight change in the fire due to a trace of emotional fluctuation. But this change was not big and could even be described as insignificant. But because of this small change, the medicinal herbs were wasted. Fatso walked to Qin Feiyang's side and looked at the black ashes in the Jiao Dragon cauldron. He asked suspiciously, "Boss, what's the situation? This small creation pill's control of the fire is too harsh. Throughout the entire process, one's heart must remain calm and unwavering." Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Fatso asked in surprise, "Can't there be any emotional fluctuations?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Damn, this is really difficult." Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. Qin Feiyang frowned and looked at Fatso. "Nothing is difficult in this world. I'm afraid there are no more Nine Suns flowers. I'll try again." "Yes." Fat Lord found 5 in Pei Zhangfeng's universe alone. "But what if it's wasted again?" Fatso said. Lu Hong nodded and said, "That's right, these 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs, every time you use one, there will be one less." Then, she added, "Why don't you settle down first and refine it when you have the confidence?" Yes, I can't waste any more." Even the anxious two-winged snow eagle began to persuade Qin Feiyang. "All right." Qin Feiyang looked at the few of them and shook his head helplessly. He sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes to concentrate. Fatso and the others also fell silent. And in order not to disturb Qin Feiyang, they even controlled their breathing and heartbeat to the lowest. For a moment, the ancient castle fell into a dead silence. At the same time, the city lord of Tianyang City stopped above an ice mountain and looked around, his brows furrowed. What was going on? Why didn't he see Qin Feiyang after chasing for so long? Logically speaking, with Qin Feiyang's speed, it was impossible for him to be so fast. Could it be that he didn't go to the 4th area? After pondering for a while, the city lord turned into a stream of light and continued to rush deeper. At the same time. Chapter 802. In the castle. About 100 breaths passed. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath and opened his eyes. He stood up and looked at Fatso. "It's about time, give me the Nine Suns flower." "So fast?" Fatty was stunned for a moment before he asked, "Is that really okay?" "Cut the crap." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Could he have some confidence in him? Fatso chuckled and took out a stalk of Nine Suns flower and handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang turned and walked to the front of the Jiao Dragon cauldron. Without any hesitation, he opened the cauldron again. This time, he threw everything to the back of his mind. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to refine this little creation pill. A moment later, Qin Feiyang's mental strength surged and swept up the stalk of Nine Suns flower, slowly placing it into the Jiao Dragon cauldron. Fatso and the others were also worried, afraid that they would fail again. However, as the person involved, Qin Feiyang was not nervous at all. He felt as though he was doing something extremely simple. His heart was as still as water without any ripples. The netherworld fiend flames rose. The temperature in the Jiao Dragon cauldron was controlled at 1/10 of the original temperature. It was extremely accurate. Gradually, specks of crystal light seeped out from the petals of the Nine Suns flower. This was a sign that the spirit liquid was about to appear. Fatso and the others were also getting more nervous. That was because the Nine Suns flower was scrapped at this moment. Time passed slowly. At this moment, for Fatso and the others, every breath was like a year. About 10 breaths passed. The Nine Suns flower had already turned into ashes. A drop of crystal clear spirit liquid floated in the cauldron, emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. "It's a success." Fatso and the others were excited but did not dare to make a sound. That was because the little creation pill had a total of 33 herbs. As long as there was a single mistake, all their previous efforts would be wasted. Therefore, there could not be any accidents. At the same time, looking at the spiritual liquid of the Nine Suns flower, Qin Feiyang did not show any emotion. He maintained a state of no joy, no sorrow, no desire, and no desire. He used his mental strength to protect the spiritual liquid while sweeping up the snow crystal and placing it into the Jiao Dragon Cauldron. The fire required for the snow crystal was 30% of the 10%, slightly higher than the Nine Sunflower. But at the same time, it was extremely difficult to control. However, at this moment Qin Feiyang seemed to have fallen into a state of selflessness. Regardless of whether it was the control of the fire or the movements, there wasn't the slightest bit of sloppiness. Another 10 breaths passed. The spiritual liquid of the snow crystal was also successfully extracted. Looking at this scene, Fatty and the others were more or less at ease. Because he could see that the current Qin Feiyang had no distracting thoughts and would not fail again. The black dragon snake continued cultivating. Lu Hong, Fatso, and Wolf King also squatted on the ground and continued to organize the herbs. Only the double-winged snow eagle remained hovering behind Qin Feiyang. Looking at the drops of spiritual liquid continuously appearing, it became more and more excited. About 400 breaths passed. 33 drops of spiritual liquid floated in the Jiao Dragon Cauldron, shining brightly. The whole castle was filled with an intoxicating medicinal fragrance. Only one step left. The double-winged snow eagle muttered secretly, its palm-sized body trembling. At the same time it couldn't help but worry. If this last step failed, all the previous efforts would be wasted. However, Qin Feiyang did not panic at all, as if nothing could disturb him at this moment. The whole process was very smooth. Finally, he took out a drop of solidifying liquid and merged it with the spiritual liquid. In less than 5 breaths, a bright red medicinal pill condensed into form. The 5 pill patterns were like 5 dazzling halos, emitting thousands of rays of light. It's a success. Looking at the little creation pill, the double-winged snow eagle finally couldn't help but roar in excitement. Fatso and the others also raised their heads to look at Qin Feiyang, with a trace of a smile in their eyes. As long as he could refine the first little creation pill, then for Qin Feiyang the future would be very simple. Unless there was a special situation he would never waste any more medicinal herbs. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the little creation pill flew out of the furnace. But before he could reach out to grab it, the double-winged snow eagle took it away first. That pair of small eyes emitted a green light. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it, took a deep breath, and with a thought, the nether devil flame slowly quieted down. Next, he turned to look at the double-winged snow eagle and said, "Don't get too excited. Although the little creation pill has been refined, it may not be successful." "What do you mean?" The double-winged snow eagle was stunned and looked at him suspiciously. "The little creation pill is the same as the 9-turn dragon blood pill. The success rate is determined by the pill pattern. One pill pattern only has a 10% chance of success and so on. Therefore this little creation pill with 5 pill patterns only has a 50% chance of success." Qin Feiyang explained. "What?" The double-winged snow eagle was dumbfounded. His mood could not help but become uneasy. A 50% success rate meant that there was a 50% failure rate. Success and failure were equally divided. This was simply gambling on luck. At this time, Fatso also opened his mouth. "In addition, let me remind you one more thing, you still need the pressure of a war saint." The double-winged snow eagle's mood suddenly turned bad. Last time, it was because of the mysterious lady's help. But now, the mysterious lady had disappeared without a trace. Who would be kind enough to help it? Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, "Don't worry about this problem, I have a way. You guys continue to organize the medicinal herbs, I'll go out with Eagle to see the situation." Finished? With a wave of his hand, he appeared in the forest with the double-winged snow eagle. The double-winged snow eagle looked around, then looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Do you really have a way?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it and said, "When you encounter something difficult, don't always think about asking others for help, use your own brain and think about it." "Tiske, I knew you weren't reliable." The double-winged snow eagle looked down on him. "I'm not reliable?" Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He really couldn't understand, how could this bastard have the nerve to scold him? Suddenly, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard. Qin Feiyang raised his head to look at the sky. A moment later, streams of light flashed across the sky, all of them surging with auras. The leader was the guard commander of the Tianyang city. "It seems that they really guessed that I don't have the coordinates of the 4th area." Qin Feiyang frowned. The city lord had come, the guard commander had also come, and he had even brought a large group of 9 Star Wars sect guards with him. This was not a small matter. But suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked at the double-winged snow eagle and laughed. The method is with the guard commander, don't miss it. The double-winged snow eagle was startled, and looked suspiciously at the guard commander. This person was indeed a war saint, but it was obvious that he was here to kill them. How could he help it? Qin Feiyang lightly tapped his temples and said, I said before, you have to use your head to think. Can't you just say it? The double-winged snow eagle looked at him unhappily, lowered its head and fell into deep thought. Qin Feiyang said, you have to hurry up, otherwise when he goes far away, you won't even be able to catch up. This could also be considered training the double-winged snow eagle. Although the double-winged snow eagle was following him now and had no intention of leaving, there would always be a time when they would part. If there was something in the future that required it to do alone, how could it do without a brain? Of course. He could also see that the double-winged snow eagle was not stupid, but just like Wolf King, it did not like to use its brain. In any case, you have to think of ways to force these guys. Isn't there a saying that goes like this? If you don't hit, you won't become anything. For the double-winged snow eagle, if you don't force yourself, you won't become anything. As a war saint, the leader of the guards was naturally very fast. In just a short while he was about to disappear into the horizon. Qin Feiyang frowned. You still haven't thought of it? Can you not rush me? The double-winged snow eagle said angrily. It was very dissatisfied with Qin Feiyang. He clearly had a way, but he did not say it and forced it to think on its own. Wasn't this torture? Moreover, there was so little time, what could it think of? Got it. But in the next moment, an idea flashed in its mind, and it stored the small creation pill in its sea of qi. Without hesitation, it rushed into the sky and roared, the people in front, come back. The roar was like thunder, resounding in all directions. The leader of the guards and the others were stunned. They all stopped in the void and turned to look at the double-winged snow eagle. His gaze suddenly turned cold. When he was at the Black Cloud tribe and the White Cloud tribe, he had seen the double-winged snow eagle, so he naturally recognized it at a glance. Whoosh! Immediately, a group of people flew over with murderous intent and surrounded the double-winged snow eagle. The leader of the guards scanned below and did not find Qin Feiyang hiding in the forest. He then looked at the double-winged snow eagle and said in a deep voice, Where is Qin Feiyang? The double-winged snow eagle said angrily, Don't mention that bastard. Bastard? When Qin Feiyang heard this, his face could not help but twitch. He was not angry and looked curiously at the double-winged snow eagle. He wanted to see what this guy had thought of. At the same time, the leader of the guards and the others were also stunned. Wasn't this snow eagle Qin Feiyang's partner? Why did its attitude suddenly become so bad? The leader of the guards frowned and asked, What do you mean? The double-winged snow eagle said, Not long ago didn't we loot the treasures of the Black Cloud tribe and the White Cloud tribe? Yes. The leader of the guards nodded. You don't know Qin Feiyang, that little bastard actually took all the treasures. You say if this emperor didn't help him with his 7-star battle master cultivation, can he kill the leaders of the 2 tribes? The double-winged snow eagle said with righteous indignation. The group of people looked at each other. It turned out that they had fallen out because of the unequal distribution of the loot. The leader of the guard's eyes flashed and nodded. It is indeed a bit too much. Where is he now? Tell me, I will help you wash away the shame. Really? The double-winged snow eagle asked. The leader of the guards nodded. That's good, with your help we can definitely cut him into pieces. The double-winged snow eagle was overjoyed, and its eyes were filled with killing intent. The leader of the guards chuckled and said, Then quickly tell me his whereabouts. Okay. The double-winged snow eagle nodded but then shook its head. No, this emperor can't tell you for free. How about this? Give this emperor 100 spirit sea pills, 100 essence soul pills, and this emperor will tell you where he is hiding. Hearing this, the leader of the guard's face suddenly darkened. Isn't this asking for too much? You know, whether it was the spirit sea pill or the essence soul pill, they were both extremely rare and priceless. Not to mention him, the leader of the guards, probably even the city lord wouldn't be able to take out so much. The double-winged snow eagle said, If you don't have it, then don't talk about it. Anyway, there are still many people who want to know the whereabouts of Qin Feiyang. This guy is smart. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but exclaim. If the leader of the guards really gave it to him, then he would have made a huge profit. If he didn't give it to him, he wouldn't lose anything. I only have 2 spirit sea pills and 3 essence soul pills on me. If you are willing to tell me, I will give them all to you. But if you want to take the opportunity to blackmail me, then let me tell you, I'm afraid you won't even get the last heal pill. The leader of the guards pondered for a moment and said, You're still threatening this emperor? Do you think this emperor is scared? No, is it? Then goodbye, don't send me off. The double-winged snow eagle sneered arrogantly, then flapped its wings and soared into the sky. You are courting death. The leader of the guards clenched his fists, and his saint aura suddenly burst out. He rushed toward the double-winged snow eagle like a tidal wave. The double-winged snow eagle snickered and quickly stopped. He looked at the leader of the guards in horror and nodded, Okay, I agree. The leader of the guards frowned, withdrew his saint aura and shouted, Then tell me. Well, shouldn't you give me the pills first? Don't misunderstand, it's not that I don't trust you, but just in case. The double-winged snow eagle hurriedly said. The leader of the guards took out 5 pills and threw them to the double-winged snow eagle without hesitation. I've made a fortune. The double-winged snow eagle was delighted. He put away the 5 pills, turned into a stream of light and quickly fled. I didn't know that this bastard was a sly old fox. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. The double-winged snow eagle said all that nonsense just to get some benefits. The leader of the guards was also stupid. He really believed the double-winged snow eagle's nonsense and gave it the pills. And now it was time for the main event. Because the double-winged snow eagle did that to provoke the leader of the guards so that he would release his saint aura and imprison it. As expected. Seeing the double-winged snow eagle take the pills and run away quickly, the leader of the guards was furious. How dare it trick him? How reckless. Boom. Chapter 803. This is the moment I've been waiting for. The double-winged snow eagle snickered as it took out the small creation pill and swallowed it without anyone noticing. The energy of the small creation pill quickly spread throughout its body. An indescribable pain instantly engulfed its body and mind. Although the double-winged snow eagle had opened the gate of potential and tasted this kind of pain, it still could not help but howl in pain. However, the guard leader thought that it was his saint aura that caused the double-winged snow eagle such pain. Therefore, not only was he not vigilant, he was even complacent. He looked at the double-winged snow eagle mockingly and said, Hurry up and tell me or you'll die a horrible death. Although Qin Feiyang was unjust to me, this emperor will definitely not do something like betraying a friend for glory. If you have the ability, use your saint aura to crush me. The double-winged snow eagle roared. The pores all over its body were spurting blood. In just a moment, its snow-white feathers were dyed red. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. It was a shocking sight. Unheard of. The guard leader's eyes turned cold as he unleashed all his saint aura to suppress the double-winged snow eagle. At this moment, the double-winged snow eagle felt as if there were a few giant mountains crazily crushing its body. That intense pain made it wish it was dead. Hurry up. It roared in its heart. From the strength of the saint aura, it was not difficult to tell that the guard leader was a 1-star battle saint. After opening the 5th level of the gate of potential, the pressure of a 1-star battle saint could not completely restrain it. However, if it did not resist and allowed this to continue, it would really be crushed alive. Therefore, it had to open the 6th level of the gate of potential as soon as possible. However, the 6th level of the gate of potential was like a tightly shut stone door that could not be opened for a long time. Moreover, as it continued to be consumed, the energy of the small creation pill slowly decreased. Will it fail? My luck won't be bad, right? The double-winged snow eagle was unwilling to give up. Although the small creation pill opened the gate of potential, it would not lose its life due to failure. At most, its vitality would be greatly damaged and it would be fine after a period of rest. However, it had been waiting for this moment for a long time. If it failed, it would be a huge blow to its soul. It was even possible that he would never recover from this setback. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel anxious. Actually, failure was normal. After all, the success and failure of the small creation pill with 5 veins were equally divided. What mattered was luck. However, he had the same mentality as the 2-winged snow eagle. He had waited so long for this moment. If he failed, he would be somewhat unwilling. Most importantly, if the double-winged snow eagle successfully opened the 6th level, it would become a battle saint. When it was time, their small team finally had a battle saint overseeing it. The difference between having a battle saint and not having one was like heaven and earth. Furthermore, he, Fatso, and the others would sooner or later enter the 9-star war sect and open the 6th level of the gate of potential. If the dual-winged snow eagle managed to become a battle saint, they would no longer need to seek help from others. Because the 2-winged snow eagle could use its holy aura to help them. On the other hand, If the two-winged snow eagle did not succeed, they would end up in the same situation as the two-winged snow eagle. Unless the dual-winged snow eagle thought it through and stepped into the Battle Saint realm without opening the 6th level. But that was basically impossible. Because from its past performance, it was not difficult to see the determination of the two-winged snow eagle. Without opening the 6th level, it would never step into the Battle Saint realm. But what could he do to help it? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something and quickly said to himself, "Quickly think, do you have anything you want to protect? Or did you have any painful and desperate memories in the past?" Every living being in the world had something to protect. Someone was protecting their family. Someone was protecting their dignity. There were also people protecting their love. For example, Qin Feiyang, he was protecting his friends and mother. Similarly, every living being had moments of pain and despair. And these things could stimulate a person's perseverance and potential, making them more motivated. Perhaps this way the two-winged snow eagle had a chance of succeeding. Things to protect, painful and desperate memories. When the two-winged snow eagle heard this, it carefully thought about it for a moment. What Qin Feiyang said it really did not have. The law of survival of the berserk beasts was that the strong preyed on the weak. It could be said that it was countless times crueler than humans. Therefore, to the two-winged snow eagle, the pain and despair that it had experienced was extremely normal and not a big deal. As for the things that it needed to protect, it did not even think about them. As a berserk beast, when it was weak, it only needed to do one thing. And that was to look for prey and fill its stomach. As it grew day by day, its strength would slowly become stronger. The only thing it needed to do was to protect its life. If it did not follow Qin Feiyang, it still had something to protect, and that was the position of an overlord. But now it had left the glacier. What overlord, what beast emperor, it had nothing to do with it. It really could not think of anything that was worth it to protect now. The holy aura crazily suppressed it, and its body was bleeding like a waterfall, dyeing the void red. Right now it was in a state of serious injury and dying. Even if it could break the shackles of the holy aura, it could not do so now. Seems like I can't drag this on any longer. Qin Feiyang muttered. If this continued, the two-winged snow eagle would definitely be in danger. Whoosh. He turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the two-winged snow eagle without hesitation. Qin Feiyang. Seeing this, everyone's spirit was lifted. The guard commander shouted, "Quickly take him down." The group of guards immediately rushed towards Qin Feiyang with a ferocious aura. At the same time, the two-winged snow eagle looked at Qin Feiyang, who desperately rushed up to save it, and its eyes were filled with confusion. Even if it was a narrow escape, it would never abandon its companions and escape alone. Was this the friendship between friends? I thought of it. In the past there was indeed nothing worth protecting, but now there is. Suddenly, the confusion in the eyes of the two-winged snow eagle dissipated and was replaced by a trace of smile. Its whole body was full of fighting spirit. An unyielding will broke out of its body and shook the sky. Yes, this emperor is no longer fighting alone. This emperor now has a group of companions who treat each other with sincerity. What this emperor wants to protect is them. Break for me. The two-winged snow eagle let out a long cry, and a dull loud sound suddenly exploded from its body, like thunder shaking the sky. At that moment, a bright light bloomed from between its eyebrows, as dazzling as the scorching sun. It succeeded? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The guard commander and the others were puzzled. What had happened? How dare you bully this emperor's friends? You are courting death. The next moment, the two-winged snow eagle returned to its original form and instantly broke the shackles of the holy aura. That huge body, suspended in the sky, emitted a monstrous aura. And that aura, like a volcanic eruption, was still crazily soaring. Is it going to break through? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Sure enough, in less than 3 breaths, the two-winged snow eagle's aura soared to an unprecedented height. Battle Sage. In its aura there was a terrifying holy aura. It really broke through, Qin Feiyang murmured, feeling like he was dreaming. But then, a gratified smile crept up on his face. Having successfully opened the 6th level of the Gate of Potential, the potential of the two-winged snow eagle was already unfathomable. He reckoned that even Fatso and the others could not compare to it now. Most importantly, in the words of the two-winged snow eagle, he heard the concern. He understood. At this moment, the two-winged snow eagle had finally completely integrated into this small team, and was of the same mind as everyone else. Die all of you. The two-winged snow eagle's murderous nature was unleashed, and it turned into a ray of light. Everywhere it passed, it was accompanied by screams, and the guards fell one after another, dyeing the sky red with blood. In less than 5 breaths, the group of guards was completely annihilated. Whoosh! It looked at the guard commander again. Looking at that pair of sharp eagle eyes, the guard commander could not help but shudder, and instinctively became frightened. What are you afraid of? I won't eat you. The two-winged snow eagle smiled coldly, and its battle aura gushed out, turning into a huge wave that covered the sky, and rushed toward the guard commander. Don't be so arrogant. The guard commander flew into a rage out of humiliation. Yes. What was he afraid of? The opponent was just an ant that had just broken through to become a battle sage. Moreover, he had a battle art. If they were to fight, with the advantage of his battle art, he could easily crush the opponent. He stretched out his hands, and his battle aura went against the current like a tide. Clang. A huge sword that was a few hundred feet long suddenly appeared in the sky. Slash. Following his angry roar, the huge sword split the sky, and disintegrated the huge wave like a hot knife through butter. Qin Feiyang glanced at the huge sword and reminded, an upper-class battle art. It's just an upper-class battle art. Why are you so arrogant? Goshawk dominating body? The two-winged snow eagle immediately showed disdain, and in an instant, its feathers and eyes turned blood red. Its aura increased rapidly and it could topple mountains and overturn seas. Immediately after, it spread its wings and a gust of wind whizzed out, crushing the huge sword in an instant. The guard commander spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body kept retreating, his face full of disbelief. How was it possible that his battle art had been shattered so easily? And its aura, had it reached the level of a 5-star battle sage? What was going on? Could it be? A terrifying thought suddenly crept into his mind. A perfect battle art. Because only a perfect battle art could raise a person's strength by 4 levels. Your so-called advantage is nothing more than a joke in this emperor's eyes. The two-winged snow eagle smiled disdainfully, its huge body seemed to be dripping blood, and it was filled with a terrifying aura. Is it really a perfect battle art? The guard commander asked. Yes. The two-winged snow eagle nodded. This is impossible. The guard commander shook his head vigorously. Even the ruler of the 3rd district, the city lord, did not have a perfect battle art. A beast actually claimed to have a perfect battle art. Wasn't this too ridiculous? Boom. Suddenly, his body was filled with an unprecedented aura. The two-winged snow eagle said, I advise you not to activate your battle soul. The guard commander was stunned and sneered, Are you afraid? Afraid? Yes, I am afraid, but I am afraid that you will humiliate yourself. Chapter 804. The guard commander was mad. He dared to say that he was asking for humiliation. Was there a limit to his arrogance? Accompanied by a loud roar, a huge tiger rushed out from behind him. The giant tiger was golden and as big as a mountain. It emitted a terrifying aura. The double-winged snow eagle sighed, You really won't cry until you're in the coffin. Cut the crap, go to hell. The guard commander roared. The giant tiger roared and rushed towards the double-winged snow eagle with an aura that could destroy the world. The double-winged snow eagle's eyes turned cold and 2 wings of light appeared on its back. In addition to the 2 pairs of wings it already had, it had 6 wings now. With the 6 wings spread out, it bypassed the giant tiger and landed directly on top of the guard commander's head. The speed. The guard commander immediately turned pale with fright and hurriedly retreated. What do you think? Now you regret it. You want to compete with me in fighting souls? Are you looking for trouble? The double-winged snow eagle sneered and quickly chased after the guard commander. Its sharp claws glowed with a cold light as it scratched towards the guard commander's head. Don't kill me. That bone-piercing killing intent caused the commander's body to tremble as he let out a loud cry in horror. If we meet again in our next life, I will definitely spare your life. But today you must die. The double-winged snow eagle's eyes were as sharp as knives, causing the guard commander to feel despair. Have mercy. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand. The double-winged snow eagle was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. I have a few questions for him. Qin Feiyang stepped forward and landed in front of the guard commander. You have no way out. Keep your fighting soul and don't play any tricks. Yes. The guard commander nodded and with a thought, the giant tiger disappeared into thin air. Qin Feiyang said, Do you know a person called Pei Changfeng? Pei Changfeng, the guard commander pondered for a while and shook his head. Never heard of him. Really? Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold. The guard commander pointed to the sky and said, I swear I'm not lying to you. Qin Feiyang frowned and took out Pei Zhangfeng's identity token. He pointed at the python pattern on it and said, "Have you seen this pattern before?" The guard commander looked down and his expression changed. He exclaimed, "This is the tribe's totem." Totem? Qin Feiyang frowned. "Don't you know?" The guard commander looked at him in surprise. They even had a perfect battle art, so their identities were definitely not simple. But how could they not even know about totems? "Just say it. Why do you have so many questions?" The two-winged snow eagle shouted. All right. I'll talk. The guard commander was horrified. "I once heard the pagoda master mention that the powerful tribes in the depths all have their own totems. This totem is their faith and also the symbol of their status. It's extremely important. But not every tribe is qualified to have a totem. It's said that only a tribe with a population of 1 million and a 9-star battle saint can set up their own totem," the guard commander said. "There's such a thing?" Qin Feiyang was surprised and asked, "A tribe with a population of 1 million and a 9-star battle saint can't be missing?" "Yes. If a tribe with a population of 1 million but no 9-star battle saint can set up their own totem." The guard commander nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "Is there such a tribe in the 3rd district? Is it possible?" "Other than the pagoda master, the strongest in the 3rd district is the city lord, a 3-star battle saint. Even the vast sea, crimson smoke and black lion tribes only have 1-star battle saints overseeing them. I reckon that even the 4th and 5th districts don't have a tribe with a totem," the guard commander said. Qin Feiyang and the double-winged snow eagle looked at each other. It seemed that Pei Changfeng's background was not simple. The double-winged snow eagle looked at the guard commander and said, "You just said that the vast sea, red smoke and black lion tribes are the 3 supreme tribes in the 3rd district?" "That's right. Their leaders and high priest are both 1-star battle saints. But the strange thing is that I received news yesterday that the leaders of the 3 tribes seem to have gone missing." The guard commander frowned and said. The double-winged snow eagle laughed and said, "They didn't go missing, they were killed." "What? Who killed them?" The guard commander looked at Qin Feiyang and the double-winged snow eagle in shock. Suddenly, he found that the man and the eagle both had a smile on their faces. Immediately, a terrifying thought crept into his mind and he said in shock, "Could it be you guys?" "You said it, we didn't say it." The double-winged snow eagle laughed. The guard commander was dumbstruck. Obviously, the leaders of the 3 tribes were killed by this group of people. But how did they do it? Qin Feiyang was a 7-star battle master, while that wolf and Fatso were only 6-star battle master. This snow eagle had just broken through to the battle saint realm. Would such a lineup be able to kill 3 1-star battle saints? Could it be that there was a terrifying battle saint hidden by their side? That's right. Wasn't there a black-robed old woman by his side? Thinking of this, the guard commander panicked even more and hurriedly said, "I have answered all your questions truthfully, can you please let me go?" "Last question, do you know the coordinates of the 4th district?" Qin Feiyang asked. The guard commander said, "Only the pagoda master knows about this." Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "What is the pagoda master's cultivation level?" 4-star battle saint. The guard commander said without hesitation. 4-star battle saint, it's not easy to deal with." Qin Feiyang muttered to himself and nodded to the double-winged snow eagle. The double-winged snow eagle understood and swooped down, its sharp claws directly grabbing the head of the guard commander. "With this little strength you dare to chase after us, you are simply courting death." The double-winged snow eagle laughed disdainfully, turned into the size of a palm, and floated in front of Qin Feiyang and said, "Do you still want to find trouble with the 3 tribes?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and shook his head. "No need, rushing to the 4th district is more important." The double-winged snow eagle said, "Then go find the pagoda master's coordinates, a 4-star battle saint is not invincible." "So confident?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. "What a joke, don't you know who this emperor is?" The double-winged snow eagle said proudly. "Actually, if it hadn't broken through, it definitely wouldn't dare to say such big words. But now it had also stepped into the battle saint realm. Although there was still a big gap between it and the pagoda master, it had an advantage that the pagoda master didn't have, the sacred weapon Heavenly Thunder Sword. If it fought with all its strength, it might really have a glimmer of hope. What's more, Qin Feiyang still had Mu Tianyang's ribs on his body. Thinking back to the time in Sky Thunder City, Mu Chuyu was no match for the 2 battle saints of the Mu clan. But when Qin Feiyang gave her the ribs, it was as if she was possessed by a demon, killing the 2 of them. So, he could give it a try. Even if he couldn't beat them with the castle, the pagoda master couldn't hurt them. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, looked up at the double-winged snow eagle and laughed. If you can really get the coordinates, I will consider you a great merit. Is there a reward? The double-winged snow eagle laughed. Qin Feiyang nodded. Yes, I will reward you with a healing pill. Tiske. Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? The double-winged snow eagle looked at him in disdain. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed, his expression turning solemn. Since you want to go, you have to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, when the city lord rushes back, a 4-star battle saint and a 3-star battle saint, there is basically no hope. So what if he comes back? I will kill him without hesitation. The double-winged snow eagle snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. This guy was already arrogant, but he didn't say much. With a wave of his hand, he opened a teleportation door. The next moment, a man and an eagle appeared in the sky above the snowy plains outside Tianyang City. Is Qin Feiyang? He is here again. The pedestrians below were in an uproar. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang and the double-winged snow eagle ignored them. They turned into a stream of light, broke into the city and rushed toward the Pill Pagoda. Stop right there. A group of guards soared into the sky, blocking in front of Qin Feiyang and the double-winged snow eagle. The weakest of these guards was a 7-star battle grandmaster, and they were extremely powerful. Their expressions were filled with a strong killing intent. Scram! However, the double-winged snow eagle only let out a loud roar. The holy might covered the sky and covered the earth, and the group of guards' blood splattered across the sky. So strong. It's actually a war saint. Seeing this scene, the people in the city were all scared out of their wits. No one dared to come out and block the way. Qin Feiyang and the double-winged snow eagle landed in front of the Pill Pagoda. The double-winged snow eagle shouted, "Pagoda Master, come out and die." Boom. Not long later, the pagoda door slowly opened. A middle-aged man wearing a fiery red robe appeared in the line of sight of Qin Feiyang and the double-winged snow eagle. It was the Pagoda Master. The Pagoda Master walked out of the Pill Pagoda and stood in front of the door. He looked at the man and the eagle gloomily and said, "The heavenly sun flame has already been snatched away by you. What else do you want?" 2 things. First, the heavenly thunder flame, the frost flame, and the heavenly sun flame, what secret are they hiding? The second thing, the coordinates of the 4th area. Qin Feiyang said. Sure enough, you don't know the coordinates. The Pagoda Master muttered to himself. However, he could not figure out the first thing. Since you don't know the secret of these alchemy flames, why did you snatch them? I don't know the secret of the alchemy flames either. As for the coordinates of the 4th area, I definitely know them. However, it depends on whether you have the ability to make me say it. The Pagoda Master sneered. Yo, you're still being arrogant? The double-winged snow eagle let out a strange cry. Its wings of light appeared and turned into a flash of light as it flew toward the Pagoda Master. Ridiculous. The Pagoda Master's face was full of disdain. A mere 1-star war saint dared to compete with him. He really didn't know how to write the word death. He stood there motionless. That contemptuous look in his eyes was as if he was looking at a tiny ant. However, if one observed carefully, they would notice that he was secretly scanning the surroundings with a trace of vigilance hidden in the depths of his eyes. He was not vigilant against the double-winged snow eagle and Qin Feiyang. Instead, he was vigilant against the black-robed old woman. However, he did not know that his worry was completely unnecessary. There was no old woman beside Qin Feiyang. Seeing this, the double-winged snow eagle could not help but laugh in his heart. The more arrogant this person was, the easier it would be to deal with him. Although the heavenly thunder sword was a sacred weapon, it did not have the ability to recover. If the Pagoda Master was fully alert, it would not be able to end the battle quickly. Chapter 805. At this moment, there was a sea of people gathered near the Pill Pagoda, discussing animatedly, their eyes filled with disdain. In their opinion, the double-winged snow eagle challenging the Pagoda Master was simply courting death. At the same time, glancing at these people, Qin Feiyang frowned slightly and shouted, "If you don't want to die, leave immediately." Did these people have any consciousness at all? The double-winged snow eagle was a war sage, and the Pagoda Master was also a war sage. The collision of 2 war sages, the destructive shockwaves, was it something they could withstand? If it was a smart person, they would have already escaped. But these people still had the mood to criticize, they really didn't have any awareness at all. Leave? Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the surrounding crowd was slightly stunned. Not good, quickly retreat. In the next moment, the crowd became restless like a swarm of locusts. They rushed out of the city. The average cultivation of the people in Tianyang City was basically at the War Master level. Therefore, under Qin Feiyang's reminder, the situation in Sky Thunder City did not happen, and most of them successfully escaped from the city. In the blink of an eye. Very quickly. The huge city became an empty city. What a hindsight. Qin Feiyang shook his head and also soared into the sky, looking down at the double-winged snow eagle and the pagoda master. The pagoda master looked around, then looked at Qin Feiyang and muttered, "Looks like the old woman is not here." He was relieved that the old woman was not here. At this time, the double-winged snow eagle had already flown above the pagoda master's head. That pair of eagle claws, glowing with a cold light, grabbed at the pagoda master's head. Overestimating yourself. The pagoda master sneered, raised his arm, clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and surged with battle chi, carrying a shocking aura to meet the attack. Hey! Seeing that the fist and eagle claws were about to collide, the double-winged snow eagle suddenly laughed sinisterly, 2 wings of light appeared, and like lightning, it swept behind the pagoda master. Clang! In the next moment, an earth-shattering explosion. There was also a terrifying sharpness that covered the sky and earth, sweeping in all directions. Boom! Crack! Houses continued to collapse, the ground crazily cracking, deafening sounds. The land within a radius of several miles was instantly turned into ruins. It was extremely shocking. What is it? The tower master was bewildered. A strong sense of uneasiness welled up in his heart. He hurriedly turned around and saw a 3-foot-long sword slashing towards his head. Immediately, all the hair on his body stood on end. That's actually sacred artifact. Without hesitation he took a step forward and dodged to the left. But the speed of the sword was too fast. Although he reacted in time and had strong fighting instincts, the sword still cut off his right arm. Blood gushed out like a fountain and dyed the sky red. Ah! The pagoda master screamed in pain and then stared at the battle sword floating in the air. What kind of background does this group of people have? They even have a saint tool? Do you think we have the ability to make you tell us the coordinates? The double-winged snow eagle flapped its wings, and the heavenly thunder sword returned to its side. The crowd outside the city was dumbfounded. They didn't expect the pagoda master to suffer such a big loss. This was too unbelievable. The pagoda master's eyes darkened. He looked at the double-winged snow eagle and then at Qin Feiyang. Only now did he realize that he had seriously underestimated the strength of this group of people. Even without the black-robed old woman, it was enough to give him a headache. The double-winged snow eagle said impatiently, "I really don't want to talk nonsense with you. Hurry up and give us the coordinates." Swish. But before his voice faded, a middle-aged man descended above Qin Feiyang. He wore a black robe, had a square face, and his black hair was like a waterfall, dancing behind him. Looking at the broken city below, this person's face suddenly sank. That's right. This person was the city lord of Tianyang City. Qin Feiyang was not surprised at the return of the city lord. Because, even if the pagoda master did not have the chance to inform him, others would. For example, those guards who escaped the city. However, what he was worried about had happened, which made him a little anxious. Suddenly, the city lord also sensed the aura of the sacred weapon. He quickly looked around and his gaze quickly locked onto the sky thunder sword. Immediately, his expression was full of shock. "Don't worry, the old woman is not here. I'll hold this beast back. You quickly take down Qin Feiyang." The pagoda master secretly transmitted his voice and then rushed toward the double-winged snow eagle with a strong aura. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. The sacred weapon was terrifying, but with the cultivation of the man and the eagle, it was impossible to revive it. A sacred weapon that could not be revived could only exert 1/10 of its power. This 1/10 of its power was enough to deal with a 1-star battle saint, but it was far from enough to deal with a 4-star battle saint. Moreover, as long as he did not collide with this sacred weapon, no matter how sharp it would not hurt him. At the same time, hearing that the old woman was not here, the city lord could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Immediately after, his gaze turned cold. Boom. The holy aura of a 3-star battle saint rushed out of his body like a torrent and rushed toward Qin Feiyang. To catch the bandits, first catch the ringleader. What a good plan. However, it depends on whether you have the ability to do so. The double-winged snow eagle laughed secretly and ignored the city lord. It did not help Qin Feiyang and directly charged toward the pagoda master with the sky thunder sword. It was not that it did not want to help, but that it had full confidence in Qin Feiyang. Back to Qin Feiyang. The city lord's aura surged and imprisoned him in the void. But his expression was as calm as ever, without any ripples. How can he still be so calm? Seeing this, the city lord was surprised. He was a suspicious person. Seeing Qin Feiyang's expression, he did not dare to act rashly. Clang. Suddenly, an ice blade appeared and floated in front of Qin Feiyang. The world suddenly turned cold. At the same time, a vast and mighty holy aura surged out. The holy aura that was imprisoning Qin Feiyang was instantly broken. Originally, Qin Feiyang wanted to kill the chief of the Black Lion tribe in one strike, just like how he dealt with the chief of the Black Lion tribe last time. But obviously, this city lord was much more cautious than the leader of the Black Lion tribe. So, he simply gave up this idea and took out the ice blade to create an opportunity for the double-winged snow eagle. Because 2 sacred artifacts were not a small matter. The pagoda master would definitely be shocked. Once he was shocked, the double-winged snow eagle could take advantage of the situation to take him down. As expected, when they saw the ice blade, both the city lord and the pagoda master could not help but turn pale with shock and disbelief. There was actually another sacred artifact. Who the hell are these people? They actually have 2 saint artifacts with them. God, was this a dream? When did sacred artifacts become so common? Just as the pagoda master was distracted, the double-winged snow eagle's eyes flashed with a smile. Swish. It flashed and instantly landed in front of the pagoda master. With a clang, the sky thunder sword was placed across the pagoda master's neck. The pagoda master shivered and suddenly broke out in cold sweat. He instinctively wanted to retreat. The double-winged snow eagle laughed. If you dare to move, this emperor will remove your head. Hearing this, the pagoda master could not help but feel a chill down his spine. All his thoughts were destroyed. Little guy, you want to fight with us? You are still far from it. Can you say it now? The double-winged snow eagle laughed mockingly and said. Facing this naked humiliation, the pagoda master was burning with anger. As the real ruler of the third area, who dared to speak to him in such a tone and attitude? But this group of bastards first came to Tianyang City brazenly and took away the Tianyang flame, and now held a knife to his neck. This caused his self-esteem to be greatly hurt. He stared at the double-winged snow eagle and said in a deep voice, Even if you kill me, I will not tell you. So courageous? Then this emperor will try. The double-winged snow eagle laughed mockingly. With a little force, the sky thunder sword's blade entered 3 inches into the flesh. Blood immediately flowed down from the pagoda master's neck. However, the pagoda master's expression did not change. Are you really not afraid? The double-winged snow eagle raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. If the other party was not afraid of death, it would be a bit difficult. Qin Feiyang also frowned, glancing at the pagoda master and then at the city lord. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the people outside the city. What do you want to do? Seeing this, the city lord suddenly became vigilant. I'm not a person who likes to kill the innocent, but sometimes, I do need to use some extreme means. Qin Feiyang said coldly. Hearing this, the city lord and the pagoda master felt as if they had heard the biggest joke in the world. If he did not like to kill the innocent, then why did he slaughter the people in the second and first areas? However, although they wanted to laugh, they could not. Because Qin Feiyang's meaning was very clear, he wanted to kill everyone in Tianyang City. One must know. At this moment, there were millions of people gathered outside the city. Once Qin Feiyang took action, there would be rivers of blood and floating corpses everywhere. Swish. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, Fatso and the pangolin appeared out of thin air, then pointed to the people outside the city and said expressionlessly, Don't leave a single one alive, kill them all. Fatso and the pangolin nodded, full of murderous intent. The city lord's heart trembled and he hurriedly said, Stop. What do you want to say? Qin Feiyang looked up at him. Wait, I will persuade the pagoda master. The city lord said hurriedly, then looked at the pagoda master and lamented, We can't let those innocent people be implicated, just give him the coordinates. The pagoda master said in a deep voice, Even if you give him the coordinates with his cruel character, he will still kill everyone. The city lord fell silent. Yes, this person had slaughtered the first and second areas, how could he let the third area go? Don't worry, as long as you give me the coordinates, I will leave immediately and not touch anyone. Qin Feiyang said. The pagoda master sneered, Do you think I will believe your nonsense? I believe. Before the pagoda master finished speaking, the city lord said. The pagoda master raised his eyebrows. The city lord said, We have no choice now, we can only choose to believe his words. No, there is still a choice. Don't care about my life or death, just kill Qin Feiyang. Although he has a sacred artifact, he can't recover it. He is not your opponent. The pagoda master said in a deep voice, with a trace of determination in his eyes. The city lord hesitated. Good idea. Qin Feiyang clapped his hands, but the corner of his mouth pursed with a hint of mockery, looked at the city lord and said, Don't forget, how did I disappear from under your eyes in the Black Cloud tribe and White Cloud tribe? The city lord's heart trembled. He could still remember the scene at that time clearly. A few living people suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if they had evaporated into thin air. And this Fatso and Wolf King just now, they also appeared out of thin air without any warning. Was this a magic trick? Impossible. This kid must have some amazing life-saving means on him. He looked at the pagoda master and said, Take it as me begging you, just tell him if he really goes back on his word, I will apologize with my life. Why are you so stupid? The pagoda master said angrily. The city lord sighed deeply and laughed. For your and everyone's lives, it's worth being stupid for once. The pagoda master glared at him angrily, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Okay, I'll tell you, but if you continue to do evil here, I swear, my pill pagoda will never let you go. Finished? He gave the coordinates of the fourth area to Qin Feiyang. Where are the coordinates? Qin Feiyang asked. The pagoda master said, The location of the fourth area, Tianshan City. Tianshan City. Qin Feiyang muttered and waved his hand to open a teleportation gate. Let's go. Then he called out to the dual-winged snow eagle and sent Fatso and Wolf King to the ancient castle before striding into the teleportation gate. My two brothers, let's meet again if fate wills it. The dual-winged snow eagle also put away the heavenly thunder sword and waved its wings reluctantly at the pagoda master and the city lord. It was as if he was bidding farewell to an old friend. Scram. Who is your brother? Who is fated to meet you again? Looking at the dual-winged snow eagle's complacent back, the two of them gnashed their teeth in hatred. After the teleportation gate dissipated, the city lord let out a long breath and laughed bitterly. A 1-star war saint and a 7-star war sect forced us to such a state. This time we really lost a lot of face. Who says so? This Qin Feiyang, his methods are already so astonishing. If we wait for him to grow up, I really don't know what level he will reach. I don't dare to think about it. The pagoda master said powerlessly. This was the first time in his life that he had met such a monstrous young man. The city lord nodded and suddenly turned to look at the pagoda master, puzzled. I really don't understand what you are thinking? The pagoda master was stunned and asked, What do you mean? The city lord said, Didn't you already contact the 4th region's pagoda master? Yes. The pagoda master nodded. Since the 4th region's pagoda master already knows that Qin Feiyang will go to Tianshan City, he will definitely set up a trap. In this way, Qin Feiyang going to Tianshan City is equivalent to walking into a trap. But looking at your attitude just now, why didn't you want to give him the coordinates? The city lord asked suspiciously. After hearing the city lord's words, the pagoda master shook his head and smiled bitterly. Things are not as simple as you think. Not simple? The city lord was puzzled. How complicated could it be? Let me tell you the truth, the 4th region's pagoda master is a 5-star war saint. It is more than enough to deal with Qin Feiyang, but it is still far from enough to deal with that black-robed old woman. Our original plan was to inform the experts of the 8th and 9th region to come and help. Before the pagoda master finished his words, the city lord was overjoyed. This is a good thing. When the experts of the 8th and 9th region arrive, they will definitely die. It is a good thing, but it needs time. I have told you about the Pill Pagoda's rules before. It needs to be reported to the higher levels. I estimate that it will take at least a few hundred breaths for the experts of the 8th and 9th region to receive the news. The pagoda master said. A few hundred breaths? Isn't that too late? That black-robed old woman, like that wolf and Fatso, must be hiding beside Qin Feiyang. With that old woman's strength, not to mention a few hundred breaths, even a few hundred breaths is enough for her to snatch the pill fire of Tianshan City. The city lord said worriedly. Yes. This is the reason why I didn't give them the coordinates. It is also to buy time for the 4th region's pagoda master. But I didn't expect that these little bastards would use the whole city to threaten us. They are too vicious. The pagoda master said hatefully. Then what do we do now? The city lord asked. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. The coordinates I gave them are not the coordinates of Tianshan City. The pagoda master sneered, his face full of mockery. You still have a trick up your sleeve? The city lord was surprised. Yes. The pagoda master nodded and sneered. If there is no accident, they will definitely die in that place. There is no need for the pill pagoda to do anything. The city lord was shocked and said in a low voice, "Where did you give them the coordinates?" Black Dragon Glacier. The pagoda master said word by word, his eyes filled with a dense killing intent. Hearing this name, the city lord's heart trembled, and his face was filled with fear. "All right, bring some people to clean up this place. I will report this matter to the 4th Region's pagoda master." Chapter 806. When the pagoda master entered the pill pagoda, the city lord retracted his gaze, lowered his head and scanned the city. At this moment Tianyang City was broken and in a mess. Looking at it he couldn't help but have a headache. They really know how to cause trouble. The city lord sighed, looked at the people outside the city and said loudly, "It's safe, come back." Immediately, the crowd poured into the city from all directions. "Don't be idle, everyone work together and repair the broken places as soon as possible." As the city lord finished speaking, the people began to get busy. Suddenly, the city lord seemed to have thought of something and looked at a guard not far away saying, "Come here." "Lord, what's the matter?" The guard flew over and asked doubtfully. The city lord said, "Where's the commander?" The guard was slightly taken aback and asked, "Didn't he bring people to look for you?" The city lord frowned and said, "I didn't see him." The guard said, "Then he might not have caught up to you, why don't you send him a message?" "Okay." The city lord nodded and waved his hand, "Go and do your work." "Yes." The guard responded and bowed before retreating. The city lord immediately took out an image crystal and sent a message to the guard commander. But at this moment, whoosh, accompanied by a piercing sound, a middle-aged man dressed as a hunter landed in front of the city lord like lightning. "You are?" The city lord looked at him suspiciously. In fact, this burly man was also a resident of Tianyang City, but as the city lord, it was impossible for him to know everyone. "Lord City Lord, not good." The middle-aged man panicked as if he had seen something terrifying and his face was pale. "What's the fuss?" The city lord frowned. The middle-aged man said, "The guard commander and the others were all killed." "What?" The city lord's expression changed and he said angrily, "Who did it?" "Qin Feiyang." The middle-aged man said. The city lord's pupils constricted and he said, "Quickly tell me in detail." "Not long ago I was looking for prey deep in the mountains when I suddenly heard the sound of battle. At first I thought it was a battle between berserk beasts, so I ran over to see if I could take advantage of it. But when I rushed over, I found that it was Qin Feiyang fighting with the guard commander and the others. Their methods are too cruel, simply inhuman. That snow eagle also broke through to the Battle Saint realm at that time. Furthermore, I've also heard them say that the chiefs of the Scarlet Smoke tribe, Black Lion tribe and Ocean tribe all died at their hands." The burly man hissed, "Damn it." The city lord was furious. Originally he chased after him. That was why he followed him. However, he did not expect that not only did this person not go to the 4th district, he even killed the guard commander and the others. Furthermore, he even returned to Tianyang City to raid his hometown. How could this bastard be so cunning? Suddenly, he looked up at the brawny man and asked suspiciously, "They didn't notice you?" To the tutoes. So. The Tito's. Although I haven't had much contact with Qin Feiyang, I can tell that he is a very vigilant person. To be able to escape his perception, it means that you have some ability. Your strength is not bad, 5-star War Master. How about this? I'll make an exception and let you become a guard of the City Lord's mansion." The City Lord said. "Thank you, my lord." The middle-aged man was overjoyed and quickly knelt down to thank him. As a member of the Tianyang City, he naturally knew the rules of the City Lord's mansion. To become a guard of the City Lord's mansion, one had to be at least a 7-star War Master. Furthermore, one had to go through layers and layers of examinations. Therefore, to him this was undoubtedly a great fortune. The City Lord laughed. "Get up, do well, I have high hopes for you." "Yes." The middle-aged man stood up and said, "Then do you still want to find Qin Feiyang?" "No need. That's because the name Qin Feiyang will soon be forgotten." The City Lord sneered. "Forgotten?" The middle-aged man was puzzled. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Now, go to the 3 great tribes and tell them about the deaths of the 3 great leaders, so that they won't look everywhere." The City Lord ordered. "All right, this subordinate will go now." The middle-aged man respectfully replied, then turned into a ray of light and quickly disappeared from the City Lord's line of sight. Black Dragon Glacier. Even if a war saint were to enter this place, it would be a 90% chance of survival. Qin Feiyang just wait for despair. The city lord retracted his gaze and raised his head to look towards the northwest. He muttered to himself, his face filled with coldness. At the same time, inside the pill tower, the pagoda master sat in the alchemy room, holding the image crystal in his hand. His eyes flickered with a strange light. Suddenly, the image crystal shone brightly and a shadow quickly condensed. It was a middle-aged man. He wore a golden robe with a lifelike tiger embroidered on it. He exuded the aura of a king. His facial features were well-defined, his eyebrows were sharp, and his dark eyes gave off a piercing sharpness. The golden-robed man was like a king, looking down at the city lord and asking, "What's the matter?" His voice was full of energy with a great majesty. "There's a change in the situation," the pagoda master said with a look of awe. "What change?" The golden-robed man frowned. The pagoda master said, "I tricked Qin Feiyang into going to the Black Dragon Glacier." "Really?" The golden-robed man was surprised. The pagoda master nodded. The golden-robed man smiled and said, "That's a good thing, we don't have to do anything." "No. We have to do something and we can't alarm the big shots above." The pagoda master's eyes flashed as he said, "What do you mean?" The golden-robed man was stunned, his face full of confusion. "Qin Feiyang has 2 sacred artifacts on him." The pagoda master said word by word, his eyes full of greed. "What?" The golden-robed man's expression changed on the spot. "Is it true?" The pagoda master nodded and said, "I saw it with my own eyes, it's absolutely true." 2 sacred artifacts. What's the background of this kid? The golden-robed man was in disbelief. "You mean the 2 of us will enter the Black Dragon Glacier to snatch these 2 sacred artifacts?" "That's right. Although the Black Dragon Glacier is very dangerous, it's worth the risk for the sacred artifacts," the pagoda master said. The golden-robed man frowned and said worriedly, "We might lose our lives." "Yes. It's very likely that we'll die in the Black Dragon Glacier, but there's a good saying, how can there be gains without risks? As long as we can get those 2 sacred artifacts, we can go anywhere and get a place. When the time comes with our own abilities, we might even be able to enter the central divine kingdom." The pagoda master tempted. The Black Dragon Glacier was a dangerous place, and he didn't dare to go in alone. So no matter what, he had to persuade the golden-robed man. The central divine kingdom was without a doubt the best bait for them. Although the pagoda masters were very respected in their respective areas, that mysterious central divine kingdom was simply an impossible dream for them. If they continued to live their lives step by step, it would be hopeless. So they had to find a shortcut. And this time, Qin Feiyang's appearance gave him hope. At the same time, hearing the pagoda master's words, the golden-robed man's eyes lit up. He was obviously tempted, but he didn't say anything. The pagoda master struck while the iron was hot and urged, "Brother Wang, this opportunity will not come again. You have to grasp it well." The golden-robed man gritted his teeth and nodded. "Fine, we'll do as you say, but I have a suggestion." The pagoda master smiled and said, "Brother Wang, please speak. I'm all ears." "Qin Feiyang has 2 sacred artifacts, so he's not easy to deal with. So, we have to arrange some people to go to the Black Dragon Glacier first," the golden-robed man said. The so-called first was equivalent to cannon fodder. "Good idea. Once we get the sacred artifacts, we'll kill everyone. At that time, no one will know that we have the sacred artifacts." The pagoda master chuckled. Chapter 807. Let's talk about Qin Feiyang. At this moment, he stood above a certain mountain range, scanning the area below, his face full of bewilderment. The mountains and rivers stretched as far as the eye could see. Giant peaks of different heights, the rolling mountain range, towering and exuding a majestic aura. However, there was no city at all within a few dozen miles. Moreover, this place was also very strange. Whether it was the mountains or the rivers, they were all black. As far as the eye could see, there was not a single beast nor a small tree, not even a blade of grass. This place was like a land of death. There was no sign of life, no sound, only dead silence. In such an atmosphere, no matter who it was, their hair would stand on end. What the hell is this place? At the same time, the double-winged snow eagle also looked at all of this in bewilderment, fully alert. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "It seems that we have been deceived." "Deceived?" The double-winged snow eagle was stunned and said in bewilderment, "You mean the pagoda master gave us a fake coordinate?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "Damn bastard, how dare he trick us. This emperor will go and destroy him now. The double-winged snow eagle was furious, and directly took out a portal full of murderous intent. But the next moment, it froze in the void, its eyes full of disbelief. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang looked at it suspiciously. The double-winged snow eagle stared at the portal and said in disbelief, "Why can't it be opened?" Qin Feiyang was also surprised and quickly looked at the portal. The palm-sized portal was suspended in front of the double-winged snow eagle, its whole body was dim, and there was no sign of it recovering. "Are you sure you can open it?" Qin Feiyang asked. The double-winged snow eagle said, "Nonsense, if you don't believe me, try it yourself." Qin Feiyang frowned. Looking at the double-winged snow eagle's expression, it didn't seem to be joking. He quickly took out a portal and tried to open it, but it really couldn't be opened. What's going on? This time, Qin Feiyang couldn't stay calm. He had encountered situations where he couldn't open the portal. Moreover, all of these places were ominous places that struck terror into people's hearts. It was like a wasteland. Like the yellow springs of the 9 underworlds. Could it be that this place was also a dangerous place like the land of ruins and the 9 underworlds? But here he didn't feel any gravity in the air. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Suddenly, he waved his hand and Fatso and Wolf King appeared out of thin air. When they saw the mountains and rivers with their own eyes, the man and the wolf were extremely bewildered. "Let's split into 2 teams and search separately to see if we can find anything," Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. He had an ominous premonition in his heart. Fatso nodded. But suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "Wait, let's see if the image crystal can send messages." Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment, then he gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, very thoughtful. If they couldn't communicate, then they couldn't separate. He immediately took out the image crystal and tried to send a message to Fatso, and Fatso's image crystal also reacted. This meant that they could send messages here. Qin Feiyang put away the image crystal and said, "There's no time to lose, let's go. In half an hour we'll still meet here." Understood. Fatso nodded and brought Wolf King to the west. Qin Feiyang and the winged snow eagle flew towards the east. However, along the way they didn't encounter any other creatures, not even a small bug, let alone people. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang stopped in the air and looked up at the sky with a trace of surprise in his eyes. "What's wrong?" the winged snow eagle asked. Qin Feiyang didn't answer. He raised his arm and opened his palm. A few white snowflakes landed on his palm. Then, he lowered his head and looked at the mountains and rivers below. His brows tightened and he was full of doubt. "Why is it like this? This is too strange." He muttered to himself as if there was no one else around. "What did you find? Don't hide it in your heart. Tell me." The winged snow eagle also became more and more surprised and urged. Qin Feiyang said, "Do you see these snowflakes?" "Nonsense, this emperor is not blind. Get to the point." The winged snow eagle rolled its eyes at him. "The point is these snowflakes. From the time we appeared here until now, it has been snowing in the sky. This means that in the past it must have often snowed here. And the temperature here is no different from other places. It's still cold, but why is there no snow below?" Qin Feiyang said. "That's right." Only then did the double-winged snow eagle realize the strangeness of the situation. The mountains and rivers below were dark everywhere. Not to mention snow, there wasn't even a snowflake. "Let's go down and take a look?" the winged snow eagle asked. Qin Feiyang nodded. A man and an eagle swooped down and landed on a mountain peak like lightning. When his feet touched the ground, Qin Feiyang's expression froze. The ground was soft and his feet sank into it. "That's not right." When he looked down, he suddenly frowned. The ground was not solid soil, nor was it stone. It was a layer of soft black sediment. After confirming that there was no danger nearby, Qin Feiyang bent down and grabbed a handful of the black sediment. Immediately, a gust of cold air entered his palm and into his body. "This is actually snow." Qin Feiyang fixed his eyes on it and was stunned. These sediments were actually piled up by snowflakes. But black snowflakes, wasn't this a bit too strange? That's right, it's indeed snow. "Look at those falling snowflakes, they've all turned black," the winged snow eagle said. Qin Feiyang looked around. As the winged snow eagle said, every snowflake would turn from white to black when it fell to the ground. But why did this happen? What caused this anomaly to occur? The double-winged snow eagle also lowered its head and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, as if it had thought of something, its eyes flashed. It raised its head and stared at Qin Feiyang, saying, "Could there be some treasures hidden under the ground?" "Treasure?" Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. Maybe it was really possible. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was unlikely. That was because the mountain range was very large and boundless. Thus, it was impossible for there to be anything that could turn all the snow there black. After thinking for a while, Qin Feiyang temporarily put aside this doubt and said, "Let's go and continue to search." A man and an eagle soared into the sky and carefully searched. Not long after, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, suddenly turned around and glanced at the glacier behind him. "What's wrong?" The winged snow eagle was surprised. "I suddenly have a feeling that there's a pair of eyes secretly watching us." Qin Feiyang frowned. "A pair of eyes?" The winged snow eagle was stunned. It turned around and glanced at the barren glacier, speechless. "There's not even a bird feather. How could there be someone secretly watching us? You must be hallucinating." "Hallucinating?" Qin Feiyang mumbled. He turned around and continued to move forward. But the feeling of being watched did not disappear. Instead, it became more and more intense. His accumulated experience in the past told him that this was definitely not an illusion. But he did not tell the winged snow eagle. He just secretly became alert. About half an hour later, a lake came into Qin Feiyang's sight. The lake was very big, with a diameter of a few miles. The ice and snow on the lake were also black. Around it, there was a mountain range of different heights. The lake was like a basin sitting in the middle. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He directly flew over the lake. But when he flew out of the lake, he grabbed the winged snow eagle and dived down like lightning, hiding somewhere in the mountain range. "What are you doing?" The two-winged snow eagle was confused by his sudden action. "Shut up!" Qin Feiyang secretly shouted. He hid his aura and looked up without blinking. "I really don't know what you're thinking. You're always so suspicious." The winged snow eagle muttered unhappily and also hid his aura to the extreme. Time passed breath by breath. Very soon, 100 breaths passed, but no one appeared at all. "What did I say? You're just too suspicious." The winged snow eagle was impatient. It was about to get up, but Qin Feiyang suddenly stretched out his hand and pressed it into the snow. Almost at the same time, a black figure appeared in the void above. It was an old man in black. He was about 1.75 meters tall, skinny, and his face was full of dry wrinkles. Moreover, his white hair was in a mess, as if he hadn't washed it in decades. His eyes were dim and there was a weak and sickly look on his face. His clothes were also very shabby. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were full of holes. In short, this was a very sloppy, very bad old man who did not seem to have long lifespan. However, Qin Feiyang did not dare to underestimate him. Although he looked like an ordinary old man, how could someone who would appear in such a place be an ordinary person? Someone is really following us? The winged snow eagle broke free from Qin Feiyang's claws and looked at the old man in black with a somewhat unfriendly gaze. Why was this old thing following them sneakily? Where is he? Why is he gone? At the same time, the old man in black muttered to himself and looked around suspiciously. Qin Feiyang secretly said, "Can you see through his cultivation?" "There's no aura at all. I can't say for sure. However, his life force is very unstable. It should be a sign that he is about to die. Why don't I go and test his depth?" The winged snow eagle transmitted. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and secretly said, "Okay, be careful. Don't worry, how strong can a person who is about to die be?" The winged snow eagle smiled disdainfully. Boom. The holy aura suddenly burst out of his body. In the next moment, its four wings spread out, and like a graceful swan, it swept towards the old man in black. The old man in black immediately lowered his head to look at the winged snow eagle, a hint of surprise creeping up his face. "Hee, I didn't expect you to find out." Following closely, the old man in black laughed sinisterly, like a ghost laughing shrilly, extremely terrifying. "Don't pretend to be mysterious." The winged snow eagle's eyes turned cold, and instantly returned to its original form, like a towering mountain, ferocious aura rolling in all directions. The pair of eagle claws were like two sharp iron hooks, shining with an astonishing light, grabbing towards the old man in black's head. "Hee, the old woman in black laughed sinisterly. Just as the winged snow eagle was approaching, he raised his withered arm and did not dodge. Instead, he slapped the winged snow eagle's sharp claws. Boom. A loud explosion resounding through the heavens and earth. Chirp. The winged snow eagle wailed and was actually sent flying on the spot, blood spurting out of its mouth. The old man in black also retreated continuously, a trace of blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. "It's actually a war saint." Seeing this, Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted, full of fear. Chapter 808. The double-winged snow eagle was also shocked. He originally thought that this person's strength would not be very strong, but he did not expect that he was actually on par with it. Tisk. After the old man in black stabilized his body, he stared at the double-winged snow eagle and laughed sinisterly. He even stuck out his tongue and licked the blood at the corner of his mouth. Shwa. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he flew up into the sky and stood in front of the double-winged snow eagle. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior, it was just a misunderstanding. Please show mercy." The double-winged snow eagle raised his eyebrows and sent a sound transmission. "What do you mean by that? Are you afraid of him?" "I'm not afraid of him. I just have a lot of questions to ask him." Qin Feiyang thought. This person must be very familiar with this place, so he wanted this person to answer the doubts in his heart. At the same time, seeing Qin Feiyang appear, the old man in black's eyes flashed with a strange light, and said, "This old man doesn't think that this is a misunderstanding." Yo-ho. The double-winged snow eagle let out a strange cry. Qin Feiyang also frowned, reached out his hand to stop the irritable double-winged snow eagle, looked at the old man in black and laughed. "Senior, we just met by chance, there is no enmity between us, there is really no need to make a fuss." Then, he added, "Moreover, you were the one at fault in the first place." The old man in black's face suddenly became angry. He pointed at the double-winged snow eagle and said angrily, "It sneaked an attack on me and you still say that I'm in the wrong? It was my idea to sneak an attack on you. But I'm also very curious. Why is Senior following us so sneakily?" Qin Feiyang said. The old man in black said confidently, "A stranger suddenly appeared, of course this old man had to investigate. That's a very good reason." Qin Feiyang nodded his head very seriously and then said, "Then let me ask Senior, if it was you and you found out that someone was following you, would you find an opportunity to fight back?" "Yes." The old man in black nodded. "That's right. You followed us, we fought back. This is human nature. What's there to care about?" Qin Feiyang said. "That does seem to make sense." The black-robed old man pondered. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "Then what do you think? Should we?" The old man thought for a moment and said, "If you want this old man to forgive your foolish actions, it's not impossible. This temper of mine, is it not over yet?" Without waiting for the old man in black to finish his words, the dual-winged snow eagle flapped its wings and charged forward ferociously. "Calm down." Qin Feiyang pulled it back, looked at the black-clothed old man and said with a smile, "Senior, what do you want?" "Longevity pill." The old man in black said. "As expected." Qin Feiyang mumbled. This person's lifespan was nearing its end, and only the life prolongation pill could extend his life. However, there was one thing that he could not figure out. The life prolongation pill was precious, but to a battle saint, it didn't seem to be much, right? Why ask him for it? "I have life prolongation pills. But Senior has to answer a few of my questions before I can give it to you." Qin Feiyang said. "You have it?" The old man in black was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Good, 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 quickly ask." Qin Feiyang asked, "Where is this place?" The old man in black was stunned and said in surprise, "You don't know?" "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Tsk. The old man in black was speechless, and looked at the man and the eagle with a strange expression. He didn't even know where this place was, and yet he dared to come in as if a newborn calf was not afraid of a tiger. This place is not an ordinary place. This place is called the Black Dragon Glacier, a famous forbidden area and forgotten continent. The old man in black said. "Black Dragon Glacier?" Qin Feiyang and the dual-winged snow eagle looked at each other, and there was a trace of suspicion in their eyes. "Let me put it this way, even if a 9-star battle saint enters this place, it would be difficult to walk out alive." The old man in black joked. "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang looked around suspiciously. There wasn't even a living creature. How could there be danger? Moreover, they didn't encounter any danger along the way. But looking at the old man's expression, it didn't seem like he was joking. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, "Senior, please enlighten me. It is said that a long time ago, a black dragon flew from the sky and fell here. It is said that this black dragon was a god, its body was as big as a mountain, and its eyes were like the moon. However, when it fell here, it was already seriously injured and finally died here. Rumor has it that this black glacier was formed from its body. Because of this, the later generations named it the Black Dragon Glacier." The old man in black explained. "God." The man and the eagle looked at each other. This was too unbelievable, wasn't it? The old man in black looked at them and said, "This is only a very old legend. Whether it is true or not, there is no way to verify, but there is one thing that I am sure of." "What?" Qin Feiyang asked. The old man in black grinned and said, "You will be trapped here forever, just like me." Qin Feiyang frowned. He didn't expect the pagoda master to be so vicious as to give him such a coordinate. "What do we do now?" The double-winged snow eagle looked at Qin Feiyang worriedly and asked. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't panic, there is always a way." "There is no way. The Black Dragon Glacier is shrouded by a mysterious force. You can only go in but not out unless," the old man in black said. "Unless what?" The double-winged snow eagle perked up and looked at him expectantly. The old man in black grinned and said, "Unless a god descends." "Damn, are you kidding me?" the double-winged snow eagle said angrily. It didn't dare to say it before, but in this world, how could there be a god? The old man in black asked, "I am curious, how did you get in?" "We were plotted against," the double-winged snow eagle said angrily. "Plotted against?" The old man in black was stunned, then he shook his head and sneered, "Then you are really stupid. Do you want to die?" The double-winged snow eagle was already very angry, and the old man in black's words were like adding fuel to the fire. The old man in black said disdainfully, "Hee, you want to kill me? You don't have the ability." "Don't have the ability?" The double-winged snow eagle was so angry that it laughed and said, Come, I will show you what is really awesome." "That's enough, will you die if you stop talking?" Qin Feiyang stared at it, then he looked at the old man in black and said, "Senior, don't mind it, it is just like that." The old man in black said, "It is not good to have this kind of character. If you don't discipline it, it will bring you disaster sooner or later." "You're right, Senior." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Then Senior, if you know that the Black Dragon Glacier is so dangerous, why did you come in?" Hearing this, the old man in black looked angry and said, "This is also related to a damn legend." "What legend?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. Some people said that before the Black Dragon died, it left behind a lifetime of inheritance. As long as you can get its inheritance, you will definitely become a god in the future. I took the risk to enter the Black Dragon Glacier for this legend. But when I came in, not only did I not find the so-called inheritance, I was also trapped here and could not get out. It is all because of greed. The old man in black sighed. "You believe such a ridiculous rumor, saying that we are stupid? I think you are even more stupid than us. No, you don't have a brain at all." The double-winged snow eagle took the opportunity to start taunting. But unexpectedly, the old man in black not only did not get angry, but also nodded in agreement. His old face was also full of regret. Qin Feiyang also sympathized with this person. It was not worth it to put oneself in such a desperate situation for a fleeting legend. However, was it really a legend? There is a saying, there is no smoke without fire. There must be a reason for the birth of this legend. Qin Feiyang asked, "Have you looked everywhere?" "Yes." The old man in black nodded, thought for a while and said, "But there is one place that I have not been to." "What place?" Qin Feiyang asked. "In the center of the Black Dragon Glacier, there is a giant peak filled with a mysterious force. Once people get close, there will be a drastic change." The old man in black said as if he thought of something, his face was full of horror. "What drastic change?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. The old man in black said, "It deprives the life of living things, making them grow old step by step until they finally die." "What?" Qin Feiyang and the double-winged snow eagle were both shocked. The double-winged snow eagle asked, "Is your current appearance related to that place?" "Yes." The old man in black nodded, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "When I first came here, although I was not as young as you, I was still in the prime of my life. But when I went to climb that giant peak, in less than 100 breaths, almost all of my life was taken away, making me look like this. I hate it." The old man in black cried. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled and said, "Then when did you come in?" "Half a year ago." The old man in black said. "So that's how it is." Qin Feiyang muttered. The old man in black did not have a prolongation pill, which finally explained. A man in the prime of his life and a battle saint, living for 10,000 years was not a problem. How could he carry a prolongation pill with him? Perhaps before entering the Black Dragon Glacier, he did not even think about this problem. Therefore, it was normal that he did not have a prolongation pill. Sigh. The old man in black sighed deeply and said, "I can clearly feel that I have a few more hours to live, so little brother, I beg you, no matter what, give me a prolongation pill." The more he spoke, the more painful he was. In the end, he knelt in the void and begged Qin Feiyang. "Senior, you can't do this, please get up." Qin Feiyang hurried to help the old man in black. But just as he stretched out his hand, the old man in black's eyes suddenly burst out with a cold light. That aged hand was like a demonic claw that wanted to take Qin Feiyang's life as it reached for his heart. On his old face, there was an extremely cruel smile. You? Qin Feiyang was startled and angry at the same time. He disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The old man in black turned pale with fright. Where did he go? The old man in black's sudden sneak attack was completely unexpected by the double-winged snow eagle. But when it came back to its senses, that pair of sharp eagle eyes burst out with a bone-piercing killing intent. Old bastard, you're dead today. With a roar, the heavenly thunder sword appeared, and the holy power rolled in all directions. Clang. Immediately after, accompanied by a deafening sound, the heavenly thunder sword cut through the sky, carrying a world-destroying sharpness, and furiously slashed towards the old man in black. What? This is a sacred artifact. Looking at the flashing heavenly thunder sword, the old man in black's body trembled, and hurriedly turned and ran. Swish. It was also at this time. Qin Feiyang appeared again, and his face was extremely gloomy. If it were not for the ancient castle, this time he would definitely die in the hands of this old man. Chapter 809. He looked at the dual-winged snow eagle and said, "Don't let him run away." "Don't worry, he won't be able to run away." The dual-winged snow eagle smiled confidently. Its light wings appeared and it flew away like lightning. The old man in black also had an auxiliary battle art, but it was only a superior one. It couldn't compare to the dual-winged snow eagle. In a few blinks of an eye, the dual-winged snow eagle stood in front of the old man in black and sneered, "Still want to run?" Clang. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also stepped forward, grabbed the heavenly thunder sword and stood behind the old man in black. "Oh my god, I forgot to put away the heavenly thunder sword." Seeing this, the dual-winged snow eagle was a little angry. Qin Feiyang ignored it and looked at the old man in black. His eyes were extremely cold. "Do you know what happened to those who schemed against me?" The old man in black trembled and hurriedly begged, "I was wrong, please let me go. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Tell me immediately, where is this place?" Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. "This is the Black Dragon Glacier, I didn't lie to you. Yes, I do want to kill you and steal your Qingquan bag, but what I said to you before is true. I can swear if there is even half a lie, I will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death." The old man in black shouted anxiously. Qin Feiyang said, "Why did you steal my Qingquan bag? Just because of the prolonging life pill?" The old man in black stammered, his face full of panic. "Speak." Qin Feiyang shouted coldly. Okay, I'll speak. The prolonging life pill is only one of the reasons why I stole your Qingquan bag. Most importantly, I need the battle chi pill. Because I have to break through quickly. Only by breaking through can my lifespan increase. Otherwise, even if I take the prolonging life pill, it can only alleviate the current situation. In the end, I will still die. The old man in black said. "I see." Qin Feiyang muttered. For a person who was about to die, breaking through was actually the key. Because every time he broke through a small realm, his lifespan would double. Prolonging life pill, although it could extend one's lifespan, there was a limit. For example, a prolonging life pill could only extend 200 years of life. Once the time was up, he would still die. And 200 years to an ordinary person's lifespan. But for the old the old man in black. Sometimes, to Qingquan bag tea. Similarly, to the qt to realm. Compt. To realm to break. Tut. The black-clothed old man definitely did not have the confidence to break through to the next level after taking the prolongation pill, so he had the idea of snatching the battle chi pill. This was because absorbing the energy of the battle chi pill was several times faster than absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Qin Feiyang asked, "Don't you have battle chi pills?" The black-clothed old man nodded and said, "Yes, but how would I know that I would be trapped to death here?" You can tell me. I'll definitely give you some. Why do you have to use such an extreme method? Qin Feiyang sighed, feeling a little regretful. The old man in black was startled and said, "The battle chi pill is so precious, will you give it to me?" Precious? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He didn't even know how many battle chi pills he had. What was so precious about them? But then, he laughed bitterly. Battle chi pills were indeed nothing to him. But on the market, the price of battle chi pills was ridiculously high. Because anyone who stepped into the War King needed battle chi pills. How many people in this world had stepped into the War King? It was impossible to count. Although there were people who specially cultivated the medicinal ingredients for the battle chi pill, it still required time. This was the reason why there were too many monks and too little porridge. Naturally, the battle chi pill became extremely precious in the eyes of the world. But the most important thing was that the Black Dragon Glacier was isolated from the outside world, so it was impossible to buy battle chi pills. Thus, the battle chi pill became even more precious. But even so, he couldn't forgive this old man in black. He could make a mistake, but he could only make it once. This person had followed him before, and after being discovered by him, not only did he not apologize in the slightest, he even took the opportunity to ask for the prolonging life pill. Fine, isn't it just a prolonging life pill? It doesn't matter. Here. Moreover, he even treated him with courtesy and respectfully called him senior. Wasn't this already considered as being extremely benevolent? But this old man in black didn't know what was good for him and actually wanted to kill him. Even a sneak attack. This was something he couldn't accept. Oh. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feiyang looked at the old man in black expressionlessly and said, "Do you want to do it yourself or do you want us to do it?" The old man in black's expression changed and he hurriedly said, Don't little brother, let's talk. Looks like we need to do it." Qin Feiyang's eyes surged with killing intent as he nodded to the double-winged snow eagle. Ah. The double-winged snow eagle laughed coldly and flew towards the old man in black. "I beg you, please let me go. And look at this, there's no one here, there's no point in killing me," the old man in black said in horror. If it was just Qin Feiyang and the double-winged snow eagle, he would still dare to fight. But the other party had a sacred artifact in hand, so he really didn't have the courage to fight. Moreover, even if he did, the other party could completely disappear without a trace like just now. In other words, he had no chance of winning at all. Qin Feiyang's face was cold and he remained silent. The old man in black really couldn't find a reason, and was left with a heart full of fear. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "How about this, I'll be your subordinate. You might not know, but my cultivation level at my peak was an 8-star battle saint. I can definitely help you." 8-star battle saint. Qin Feiyang was shocked. He knew that this person's peak strength was definitely not just a 1-star battle saint, but he didn't expect him to be an 8-star battle saint. He was only 2 steps away from a battle emperor. Frankly speaking, he was tempted. Now, the enemies he encountered were getting stronger and stronger. And because of those rumors, he was already the public enemy of the Forgotten Continent. At this time, if he had an 8-star battle saint by his side, it would save him a lot of trouble. As for this Black Dragon Glacier, he didn't plan to stay here forever. The double-winged snow eagle was getting closer and closer. Its ferocious aura was threatening. The old man in black was anxious and angry at this moment. To think that he was an 8-star battle saint, no matter where he went, he was an existence that people looked up to. But at this moment, he was actually wagging his tail and begging for pity in front of a 7-star battle saint. How sad. Heavens, what did I do wrong for you to treat me like this? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He couldn't help but roar, madly venting the grievances in his heart. Qin Feiyang still didn't speak. He looked at the old man in black, his eyes flickering. Just as the double-winged snow eagle was about to attack, he stretched out his hand and said, "Wait." The double-winged snow eagle was stunned and suspiciously asked, "You really plan to let him go?" At the same time, the old man in black seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope as he stared fixedly at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang glanced at the double-winged snow eagle and said with a faint smile, "An 8-star battle saint is crying and begging to follow me, how can I refuse?" Despicable. The double-winged snow eagle rolled its eyes in disdain. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at the old man in black, saying, "I can spare your life, but the condition is that I want you to cripple your cultivation." Cripple my cultivation? The old man in black's face instantly turned pale. If he lost his cultivation, then what was the point of living? He might as well die. The double-winged snow eagle was also confused. This guy, what the hell is he planning? Qin Feiyang said, "Cripple or not, answer me." The old man in black said in a low voice, "Are you serious?" Qin Feiyang said, "Do I look like I'm joking?" The old man in black clenched his fists and roared, "I'd rather die than lose my cultivation. If you continue to force me, then I'll fight you to the death." "You have a backbone." Qin Feiyang nodded with satisfaction and said, "What if I just make you lose your cultivation temporarily?" Temporarily? The old man in black opened his eyes and said, "What do you want? Can you just say it?" Qin Feiyang said, "You don't have the right to ask questions now, just say yes or no." The old man in black was in a dilemma. If it was just a temporary loss of cultivation, he could accept it. However, he was afraid that Qin Feiyang would play tricks on him. I remember you said that you only have a few hours to live, so I won't kill you. You can stay here and slowly wait for your death. Let's go. Qin Feiyang said and turned to leave. Knowing that you're about to die but unable to do anything, you can only wait for your death. This is much more painful than dying directly. Just wait for your death. The double-winged snow eagle laughed mockingly and flapped its wings, chasing after Qin Feiyang. The old man in black was trembling both physically and mentally. Of course he knew this, because before Qin Feiyang and the double-winged snow eagle came, he had already experienced this feeling. It was also because of this that when he saw Qin Feiyang and the double-winged snow eagle, he felt like he saw his savior and followed them all the way, looking for a good opportunity to kill them. But he never thought that Qin Feiyang would notice. He also did not expect that this man and eagle had a divine weapon. Not only did they not get the Cosmos bag, but they also fell to this point. It was ridiculous to think about it. Hey, you can't do this, give the heavenly thunder sword back to me. Shame on you, it's obviously mine. Tisk, it's mine when it's in my hands. You're the most shameless eagle I've ever seen. So, I'm shameless, bite me. Fine, I'll give it to you. The old man in black heard this conversation from afar. He looked up at Qin Feiyang's back, his eyes full of disbelief. He always thought that the heavenly thunder sword belonged to the double-winged snow eagle, but it turned out to be Qin Feiyang's. He was even willing to give the divine weapon to the double-winged snow eagle. Wasn't this a bit too generous? Or could it be that the divine weapon was nothing in this man's eyes? If that was the case, then his identity. Thinking of this, the old man in black's body trembled, his eyes bursting with a strong light. That was hope, joy. If this man really had a big background, then maybe there was a chance to leave this damn place. Wait. He did not hesitate and shouted at Qin Feiyang, if it's only temporary, I'm willing to destroy my cultivation. Hearing this. Chapter 8:10. The two-winged snow eagle looked at him in confusion and asked, What are you doing? Qin Feiyang said, Enslavement seal. Enslavement seal? I've heard from Fatso and the others that the enslavement seal is only effective on those who are weaker than you. Those who are stronger than you will suffer from the backlash, right? The two-winged snow eagle said. That's right. That's why I forced him to destroy his cultivation. Because as long as the enslavement seal is completed, even if he regains the cultivation of an 8-star battle saint, he will still be under my control. On the contrary, if he still has his cultivation, I will suffer from the backlash. Qin Feiyang said. So that's how it is. The two-winged snow eagle suddenly understood and said, But there's no need to go through so much trouble. With our methods, it's easy to destroy his cultivation. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, We have to convince him with virtue. The two-winged snow eagle was stunned and then rolled its eyes. Convince him with virtue? How shameless of him. Whoosh. The old man in black flew behind Qin Feiyang and pleaded, Please help me. Qin Feiyang turned around and smiled, When you destroy your cultivation, I'll definitely help you. I hope you can keep your promise. The old man in black gritted his teeth and slapped his lower abdomen, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, with a cracking sound, his sea of qi also shattered. With his qi sea shattered, he lost his cultivation. At this moment, he was equivalent to an ordinary person without any aura. Congratulations, your trick worked. The two-winged snow eagle laughed secretly, but with a hint of disdain. Qin Feiyang didn't mind at all. A wave of aura emerged and supported the old man in black. Because he had lost his cultivation, the old man in black couldn't stand in the void. Immediately, he formed a seal with both hands and a trace of obscure aura spread out from his hands. Not long after, a ray of light appeared and a mark the size of a baby's palm appeared. Open your mind, don't resist. After saying this to the old man in black, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the mark turned into a ray of light and flew into the old man's head. Ah! The old man in black immediately screamed in pain, his face distorted. He only felt that his head was about to explode. The pain coming from his sea of consciousness made him wish he was dead. Look, Qin Feiyang over there. Suddenly, a loud roar. There's someone else? Qin Feiyang was startled and looked towards the source of the sound. Immediately, he saw 3 black-robed old men in the air above a distant icy mountain. Their auras were unfathomable, and behind the 3 men, there were 3 men. Monty were all dressed in gorgeous robes and stood proudly in the sky. Their gazes were extremely cold, and the aura they emitted was even stronger than the 3 old men. Who are they? The snow eagle. Qin Feiyang sneered, To be able to recognize me at a glance, who else do you think? The Snow-Eyed Eagle said, You mean they are from the 3rd district? Qin Feiyang nodded. That's not right. The Snow-Eyed Eagle shook its head. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang looked at it suspiciously. Have you forgotten? The guard commander told us that other than the city lord and the tower master, the strongest in the 3rd district are the Black Lion, Red Smoke, and Songhai tribe's leaders and high priest. They are all 1-star battle saints. But those 3 middle-aged men are 2-star battle saints, and those 3 old men are 1-star battle saints. This is the first point of suspicion. The second point of suspicion, where is this place? This is the Black Dragon Glacier, a famous forbidden area in the Forgotten Continent. The Tower Master of the 3rd District must know this, otherwise he would not have tricked us here. Since he knows, then there is no need for him to send people to kill us. Anyway, we will be trapped here until we die. The 2-winged snow eagle analyzed. His analysis was reasonable. Makes sense. Qin Feiyang nodded. But if they are not from the 3rd district, then which district are they from? Whoosh. The 6 people pierced through the sky and rushed toward Qin Feiyang like lightning, their bodies full of murderous intent. The Snow-Eyed Eagle snorted and flapped its wings, blocking in front of Qin Feiyang, and shouted, Who are you? We are here to kill you. One of the old men said coldly. Without waiting for any further explanation, he waved his hand, causing his battle aura to surge out as a huge black sword appeared in front of him. This was a battle art. The other 5 people also performed their battle arts. Boom. Streaks of terrifying aura instantly spread out in all directions with this place as the center. Crack. Boom. Before the battle even started, a large part of the glacier had already collapsed. I think you guys are going to heaven. The Snow-Eyed Eagle's eyes turned cold and instantly activated the Goshawk Overlord body. Its whole body was blood red and its aura was doubled. However, the 6 people were not surprised and did not panic at all. It was as if they already knew that the Snow-Eyed Eagle had mastered perfect battle arts. Following their shouts, the 6 great battle arts charged towards the double-winged snow eagle with terrifying sharpness. You are the ones who are going to die. The Snow-Eyed Eagle was furious. A wave of blood-red battle chi rushed out of its body and rushed toward the 6 battle arts. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the 6 battle arts and battle chi collided with each other like comets colliding. A wave of destructive chi spread out in all directions, covering the sky and covering the earth. Accompanied by loud noises, the land within a radius of 10 miles was razed to the ground. It was a scene of devastation. At the same time, the Snow-Eyed Eagle spat out a mouthful of blood. Its huge body was blown away and it was in a sorry state. Among the 6 people, only the 3 old men were seriously injured. Although their cultivation level was similar to the Snow-Eyed Eagle, the Snow-Eyed Eagle had mastered perfect battle arts. Naturally, its combat power was higher than theirs. However, the 3 middle-aged men were not hurt at all. They were all 2-star battle saints and had mastered superior battle arts. Their individual combat power was enough to compete with the Snow-Eyed Eagle, not to mention the 3 of them working together. Qin Feiyang's eyes darkened. Although the 6 people's cultivation level was not as high as the Tower Master and the City Lord of the 3rd District, they outnumbered them. The most important thing was that the 6 people seemed to know everything about them. Back then, when they faced the leaders of the 3 tribes and the City Lord and the Tower Master in Tianyang City, they were able to win not because of their strength but because of their tactics and strategies. But now, the 6 people knew them well. Tactics and strategies were useless and they could only face them head-on. If there were only the 3 old men, they would not be afraid of facing them head-on. They could even kill them. But the 3 middle-aged men were too strong. With the help of the 3 old men, even if they took out the Sky Thunder Sword and Ice Blade, they would not be able to stop them. After all, Qin Feiyang and the Snow-Eyed Eagle did not have the ability to revive these 2 sacred artifacts. However, now Qin Feiyang had an even more terrifying trump card in his hands. In the blink of an eye, when the Snow-Eyed Eagle was sent flying, the slave seal was completed. Qin Feiyang could clearly feel that the fate of the old man in black was now under his control. Swoosh. He took out a spirit sea pill and threw it to the old man in black. This is actually 4 elixir veins. The old man in black caught the spirit sea pill, his eyes filled with shock. Don't dawdle. Quickly repair your chi si. We are still waiting for you. Qin Feiyang urged. This spirit sea pill was refined by him in the past. If the old man in black knew that he could refine elixir veins now, wouldn't he be even more shocked? Okay. The old man in black quivered and quickly put the spirit sea pill into his mouth. This was still not enough. Qin Feiyang took out his flame of life. This was because it would take some time to repair the Qi Sea. Although the Spirit Sea pill had 4 elixir veins and its effect was multiplied in the current situation, the sooner the better. The Flame of Life's recovery ability was even more terrifying than the Spirit Sea pill. When the two were combined, the recovery time would undoubtedly be shortened. Of course. During this period of time, the old man in black had to be delayed by the snow-eyed eagle. Clang. After stabilizing its huge body, it decisively took out the Sky Thunder Sword. The terrifying sharpness could topple mountains and overturn seas. One of the middle-aged men had a trace of ridicule in his eyes. He said to the 3 old men, "We'll go install that bastard. You guys go and kill that old bastard, then take care of Qin Feiyang." The 3 old men nodded. Whoosh. The 6 of them moved out almost at the same time. They split into 2 groups and charged toward the snow-eyed eagle and Qin Feiyang. This was because they had already guessed that the old man in black might be a big shot. If they waited for his Qi Sea to be repaired, he might betray them. The snow-eyed eagle's eyes darkened. It sent a message to Qin Feiyang, "I can only deal with the 3 of them. As for the 3 old dogs, you have to find a way to deal with them yourself." Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Swoosh. The snow-eyed eagle immediately activated its fighting soul and charged toward the 3 middle-aged men. Clang. Rumble. A bloody battle began. The 3 men and the snow-eyed eagle fought crazily in the sky. For a moment, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The void shook. However, the 3 middle-aged men did not clash with the Sky Thunder Sword. They only tangled with the snow-eyed eagle. This was because they did not dare to. Although the Sky Thunder Sword could only unleash 1/10 of its original power, it was still very hard. It was also very sharp. It was not an exaggeration to say that even an 8-star battle saint would be at a disadvantage if they clashed with the Sky Thunder Sword, not to mention a 2-star battle saint. However, if the 3 of them did not clash head-on, the snow-eyed eagle could not do anything to them. This was because the 3 of them also had auxiliary combat arts. Although they were only superior, their cultivation level was 1 level higher than the snow-eyed eagle. Therefore, their speed was on par with the snow-eyed eagle that had activated its fighting soul. Of course, if there was only one of them, the snow-eyed eagle would definitely be able to crush him with the Sky Thunder Sword. Unfortunately, there were 3 of them working together. In short, the 3 of them were on par with the snow-eyed eagle. No one could do anything to the other. Below, Qin Feiyang did not hesitate to stand in front of the old man in black. He looked at the 3 aggressive old men. One of the old men sneered, "You think you can protect him?" "Yes, I can." Qin Feiyang nodded his head. Ha! The 3 of them did not hide their ridicule. Qin Feiyang was not moved at all. He said calmly, "I have a hiding treasure. I can bring them to hide first. But do you know why I don't do that?" A hiding treasure. Chapter 8:11. Because there's no need. It's also because you don't have the ability to kill me. Of course, if you're willing to turn back now, I can consider letting you go. Qin Feiyang said. No ability? Haha, this old man has never seen someone as arrogant as you in his entire life. Young man, although you do have some ability, it's best to be humble. The 3 of them sneered. Qin Feiyang shrugged his shoulders and said, I'm that arrogant, so what? Actually, what he did had nothing to do with arrogance. He wanted to influence the old man in black. Although the old man in black did not dare to betray him due to the restriction of the slave seal, there would always be a barrier and he would not be able to truly unite with everyone. So, he wanted to use this method to prove his sincerity and make the old man in black follow him wholeheartedly. There's a price to pay for being arrogant. The 3 old men's eyes turned cold as they raised their arms at the same time. Battle chi surged on their fingertips, emitting a shocking aura. Clang. At the same time, accompanied by a deafening sound, the ice blade appeared in front of Qin Feiyang. The holy might surged, shaking all directions. One of the old men laughed sinisterly, even if you have a sacred artifact, you won't be able to stop us. 3 streaks of dazzling battle chi shot out from the fingertips of the 3 men. Like 3 giant pythons, they bared their fangs and roared towards Qin Feiyang. Go! Qin Feiyang bellowed as the ice blade pierced through the air and collided with the 3 streaks of battle chi at lightning speed. With a clang, the 3 streaks of battle chi instantly disintegrated and the 3 of them spat out a mouthful of blood. Although it had not recovered, just this 10th of its power was enough to contend against the 3 of them. After all, these 3 people were not as strong as the 3 middle-aged men. They were only 1-star battle sect. But at the same time, the ice blade was also sent flying, but it was not damaged in the slightest. On the other hand, Qin Feiyang was indirectly injured. Blood flowed out of his mouth and his body trembled violently. But he didn't even frown. With a thought, the ice blade paused in the air and then turned back, once again charging towards the three of them. Quickly evolve the battle art. Only battle arts can contend against that saint artifact. One of the old men shouted. The other two nodded. Boom. The three of them waved their hands and terrifying auras rolled out crazily. Qin Feiyang's face also showed a trace of seriousness. The difference between using battle arts and not using battle arts was too great. Without using any battle arts, the three of them were just ordinary one-star battle saints. The ice blades were more than enough to kill them. However, once they used their battle arts, they would be able to display the strength of a 4-star battle saint. This was no joke. In just the blink of an eye, the three great battle arts appeared out of thin air, surging waves of energy. Under the impact of the shockwave, Qin Feiyang was like a small boat, teetering on the verge of collapse. Looking at Qin Feiyang's situation, the ridicule in the eyes of the three old men became even more intense. Die. The three of them roared. Three great battle arts swept across the sky and blasted toward the ice blade. Clang. The ice blade's sharpness was unparalleled, and it actually destroyed a battle art. But at the same time, the ice blade was once again sent flying. Qin Feiyang spat out blood, and his body trembled violently. Even the skin all over his body cracked, and his battle blood splattered. In an instant he became a bloody man. He did not hesitate to use the battle art. Moreover, every cell in his body was releasing a majestic life energy, repairing his damaged body. This was the energy of the fire of life. His life was saved, but the crisis was not over. This was because the other two great battle arts were still intact, and they were madly attacking him. The lethality of the two great battle arts was comparable to a 4-star battle saint's full-force attack. This was no joke. If he was affected, even if he had merged with the fire of life, even if he had the battle art to protect his body, he would not be able to escape death. He glanced at the two battle arts and his eyes were rather gloomy. Suddenly, a trace of madness crept onto his face. With a slight change of thought, the ice blade that flew back like lightning, and slashed toward one of the battle arts. Boom. An earth-shattering sound suddenly exploded between heaven and earth. The previous situation happened again. The battle art turned into ashes. The ice blade, like a meteor, pierced through the air. And Qin Feiyang's injuries had undoubtedly worsened again. It was simply one disaster after another. Don't you have a treasure to hide in? Quickly hide in it, don't worry about me. Looking at Qin Feiyang's bloody back, the old man in black could not help but feel hot in his eyes as he roared. In fact, he also noticed that Qin Feiyang was deliberately doing this for him to see. To put it bluntly, it was acting. But even if it was acting, how could he not be moved when he saw a person standing in front of him regardless of life and death? He was not cold-hearted. However, Qin Feiyang did not seem to hear him and did not retreat at all. He once again controlled the ice blade and slashed toward the third battle art. At the same time, he waved his hand and the old man in black, along with the fire of life, quickly landed on a mountain peak below. The old man in black had not recovered his cultivation. Without his help, he would not be able to stand in the air. And this collision, he had a feeling that it would not bode well for him, so he had to let the old man in black have a foothold first. Boom. The next moment, the ice blade and the battle art collided with a loud bang, like a sudden clap of thunder, shaking all directions. Puff. Qin Feiyang spat out blood. Like a meteorite, he flew out horizontally, smashing one mountain peak after another, and finally crashed into a mountain range in the distance. With a loud bang, the mountain range collapsed, drowning him. At the same time, the ice blade also sank into the ground, causing widespread destruction. It's obviously just an act. Why did he have to fight so hard? Is he stupid? Looking at this scene, the old man in black, standing on the mountain peak below, could not help but show a painful expression. He's not stupid, he just wants you to see his attitude clearly. Do you know what that cluster of flames is? It's the legendary fire of life. He's even willing to give you the fire of life. Don't you understand his intentions? The double-winged snow eagle fought and sighed. Attitude, fire of life, the old man in black murmured, stretched out his hand, and the fire of life fell into his palm. Looking at the fire of life, his eyes were extremely complicated. The three old men, with a smug smile on their faces, swooped down and charged towards the old man in black. But the old man in black did not seem to notice and did not move. Seeing this, the double-winged snow eagle was shocked and shouted, "Why aren't you running? Do you want to die?" However, The old man in black still did not move. One is more stupid than the other. How did this emperor meet this group of idiots? The double-winged snow eagle was extremely angry. Suddenly, a surge of battle chi poured into the heavenly thunder sword, instantly erasing Qin Feiyang's blood contract. Immediately after, it spat a mouthful of blood on the heavenly thunder sword, and the heavenly thunder sword immediately emitted a bloody light. But soon, the bloody light dimmed, but at the same time, the heavenly thunder sword's holy aura soared. What? You actually dare to revive the sacred artifact? Are you courting death? The three middle-aged men's expressions changed. The three old men who were charging towards the old man in black also stopped in the void, their faces full of shock. A one-star battle saint reviving a sacred artifact was simply digging his own grave. Do you think this emperor wants to? But meeting this group of idiots, what can this emperor do? I can only risk my life. The double-winged snow eagle said unhappily. Although it was a little unhappy, there was no fear in its expression. One of the middle-aged men roared, "You are simply a group of lunatics." Thank you for the compliment. The double-winged snow eagle laughed, the battle chi and blood chi in its body surged crazily, rushing towards the heavenly thunder sword. Don't be fooled by its frivolous appearance. In fact, it was really reviving the heavenly thunder sword. Before this, although the heavenly thunder sword had been occupied by the double-winged snow eagle, the blood contract inside still belonged to Qin Feiyang. If it was not revived, as long as one had a certain level of strength, anyone could play with it. But to revive it, it must be the real owner of the heavenly thunder sword. So, it erased Qin Feiyang's blood contract. At this moment, the old man in black finally reacted, lifting his head to look at the double-winged snow eagle. For the sake of their companions, it did not matter even if they had to sacrifice their lives. What kind of people were they? One must know. This world was very cruel. No matter how good the relationship was, it could not withstand a single blow in the face of benefits. It was really rare to see such a relationship where life and death would not leave each other. So, he felt that it was a little unreal. This snow eagle was also acting? But, who would joke about their own life? Obviously not. The old man in black was moved. Swoosh. He retracted his gaze, staring at the flame of life, and kept roaring in his heart, "Hurry, hurry, hurry, or it will be too late." At the same time, the heavenly thunder sword was shining brighter and brighter. The sacred aura was also getting stronger and stronger. The three middle-aged men and the three old men were forced to retreat. One of the middle-aged men pointed at the old man in black and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Go and kill that old thing." Yes. It forcefully revives the sacred artifact. It is purely digging its own grave. We don't have to care about it at all. As long as we kill that old thing, when this beast is dead, Qin Feiyang, whose life and death is unknown, is equivalent to a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The other two men shouted. Heard. The three old men were invigorated, and once again rushed towards the old man in black. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. But at this time, the double-winged snow eagle smiled disdainfully, and also dived towards the old man in black with the heavenly thunder sword. At this moment, the sacred aura emitted by the heavenly thunder sword was comparable to that of a 5th or 6th war saint. The three old men did not dare to continue. They were scared out of their wits and hurriedly ran away. Whoosh! The double-winged snow eagle landed beside the old man in black like lightning. But in the face of this terrifying sacred aura, the old man in black was not affected at all. Even the giant peak under their feet did not tremble at all. It was not because the old man in black had recovered his cultivation, nor was it because the giant peak under their feet could withstand the impact of the sacred aura, but because the double-winged snow eagle was now the true master of the heavenly thunder sword, and could control the sacred aura of the heavenly thunder sword as it wished. It looked at the old man in black and asked, "How much longer do you need?" "About 100 breaths. The old man in black said in a deep voice. 100 breaths is too long. Looks like this time we are going to be played to death by ourselves. The double-winged snow eagle sighed. It was no longer the case that it was reviving the heavenly thunder sword, it was the heavenly thunder sword that took the initiative to rob the blood in its body. In just a short while, it had already lost 1/3 of its blood. Therefore, the remaining 2/3 was not enough to last it 100 breaths. Don't worry, none of us will die today. But suddenly, Chapter 8:12. The double-winged snow eagle and the old man in black were stunned. They quickly ran to the edge of the cliff and looked down. They saw Qin Feiyang standing at the foot of the mountain. Although his face was pale and his body was covered in blood, his eyes were extremely sharp. Weren't you blown away? Why are you here?" The double-winged snow eagle was surprised. Qin Feiyang looked at the 6 people standing in the sky and sneered, "If I flew over openly, would they let me meet up with you?" "That's true." The man and the eagle nodded. The main goal of these 6 people coming to the Black Dragon Glacier was Qin Feiyang. If they saw that he was not dead, they would definitely think of ways to stop him. Therefore, quietly lurking here was the wisest choice. The 6 people's faces were also quite gloomy. They thought that after suffering such a severe injury, even if Qin Feiyang did not die, he would be crippled. But they did not expect that he was still alive and kicking. Could this guy be the reincarnation of a cockroach? Whoosh! Qin Feiyang jumped up and landed beside the double-winged snow eagle and the old man in black. Then, with a thought, clang. Accompanied by a loud ear-piercing sound, a bright flowing light swept out from the ground in the distance, heading straight for Qin Feiyang. It was the ice blade. "Stop it." Seeing the ice blade, the 3 middle-aged men's eyes lit up. At the same time, they shouted and rushed towards the ice blade. Right now, the thing that gave them the most headache was the Heavenly Thunder Sword. If they also had a sacred weapon, the Heavenly Thunder Sword would naturally no longer be a threat to them. So, they set their sights on the ice blade. As long as they got the ice blade, they would have the power to fight against the Heavenly Thunder Sword. Moreover, their cultivation was higher than Qin Feiyang. As long as they could get their hands on it, they could immediately erase the blood contract inside. But what they could think of, Qin Feiyang could naturally think of as well. Just as the 3 of them were about to move, Qin Feiyang's mind stirred. The ice blade turned in the air and with a boom, it once again sank into the ground. Following closely, the ice blade was like a pangolin beast, shuttling through the ground at high speed, rushing towards the giant peak where Qin Feiyang was at lightning speed. Crack, clang. In less than 3 breaths, the ice blade flew out from the ground beneath Qin Feiyang's feet and floated in front of him. The faces of the 3 middle-aged men were immediately filled with anger. "Don't worry, the best part is yet to come." Qin Feiyang sneered. The ice blade disappeared in an instant. Then he struck out with his palm. A surge of vigorous qi and blood gushed toward the Heavenly Thunder Sword like a torrent. Meanwhile, Lu Hong and the pangolin appeared beside him. Without waiting for Qin Feiyang's instructions, they immediately channeled their qi and blood into the Heavenly Thunder Sword. What a bunch of lunatics. The 6 people looked at Qin Feiyang and his group in shock and anger. A saint weapon was in existence comparable to a 9-star battle saint. Not to mention Qin Feiyang and the others, even if there were more than 10 of them, they still wouldn't be able to revive it. Because the difference in strength was too great. Were they really not afraid of death? The old man in black stared blankly at Qin Feiyang and the others. Sharing life and death, sharing trials and tribulations. Was this the friendship between friends? No. The relationship between this group of people had far surpassed that of friends. They were family that couldn't be separated. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and repair your qi. With everyone's help, it won't be a problem to delay it for 100 breaths. The double-winged snow eagle urged. Okay. The old man in black nodded and closed his eyes to concentrate on repairing his qi. An old man above mocked, "Not a problem? I think it's a big problem." "It's none of your business," the double-winged snow eagle said angrily. Yes. What does it have to do with us if you want to die? Actually, this is good. It saves us the trouble of doing it. The old man crossed his arms and looked at Qin Feiyang and the others gloatingly. The 5 people beside him also sneered. The double-winged snow eagle raised his eyebrows and said, "Qin Feiyang, let's go to the castle. The Sky Thunder Sword is no longer under our control. It's useless to go to the castle." Qin Feiyang shook his head and looked at the 6 people. He frowned and said, "Who are you?" "Right, I forgot to introduce myself." The old man patted his head and pointed at the 3 middle-aged men. He said, "These 3 have a big background. Listen, they are the leaders of the 3 super tribes in the 4th area." The 4th area. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. He looked at the 3 people and said, "I have no grudge with you. Why are you attacking me?" "You have no grudge with us. But we have no choice. This is the Tower Master's order. We have to obey." One of the middle-aged men sneered. "Which Tower Master? The Tower Master of the 3rd area? Or the Tower Master of the 4th area?" Qin Feiyang frowned. The middle-aged man said, "Of course, the Tower Master of the 4th area." Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He looked at the 3 old men and said, "What about you? Do you remember the Crimson Smoke tribe, the Black Lion tribe and the Songhai tribe? We are the high priests of these 3 tribes. You killed our leaders. This blood debt must be paid with your life." The 3 of them said coldly. I was wondering who it was. So it's the small fries of those 3 tribes. So, it was the tower master of the 4th area who sent you to kill me? Qin Feiyang said disdainfully. One of the old men's face sank. He said, "You'd better be polite. I even dared to kill your leaders. Why should I be polite to you? But I'm curious. Don't you know how dangerous this place is? Why did you come in?" Qin Feiyang said. "Of course we know. But the 2 tower masters promised that they have a way to get us out." One of the middle-aged men smiled. "The 2 tower masters?" Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment, then he murmured, "So that's how it is." It seemed that the tower masters of the 3rd and 4th areas had joined hands. But why was that? Kill him? But he was now trapped in the Black Dragon Glacier. As the 2-winged snow eagle said, there was no need for that. The 2 of them should have other motives. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He looked at the 6 people and said, "The 2 tower masters only sent you to kill me? What else could it be?" The 6 people sneered. "I understand." Qin Feiyang whispered. "What do you understand?" Lu Hong asked in a low voice. Qin Feiyang said, "These 6 people are just cannon fodder." "You mean the tower masters of the 3rd and 4th areas might come to the Black Dragon Glacier?" Lu Hong was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, "If they really have other plans they will definitely come. But I really can't guess what they want." Lu Hong pondered for a moment and said, "Could it be that they want our sacred artifacts?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He thought for a moment and said, "Don't say it, it's really possible." The 2-winged snow eagle said, "No matter what, these 2 people must die." Qin Feiyang, Lu Hong, and the pangolin all nodded. Time passed breath by breath. 80 breaths. Qin Feiyang and the others had lost more than half of their qi and blood. All of them were as thin as firewood, and their eyes were lifeless. The heavenly thunder sword was like a scorching sun, shining brightly, and the sacred aura it emitted was getting more and more terrifying. Lu Hong said, "There are still 20 breaths left. We can definitely hold on." However, before she finished speaking, the 2 people and 2 beasts' expressions changed. The heavenly thunder sword seemed to have suddenly gone crazy, crazily absorbing their qi and blood. What's going on? The pangolin was surprised. The closer it is to the end, the more qi and blood it needs to revive the sacred artifacts. "I'm afraid we can't hold on for the remaining 20 breaths," Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. "Then what should we do?" The double-winged snow eagle panicked. It dared to revive the sacred artifacts, but it did not mean that it was not afraid of death. If only Fatso and Wolf King were here they could help. The pangolin sighed. Another 10 breaths passed. "No, I can't hold on anymore," Lu Hong murmured. Her long black hair had turned snow white, and her originally delicate skin was now full of wrinkles. Her clear eyes were also turbid, like a lamp that had run out of oil. Qin Feiyang, the double-winged snow eagle, and the pangolin were not much better off. Their life auras were rapidly declining. There was not much qi and blood left in their bodies. "Did you see that? We don't even need to do anything. They will be sucked dry by the sacred artifacts and die." The 3 middle-aged men sneered. "But what about that old thing?" Qin Feiyang placed his hopes on him. "His strength is definitely not weak." The 3 high priests were a little nervous. When they came, the old man in black had already destroyed his cultivation. So they knew nothing about the true cultivation of the old man in black. "He must be very strong, but there is no need to worry. Yes, I don't believe that he is still a 9-star battle saint." The 3 middle-aged men were full of disdain. Hearing this, the 3 high priests finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a middle-aged man frowned and said, "But there is one thing that makes me a little puzzled." "What?" Several people looked at him in surprise. The middle-aged man said, "Didn't the pagoda master of the 3rd district say that there is an unfathomable old woman in black by Qin Feiyang's side? Why didn't I see her?" "I also heard about it, but it seems that after snatching the heavenly sun flame, this old woman has not appeared again," the high priest of the Black Lion tribe said. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "It doesn't matter as long as we can kill Qin Feiyang. As for the rest, the 2 pagoda masters will deal with it." The other 2 middle-aged men and the 3 high priests all nodded repeatedly. There was also a bright smile on their faces. During the conversation, another 10 breaths passed. Not to mention Lu Hong, even Qin Feiyang could not hold on. Their consciousness was fading away. And if their consciousness was gone, it was equivalent to being completely dead. "Is it not done yet?" The dual-winged snow eagle was extremely anxious. It felt that the aura of death had already enveloped it. Swish. Before his voice faded, the old man in black suddenly opened his eyes, 2 rays of light bursting out, and said, "I said it will only take 100 breaths, and it will only take 100 breaths. Quickly help." The dual-winged snow eagle was overjoyed and roared,